grab yourself a seat. We got front rows. It's all we've got is front row seats here at Topstep TV. And this is opening call. He's George, and I'm Wheezy, and we're the Jeffersons. We'd like to welcome you here to a wonderful Thursday of education, entertainment, fun, knowledge, camaraderie, and baking. Yes, we're going to show you how to bake a devil's food upside down pineapple frosted angel food cake. Whatever that was. I don't know where that came from, but welcome.
Sounds good.
Here. It's like an everything cake, right? Put it all in a bowl, mix it up, throw it in the oven, and hope something comes out decent. But anyway, the gentleman sitting next to me is my brother from another mother, John, a.k.a. Hoagland. I got it right this time.
Ooh. You got it.
I got it this time. Johnny, how you doing today, bro?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Feeling good. Happy Thursday, October 8th, everybody. As always, our focus on the opening call here is the accurate context, open to good risk management, and remaining patient. Looking forward to a good trading day today.
I am looking for a good trading day, too. These last few days have been, well, actually this week, I tell you, the last few weeks have really been, I'm going to say unique. A lot of different approaches, a lot of different market setups. But I think we're doing all right. And hey, you know what, chat community, Topstep community, yes, I'm talking to you. I want to see some participation today. A lot of you already are doing the participation. All right. Let's keep the chat moving today. Be part of the show. Even though you're not on it, you still can be a part of it. And if we see something we like, we're going to pull it out and we're going to bring it on air here. But otherwise, excuse me, yes, it's a wonderful day here. It's 10/10/24, and it's me and my wife's anniversary today. A very special day here. A great day. I'm really happy to have a wife like I do. So I just want to say, if you're listening, honey, can you wash my dirty underwear? No, I love you, honey. You're very wonderful. But anyway, let's get down to the news. US
Happy anniversary, future. Eddie and Michelle.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Yes. The love of my life. U.S. stock futures edge mostly lower today as investors are looking to caution. We had some numbers come out that turned the blender on. Did you see that? Man, my God. Good thing I didn't have a position on. Hopefully you didn't. And if you did, hopefully it went your way. Dow edged down about 0.2%. We did see the S&P slip to 0.3%, and the Nasdaq down 0.45. So individual stocks, shares, Google saw some losses. That was due to the U.S. Department of Justice that indicated in court that it may ask a U.S. judge to break up parts of the giant Google search business because they were doing some nasty things behind the curtains. And I think that, Johnny, you know what? That's all I've got here right now. I'm going to pass that back to you. And what else do we have here today? We want to get the charts.
Yeah, sure. Well, I just want to welcome everybody watching today. Thanks for joining us as usual. First one in the chat, Kingdom Citizen today, Command, Eddie's Bong, Nick Nichols, Built and Fire, Dave's Pirate Life. I want to know about that. Dan Trader, Goldfinger, Man Cave, G-Man, I am Wigiona, Hans, Ginny, and James Hansen. It's good to see everybody this morning and welcome to each and every one of you. So as we're all well aware, we've been waiting for the CPI numbers this week. They came out a little bit hot this morning. The CPI numbers for September year over year were expected to drop from 2.5% to 2.3%. It came out in the middle of that at 2.4%, a little bit higher. Month over month, they were looking for it to be 0.1% higher. It remained at 0.2% higher, same as the August number. The core year over year, they were looking for it to remain at 3.2%. It came out a little bit higher, 3.3%, and the month over month came out at 0.3%. They were looking for it to drop from 3.3% to 0.2%. So the CPI numbers did come out a little bit hot, not exceedingly hot. You saw the market reaction this morning. It's, I would say, overall, the equities looked a little bit deeper to the downside than any kind of knee jerk to the upside that we saw. And we also had the jobless claims numbers come out this morning. The initial jobless claims were expected to rise from 225,000 in the previous week to 230,000. That came out plus 258,000. That's the highest level in over a year for initial jobless claims. Continuing jobless claims also came out higher than expected at 1.861%. They were expecting 1.83%. As for the rest of the day, 8:15, apparently one of the talking Feds, Cook, is going to be speaking at 9:30. Barkin will be barking. Nat gas, also the inventory nat gas at 9:30. These are all, of course, Central Chicago time. 10 o'clock this morning, Williams due to speak. At 10:30, there is a 4-week bill auction. And at noon, there is a 30-year bond auction. As far as its earnings today, Delta Airlines came out missing on both earnings per share and revenues. Domino's Pizza, you mentioned that the other day, Eddie. They beat on revenues per share, but on earnings per share, but missed on revenues. The VIX this morning, 20.93, pretty much flat. It was 21.39 at this time yesterday. The dollar index also relatively flat this morning at 102.9. It was 102.7 at this time yesterday. The yield on the 10-year rose to 4.06% this morning, where it was 4.045% yesterday. So that's what we've got as far as a known economic numbers. Couple other things, couple of earnings. And remember, tomorrow we do really kind of start earnings season with JP Morgan tomorrow with the earnings. And well, anyway, that's what we're looking at here this morning. Again, the equities kind of looking towards the downside here after those semi-hot CPI numbers. Don't forget, we also have PPI numbers tomorrow. That's what we've got, Eddie.
Well, you know what? I got some crude here. Let's hit this real quick here now. We did see that oil prices rose today as that bastard Hurricane Milton hit Florida hard, adding to worries about potential supply disruptions. We did see the Brent up 0.7 and WTI also up 0.7. Both contracts had fallen around 5% in the last two sessions. In the U.S., Hurricane Milton had made landfall in Florida, and while the storm was largely dodged, the oil infrastructure in the Gulf of Mexico, it has already driven up demand for gasoline in the state, which helped support crude prices. Additionally, traders remain on edge over the potential escalation in the Middle East, especially if Israel targets Iran's oil facilities. And Johnny, real quick here, a story that came out. Don't feed the wild animals. Okay, situation a woman found herself in after decades of feeding his little raccoons. Oh, they're so cute, but you know what? When they group up over 100, and yeah, she had to call 911. She was feeding these raccoons for decades, and she found herself in a bad situation because they were banging on her door, rapping on her window. They even called her on the phone. They sent her bad, nasty emails. Feed us, feed us, feed us. And what the situation was is she called the wildlife. She actually called the wildlife preserve, and they said, "Well, you know what? About $500 a raccoon, and we'll relocate them." So I don't know. The story continues. We'll find out what happened. But don't feed raccoons because they have smartphones and email addresses and know where your doorbell is. All right. So, Johnny, that's one of our tips of the week. That's my tip of the week, but we've got a Topstep tip of the week. What do we got here? We got Gabe. Gabe, what? Oh, there it is. There it is. Continuous learning. Boy, she should have learned something, huh? Well, you know what? Speaking of continuous learning, we talk a lot about algos, high frequency trading, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, robots who have accounts. this is how trading is continuing to shape up the landscape. And this is what we sort of need to get a grasp on. What's going on? How does this work? When are they coming in? Is this them? Traders must learn how these technologies work, basically, and so they can be leveraged in their trading strategy. Always learn, and we had a Tamikaze coming in with the algos, getting an idea how that worked. So we'll have him back again. But learn education. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, I'm always learning more. I learn from the chat. I learn from our traders every day. There's something else that I can learn, that I can take a look at, that I can learn about, that I can choose to use, I can choose not to use. But even after 30 plus years as an active trader, there's always more to learn. And yeah, Eddie, a lot of the new things, AI, all of this stuff it's all new. We all should be learning about it. And it's very important to stay up on any changes in the marketplace and in the overall world and the overall marketplace. So yes, do continue to learn.
Exactly. All right. Hey, today for Fast Markets, we got the real deal. The real deal. Who's the real deal? Real deal Zach. Zach is on Twitter. Real deal Zach on Twitter. He's going to be with us for Fast Markets. Some of you have been calling him the Zeus of trading, but he's going to be joining Fast Markets for the first time ever. We're going to have him in here. But let's get to the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, big exciting day yesterday in the S&Ps. This is the daily chart. We did put in a new all-time high close in the S&Ps. What did we do as far as volume yesterday? Wasn't all that impressive, and that doesn't really scare me that much. Volume wasn't all that great yesterday, but we did add 30,000 new contracts, estimated new contracts, and open interest on this push to the upside. We've attracted new buyers and new business. That's what it takes to break out of an area of balance that we've sort of been in for a couple of 3 weeks here. And we broke out of that really on the day before, but we did break out, fully yesterday. How did the breakout do? Well, we added 30,000 in open interest. The day before, we added, in the last 2 sessions, we've added approximately 72,000 contracts. New contracts and open interest on a big push to the upside. So there's a whole bunch of new longs in this market. Are those new longs going to be longer time frame, shorter time frame? It's kind of difficult to know. We did see delta divergence the day before yesterday. We did not see it yesterday. I would say that the delta divergence that we saw on Tuesday was probably longer time frame speculators and bigger buyers. Yesterday, the open interest increase. We did not see any real delta divergence. We didn't see a whole lot of iceberging going on. I would say those were probably later to the party, larger speculators, and maybe some swing traders looking for continuation. We now have new information in the marketplace. The CPI numbers came out a little bit hot. What we're trying to do is we're trying to monitor for continuation above last week's high, which was 58.22.5, and above the weekly kickoff high, which was 58.30, which was basically the previous all-time high that did occur in an overnight session yesterday. And our new all-time high did occur in the regular trading hour session. So with this new information, how are traders going to deal with this? How are they going to respond to this over time? And nobody knows for sure. However, we've got the 30-minute chart here. We started the day. We've waffled around a little bit. We had 2 late spikes to kind of base opportunities off of yesterday. I said yesterday that during Fast Markets that I was going to be long above these late spikes or short below these late spikes. Even if you did get short and you got stopped out on the shorts below that, once you got long and the market started exhibiting one-time framing activity, that was a really good opportunity just to remain in those longs, if not look for opportunities to add to those longs. Well, yesterday, the profile was a P-shaped profile, which would usually indicate short covering, but that's not supported by the 30,000 estimated additional contracts that we created yesterday. This was new buying coming in. Was it late to the party? Was it laggard buyers? Is the information that came out today going to squeeze some of those laggard buyers out? Well, one of the ways we look at that is we did put up another late spike to the upside in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ yesterday. We have 58.40 as the base of that late spike. So the basic late spike rules If we're going to open below the base of the late spike, that is an indication of rejection of higher pricing and an attempt to accept lower pricing. Market is looking like it is opening relatively weak this morning. Do we have any real overnight inventory to look at? Well, overnight inventory, I would say, is probably short. We saw some selling coming in that could have been some weak, late to the party longs. That could be some new selling coming into this market. The market is going to be opening in range from yesterday and looking like right at the low end of balance from yesterday. So I'll be looking to see if we have an early rejection of range or value from yesterday to see if maybe we can see a deeper pullback. I could see the market pulling back to these late spikes where the market found buyers to the upside yesterday. We can also see that if the overnight inventory is a little bit too short, we could see a pullback into value, into range, into perhaps weekly kickoff high. What about the overnight? Overnight, we really kind of used weekly kickoff high 58.30 as a support level. We looked at the base of the late spike in the overnight as a resistance level overall. So we're going to be looking at maybe some shorter time frame levels with which to look for opportunities. I'm trying not to have a bias. I'm trying to sit back and relax and say, okay, as this market opens up, what information, what is the market trying to tell me? Because the market is it's talking to all of us. It is telling us it's just our ability to accept the information and to use it to our best advantage. The profile yesterday, again, was a P-shaped profile indicating short covering that is not supported by the increase in open interest. For 2 straight days, we've had a lot of open interest coming into the long side. Are those longer time frame buyers? Are they going to protect? Are they laggard, shorter time frame, weaker hands buyers? Again, on Tuesday, I would say that these were longer time frame buyers coming down here. Yesterday, it's very difficult to see, but it is encouraging that we saw a lot of buyers coming in, pushing us up to a new all-time high. We closed at a new all-time high and above the weekly kickoff level. So we're going to be cautious. We're going to be looking, probably opening relatively close to range and value from in range for sure, but close to value from yesterday. Try and stay patient. Maybe better trade locations could happen as the day goes on. And don't forget, we've got that 30-year bond auction at noon. That might be something impactful. And we still have a lot of talking Feds speaking today as well. Here's the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ has really responded in the last couple of days in a very similar fashion to the S&Ps. Okay. However, we have yet to reach weekly kickoff high, which is 20,530. The market is lagging. There were some good things in the tech world stocks yesterday, and some not so good things in the tech world stocks yesterday. So Tuesday we added about 11,000 in open interest. We added another 4,800 in open interest estimated yesterday. So for 2 straight days, we've been seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. Volume hasn't been, however, that great, at least in futures. That doesn't freak me out so much. The markets, especially futures markets, they tend to put up lower volume on up days than the big down days when everybody wants to jump in and try and take advantage of it. So the good open interest increase is good. How is the market actually performing in the NASDAQ? It's not performing as well as the S&Ps. It hasn't reached the weekly kickoff high. It hasn't closed above it. We're a long ways from all-time highs in the NASDAQ. So we're really in a very similar but different situation. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So yesterday, again, even in the NASDAQ, we had a late spike base from before. We had the late spike base from Tuesday. The market opened, it looked around, but once it broke out above that late spike base, that's rejection of lower pricing, and the move was certainly to the upside after that. We are looking at a P-shaped profile, which indicates short covering, which is not supported. We added 4,800 estimated to new contracts and open interest yesterday. The overnight session with the CPI numbers looks like it's a little bit short. Very similar situation, however, to the S&Ps, because we're kind of trading in near the low of value from yesterday, but in range and in value. Try and stay a little bit patient. I mean, everything is going to be about how investors and traders digest that CPI number and get prepared for the PPI numbers tomorrow. So today and tomorrow, it's probably going to be all about those CPI numbers. And again, don't forget 30-year bond auction at noon. I don't know if I mentioned as well at 10:30 Central today. There's also a 4-week bill auction. I don't remember if I mentioned that. That won't be as impactful as the 30-year bond auction, but one never knows. Use what the market is telling you today to look for your opportunities. ACA, ACH, anything can happen, and always CYA, cover your ass. So yeah, again, the profile P-shaped, not supported. Is this laggard buyers pushing this market to the upside? I don't know. You're going to have to stay tuned to as the market turns. All right, let's take a look here at crude. Lots of kind of uncertainties in all of these markets, and crude seems to be, especially with the hurricane and everything. And of course, everybody's praying for everybody's safety. It is rollover, ladies and gentlemen. It is officially rollover. The volume still remains, of course, in the November contract, but the open interest is now usurped the November contract in the December contract. We're focusing on volume, not necessarily open interest. It's going to take a couple of days for all that volume to roll over into the December contract. My question is, are we going to start to fall into range-bound tendencies? Markets that are in rollover have a tendency to remain range-bound as the longer time frame traders try and switch those positions from the front month into future months. So where is price right now? Price is very centrally located inside the weekly kickoff high and low. Maybe we're going to start to see a little bit of ranging begin to happen here because of rollover. When I look at the simple moving averages on the daily chart, we've got the 50, which kind of supported price yesterday. We've got the 200 session, which gave us resistance in price yesterday. We've looked above it here. We've got last week's high above that, 75.57. A lot of kind of play with these simple moving averages on this daily chart, and they are somewhat braided, which means that the market really isn't very all that directional, which may help our longer time frame traders get it cheap or make money on that current rollover that they are dealing with. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So yesterday, we lost 30,000 in open interest. We lost 30,000 in open interest the day before. You think that's a function of rollover, or is this long liquidation coming in here? I think it's probably a little bit of both. A lot of folks really just liquidating positions, probably getting out of some longs, looking for maybe some continuation to the downside to get into the future month at a cheaper level. I don't know if that's going to work for them. Legging spreads to get your rollover done can be dangerous because it leaves you with outright positions, naked positions, and a lot of hedgers, especially, don't like naked positions. All right. So price central within range. Here, the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory is long. We've got gap rules in play here to close the gap to yesterday's high. We're going to have to come all the way back down to 73.48 right there. So we've opened with a gap. Overnight inventory is long. The market has opened in regular trading hours, and already we're starting to see some of those overnight longs possibly getting a little bit nervous. If I'm looking for longs, I'm looking for a gap close or perhaps a settlement gap close. Reacceptance in value from yesterday could bring price back down to value low. And on this platform, that takes us perhaps down to 72.25 approximately. The profile yesterday, normal variation day neutral, had a failed downside auction at the low yesterday. That was a beauty if you were paying attention. And it had a relatively weak high. So it makes sense to me with the failed downside auction yesterday that shorter time frame traders are trying to continue to see this market push to the upside. And in gold, another situation. There's always a situation with these markets, isn't there? All right. So, of course, yesterday we had a break below the weekly kickoff low. How did it do? Volume slowed. We added about 1,600 in open interest, but open interest, since we've been in this area of balance, has really been waffling back and forth between adding and losing and adding and losing. And that, I don't think, changed all that much yesterday. So the breakout to the downside yesterday did not impress me. So the volume lower, open interest continuing to waffle. You got to be asking yourself, okay, so we had a breakout to the downside. Well, Tuesday we had the break of last week's low. Yesterday we closed below the weekly kickoff low. But ask yourself, how good of a job is it doing? The volume on Tuesday wasn't bad. I mean, that breakout below last week's low was relatively convincing. Well, it certainly convinced a few more sellers to come into this market yesterday and adding to possible longs with that 1,600 contract addition to open interest. But how did it do? I don't think it did all that well. It didn't take out the previous day's low. We took out previous day's low after the number came out, but look where we're heading now. We're heading back inside and above that weekly kickoff low, 26.36 even. Let's take a look at the 30-minute, and we'll get down to business here. Man, time flies, man. There's always so much to talk about with these markets. So what didn't happen? We never closed the gap. Finally, the number came out. We closed the gap. Okay, the gap is now closed. Overnight inventory was pretty much flat. We got too short in the hole. Now we're really testing that weekly kickoff level, 26.36 even. It's going to be somewhat pivotal. It is right where the 100-session moving average is on the 30-minute chart. There's all kinds of confluence in this area here, so be careful. I'm going to call this a session. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today, and always pray for peace and pray for everybody's safety today. Please, and let's have a great session. Looking forward to seeing what we've got for us today.
Awesome. All right. We're going to take a quick break. Fast Markets coming up. Andre, Hogue, Jack, JD, Coach Ray, and the real deal, Zach. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Be right back.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We got 5 seconds till the opening bell. Joining us for the first time on Fast Markets, Mr. Zach B in the lower right corner. We got Jack on the lower left and Hogue in the upper right. Here we go. Bell is open. And here we go, Hogue. Talk to us. Opening range. What are we looking at on this Thursday?
All right. Well, we did leave a late spike to the upside yesterday. Here it is on the profiles. Barely closed in the late spike. We're opening below the late spike. That's an initial indication of a rejection of higher pricing and a possible acceptance of lower pricing. We did not take out that overnight high, that high in the overnight session. We're opening in range and in value, which suggests to me trying to stay patient. One of the things that I'm starting to look at, and we are always learning, is that VWAP off on the 5-minute chart, I've got it here off the bar when the CPI numbers came out. Overall, let me get these out of there. Overall, price is remaining below them. So we're below the session VWAP. We're below the 7:35 o'clock bar VWAP. It's looking short to me. So we have just taken out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps. If that opening range remains the high of the session, it's all sellers from there.
Jack, what's happening?
Looking to sell.
Jack wants to get short.
I mean,
right.
If you're going to trade, don't talk. But yeah, let's take a look.
Here we go.
Right.
Here we go. What's up, Zach? Welcome to Fast Markets. We're short 5?
Short 5 at 58.22 half. Just to see if this opening range will finally give us a decent opportunity.
There we go.
Let's see.
All right, so we're short 5 S&Ps. Or if we're Series 3 correct,
should be
minis.
30 and a quarter is going to be our risk. $1,937 in risk. Let's see what happens.
All right, hold one more time. What price did we get?
We are short at 58.22 half. We've got VWAPs basically holding above price here. Opening range remains the high of the session so far, and then in the S&P, not in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is screaming to the upside right now. This may not be a very good opportunity for us here. What about the Dow?
I'm looking at Dow. Looking at Dow coming down to test this 663 level. That spike on CPI. Want to see if we get down below that. I'd be looking short down below that level, but just like Hogue said this morning, staying patient, waiting for the market to start to show its hand, for lack of a better term. But I want to see if we start to crack down below this level, we really are going to be looking for lower prices, or if this is just a quick move to the downside or volatility, crack back up. I'm going to give it a moment here. Coming in after an 8:30 red folder news event, I'm going to stay patient.
Yeah, the only thing that's left the opening that is taken out the high of the opening range has been the NASDAQ. The Dow and the S&P remain below the opening range. The Dow especially below the opening range. S&P in the opening range right now.
I like this for $1,900 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Slightly hot CPI kind of canceled out by the jobs report, but maybe a little gut check for the people who have been buying nonstop. Do we get?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the trade, guys. I think it's jumping into that volatility early, so there's definitely a risk there. But if it's going to move to the downside, you're in with a good price.
Last trade, 58.23. Pretty much where our entry is.
Yep.
NQ got 73% long on the tilt in the NQ. We're very early into the session. As Jack mentioned, CPI came in a little hot. Go ahead, Hogue.
I'm not liking this. I want to see it go now. But it's still a valid trade, so we'll see what happens here.
Is this going to be like the 57.89s, Hogue, from last week?
No.
That's the price that we'll never forget.
No, I've got a few points of risk on this. So if they do take out the opening range and just take out those stops, then we're still in the game. But I'm not liking what I'm seeing here as far as the action is concerned. Dow's back inside the opening range. NASDAQ, took out the opening range to the bottom and took out the top.
Hey, we'll see.
I know, we'll see.
Hey, we will indeed. We've got a risk is defined.
We are, certainly in the game here early. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really liking how early it is. We're still in range and value from yesterday. You were a little preemptive here, but if we can't stay above the anchored VWAP on the 730 bar there, then I still like the short.
It's like the short, right? Last year, 58.20. What's up, Zach? Welcome to Fast Markets, man.
Happy to be on, guys. Happy to be on. Escaping a hurricane. For those that don't know, I'm in South Florida, but today I am up in New York. So I'm just happy to be here. Happy that my house is safe. Praying for everybody else down there that's dealing with that. But on this trade, not to get too sidetracked, I don't think it looks terrible, guys. I would like to see this 828 area hold, kind of the bottom of these lows looking left around this 7 o'clock, 7:15 time frame on the 5-minute, 15-minute chart. If we start to crack VWAP, start to push really far into that, I think we could be in trouble. I got my eye on Dow for this one, coming back down to test these lows. So I'm interested to see where we go from here.
Zach, you're saying you're looking for that 663 level. Is that the price though?
Yeah, we're coming up on it. Again, I'm not looking to jump in short. I'd like to see some kind of a break down below here. Again, just staying patient on news. Dow's volatile, man. It's all over the place. Kind of lives in its own world. So I don't mind getting involved. Yesterday it bit me pretty nicely, but I don't mind getting involved really quickly off the open. If we are just going to test a low, if we're going to retest VWAP, if we're going to test highs of the session. Sometimes I'll catch a nice quick bounce play, cheap trade. Maybe this morning it was a crack down to here. I'm able to jump in really aggressively, not really waiting for confirmation, fading that short-term trend to the downside, quick stop loss down below. If it plays back up to VWAP, nice quick win. If not, and we're going to dump, I'm wrong. And I move on to my, waiting for structure, waiting for price action to really start to form. A day like today, after some pretty heavy news, that volatility can just be a little bit much. And taking, 1 or 2 L's right off the open can just put you in a tough spot for the rest of the session. So I'm staying patient. On this, I'd really like to see our sellers going to take this thing lower, crack this level right here, and then maybe I'd be looking for a retest of VWAP, a retest of lows, and then a continuation to the downside. If we are not going to do that, if we're just going to sweep the lows, if we're going to mess around down here and then come back up, I'll keep myself out of the losing trade. I won't be in the way you guys are right now if we decide to just dump, which is an absolute possibility. Sellers can hop in here, take this thing lower, and that's the double-edged sword that you have to play with your entries and how you're going to structure risk, how much confirmation or price action you want to wait for to really hop into the trade. So ES looks okay for you guys right now, man.
So
Coming down to test these lows.
So far, so good.
$1,900 a risk. We can't go through. That's fine. That's a perfect sized trade for us. And I can't deal with the mental agony if we decide, we want to cut it here for 19 and then this dumps. So I think this is, I'm feeling good right now.
Okay.
You want to stick with it then, huh, Jack?
Yeah.
Right it here. Why not? Coach Paul has
You guys
got
have a plan
23 as a
What about
daily pivot.
trimming?
Got 5 contracts on. We could at some point. If you really don't like it at some point, Hog, we could. Like if we're at a place, here's where I would cut it. If we're at a place where we decide we want to buy it, fine. We can almost pretend like that doesn't exist.
We're not there yet.
Yeah. If I'm in this one, guys, I'd love to see a quick pop below these lows. That might be a nice opportunity to trim some off, maybe go stop loss to break even or just readjust risk. Again, I got the Dow chart pulled up, but watching your guys chart that trade, if we do crack those lows, might not be a bad spot just in case it's going to be that kind of fake out move, need to pull all the way back in before coming down lower. So I don't think that's a terrible idea, but if it's going to dump and run to the downside, again, in at a great price, like you said, Jack, you don't want to cut it or start trimming too early and then watch the market just absolutely sell off. That pain can often be worse on your P&L than just taking the full stop or stop and break even if you need to.
Getting a little wiki down here on this 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
Indeed, last trade for those listening not able to watch. Last trade in the S&P is 58.22, and the NQ 20,374. Last trade, pretty much still muted open here. And house account is short from 58.22 halves. Jack, what was your reading on the numbers this morning? CPI and the initial jobless.
I mean, like a lot of them, they weren't too far off one way or another. When I do the news later, I'll go into how the seasonally, like the unadjusted seasonally inflation numbers are pretty much right in line with what they've been. And the jobless claims not too far off one way or another, but I think there could be a lot of people that are looking for a reason to sell a little bit here. So it won't take much. The interest rates, which I'll also go over when we get to that.
Yep. Cool.
Interesting stuff in the Fed watch. We're kind of set now on looking at a 1/4 point cut, but we'll get to that a little bit later.
All right. Sounds good.
Gold right now, 73% long in the gold. Average price, 26.3640.
36.40. All right, so they're in the money. S&P's 58.21 half last trade. Look at the Dow,
3% short.
71. Yes, in the ES, we are one of them. Although this is a live account.
Throw it in the average, Andre.
Throw it in the average, indeed. All right, Zach. Got our eyes on this Dow.
Something important here. Amanda's pointing out is we are currently fighting at the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, which is right there.
58.21.
1875. Thank you, Amanda. Thanks for pointing that out.
All right, well, we got CPI, we got Coke. We do have some more speakers. Eddie, seems like they've been talking a lot this week. All the Fed speakers. I don't know if they're saying much, but they are talking. So what do we got on the calendar for today, Eddie? I'm seeing a couple names. I don't know if I'm seeing them all. Eddie, what do we got?
Yeah, coming up here in a little bit here, we've got Barkin going to be speaking. We've also got our natural gas storage. We do have the one and only FOMC member, Williams, going to be speaking. 10:30, 4-week, 8-week bill auction. High noon 30-year bill. And a little later on in the afternoon, we got a Fed budget balance. And later on, after that, the Fed balance sheet. That's all we've got right now. And eyes on the prize. And I expect some other Feds to sort of jump in the pool here today. So back to you, Andre.
Thank you. All right, Zach, no trades just yet. We are coming back down to those 663s in the Dow last trade. 675. I know you're saying you're remain patient. What would you look for? What are you looking for in terms of price action to perhaps pull the trigger on a trade in the YM? And also, why'd you go over to the YM? What changed?
Yeah, a little. I'll answer a couple of those. Yes, I had the most experience with Dow initially trading CFDs coming over from Forex. Traded US 30 for a while. Just got comfortable on it. It's got this kind of big wicky back and forth zone to zone movement that I can work with on a little bit higher time frames. I swapped over to ES mainly as a risk management decision on the 50K accounts back before TopstepX, and we were allowed to trade full size with micros. I wanted to be able to size down pretty considerably. I was trading NQ, was trading Dow. So the ES was just a little bit slower moving, a little bit more controlled. Got comfortable there, but just not really providing the type of movement that I like. And now that if I'd like to, I know I'm on the mini here. If I'd like to, I could trade micros in pretty big size up to 50 with TopstepX and a 50K combine or XFA. So back on the pair that I do like for the moment. Again, kind of in its own world. It can be a little bit difficult to work with sometimes, but I like the big movement. I like the back and forth. It seems to really respect, just for whatever reason, the nice discretionary support and resistance, supply and demand areas of interest that I mark up on my chart, and gives me nice cheap trades to work with. So I'm a little bit more aggressive on entries. Like I'll enter counter trend on a 5-minute, kind of fade the short-term trend in favor of the long-term trend. It can be frustrating to work with on days where it's completely just not correlated at all with S&P and NASDAQ and really just doing its own thing. So honestly, I've tried to stop watching NASDAQ and ES so much, like to be aware of those markets. But if you're trading ES on the Dow chart, it's probably not going to go so well for you. So
Tricky to say the least.
Yeah. Look at the markets you're trading.
Yeah, got to be on the chart that you're trading. So for right now on Dow, again, if I'm not taking this thing short right here for the break, it could happen. I'm tempted to honestly look long from this zone. I think it would provide a really cheap trade back up to VWAP. there's a nice edge fill stat that is a gap fill. Yesterday's closing price gets filled very often. Today's a gap down. We got a level up here that they have provided by their system. I'd look for just a quick wick back up, but again, I don't have it in me right after red folder news. So we're coming up, 15 minutes. Coming up on 15 minutes. I like to kind of wait about that long if I'm going to hold off. So I'm gonna stay patient right now. That's where I'm at on this. Like to see a breakdown or a retest up here. Again, I'm not going to take it long. If we come all the way back up, we start to get some momentum back down. Sellers looking like they're stepping in. Maybe just some 5 minute, a 5 minute bar to the downside. I may look to take it short. Stop loss, well above the highs or just above a level of structure that would give me a nice invalidation point. So that's my mindset right now here on Dow.
Awesome. Good stuff. We've got
Jack, how you feeling about this?
Yeah, Jack, how are you feeling about this?
I'm of the opinion I'm cool taking along if we want to support Zach on it, but unless we're like going into a trade long, I kind of feel like we put in our risk. Let's let it play out, because if this breaks through the lows of the day here off the CPI number, there's a lot of room, right? Will we probably be wrong? Yes, but it's for $1,900. So if we go for something that's more like 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, I can deal with that.
Again, guys, I like your trade. I like the ES short. I don't want to contradict that. I think it's a play for the breakout and a big move to the downside. A quick long, something that I'm talking about on Dow, it's really just this playing off of volatility right around the open. The back and forth movement that Dow loves to just trade over VWAP that I notice. So, I wouldn't be holding anything long for the day, for break of highs. It would just be a quick move. And I'm not taking it for that reason, just because I think we could see some volatility. If we're not going to, we're just going to chop. I don't want to be caught in that, but I still like the short, guys. I'd look to trim if we're going to crack right now.
We're cracking.
And maybe manage risk, but that's going to be up to you guys.
You got a bid in for one.
Yeah, because I could see this thing start to crack the lows, pull that classic US indice, come back up, take everybody out, sweep highs, and then
just one for the break here.
Beautiful.
One to the trading guides. ES, see some sellers. NQ as well. Like Zach saying, Dow just kind of doing its own thing right now. Gold seeing some buyers, and crude trading sideways, 74.19 last trade in crude oil.
Is there an area to trim risk?
58.15.
Going with yes.
Trade.
Yes. There definitely is. We have one off, so we're down to 4. Okay,
yes.
New lows.
There you go.
Here.
I've moved the order that shall not be named to 58.24.
Here we go. Take one more, Hogue.
Coach J likes
one done. 3 left.
There we got.
Nice.
Coach J likes a target of 57.90.
That's juicy.
I mean, that's music to our ears over here. Keep that coming.
Coach Paul is also saying buys are not showing up. Short, yes, target 58 even.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at that 58. Little level of structure looking left. I think that's
where the market really accelerated yesterday to the upside. Those late spike bases down below 5,800.
Okay.
Last trade 50.15. What's up, Jack?
The order that shall not be named, Hogue. Where we got it?
It is 58.22 half.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. 24 even. 24 even. And the reason is this little swing high right here.
Yeah, I really like that.
Sort of, we could trim even more risk on it down to like 18, but it's not a very strong swing high there.
We got 3 on right now. House count short 3. Last trade
Correct.
58.14.
Jack,
14,
did
50,
you mention 57.95?
Yeah, I think Coach Jay was talking about 95s or 90s.
Yeah, John Jones also mentioned that in the daily levels here from Adam Mancini.
Right. It's got the same target or similar.
It's a flag breakout point.
Okay, we tested a little below the lows from CPI. Above them now, make or break.
Mhm.
Bit of a muted open here, about 20 minutes in to the New York trading session. Again, we're joined by Zach B making his debut on Fast Markets. What do you think, Zach B? So far, so good?
Loving it, man. Loving it. It's awesome. Right into a house account trade, working through these markets. It's it's good stuff, man. I was going to make a comment on the stop loss placement. I really like the move of not just jumping right to break even. I think it can be tough to leave a little bit of risk on the table, but if it makes sense to have a stop loss based on structure or a tool that you're using that's a little bit above, a little bit below, wherever it is, rather than just wherever your entry is, put the stop loss there. I think it's a hard thing to do, just to leave a little bit of risk on, but I think that's a really powerful move, and it can keep you from just getting clipped at break even. And you know that you wouldn't have had a stop loss there initially unless your entry was right there. You'd probably have it, 3 or 4 points up based on whatever structure you have looking left or a VWAP line. So I think that's a good demonstration on this one to point out to guys.
Zach,
on risk management.
I think it's a good reason always, if you're going to buy or sell something, to have an actual reason that you want to. So if you let it go far enough in your favor that then there's a reason like, well, if it comes back this, it's invalidating now, then yeah, by all means trim risk. But generally you don't want to sell it right where you bought it or vice versa.
Right,
Absolutely.
right. And that's the point.
Thank you, Hank.
Hank, indeed. Hey, you got 75% long in gold. We did see, still got 62% long in the 62% short in the ES. Look at that tilt.
We want them all to get paid.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm watching Dow pull all the way back up. This
sure did.
This would have played on the long side. Nice this move back there. VWAP and looks like we're gonna go fill this this gap down level from Edgeful.
All right,
I'm gonna watch.
We're flat now. We got our stop hit.
Okay.
Yes, Vitor. We should have taken a profit in retrospect. But
I mean, there you go.
We got hindsight capital in the house.
Yes, comment of the day so far. Leader of the clubhouse. Leader of the clubhouse. Indeed, we did take profit.
I mean, yeah, we did take. We should have exactly.
Profit,
yeah,
right?
we should have. Yeah, we did. We're up. We made $500 on the trade.
$500.
Yeah. What was original risk on that one, guys? You said 19 or
19?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Jack. So is that the kind of risk reward? I mean, we risked 19, made 5. Is that? That's not exactly.
We were looking.
We had the potential for a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got gold knocking on the door for a new high here. 75% long, 26.38.66, and 76% in the money.
So Dow, NASDAQ, and ES all have similar looking charts, looking at the 5 minute at least.
Is
weird.
I still, at least right now, still like the short.
Because they couldn't take it high. Well, we can get a better. Excuse me, we can get a better price up here.
Well, if we have the opportunity, I'm fine with that. But Zach, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm eyeballing a short on Dow. Again, I'd like a move all the way up. It would be kind of breaking structure to the upside, but again, Dow just pulls these really big sweeps of highs and lows before it decides what the heck it wants to do. And I'd like a cheap short from up here. If I'm wrong and we blast off, I'm wrong quick. But I think it would give me a good target and a way to manage risk just on the way back down to VWAP. So I'm going to look to see if we get up around these highs here, right around this discretionary level I have marked just coming off. coming off these highs here.
And we just took out the anchored view app from the 730 CPI bar. Back to session view app right now in the S&P is 58.27. Right at the high of the opening range.
Yes.
Still wouldn't have hit our initial stop here yet.
Is that at 32? I think that we kind of set ourselves up there, Andre, where if we had just been kind of rigid and done just a pure 1-to-1 or something like that, would have been a real heartbreaker. Now, we wouldn't have been stopped out yet, but our 1-to-1, I think, would have been at 58.12, and the low price traded is 58.12.75.
That'd be a heartbreaker.
That would be a tough one.
That'd be a tough pill to swallow. Hey.
But we can always do the 10% rule.
Absolutely. We could also
get
it short again.
A little more flexible with shorts, too, because the market goes up.
Hey, Jack, when you said gut punch, what do you mean by that? Give the market a gut punch.
Oh, just like where people are positioned. Like an example of a gut punch would be the people who are trading were betting on the yields to fall, right? Like in the 10-year. They've had a bad couple weeks right now when things have been... There's a couple different types of gut punch. There's like the bad beat gut punch, and then there's the gut punch of knowing you're mispositioned and having it just rammed down your throat.
Wow.
Yikes.
I've been there.
Getting caught off sides.
This isn't monopoly money we're playing with.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's real money. Real trades, real traders, real executions, only a top step. All right, buyers are in the house now. 58.30 last trade in the ES. NQ following suit as well. 20,380 last trade.
58.30 weekly kickoff high.
8.30s weekly kickoff high. Good risk management there. Took a peek beneath. Buyers did step in.
I think it was handled really well, guys. Again, quick crack below. This could be the move back up before another move down. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But I think trimming some and managing risk, able to come out of that one a winner while leaving, the money on the table to capitalize if the market did sell off. That could have been a very, very nice trade. So I don't think it was managed way too tight. I don't think it was cut too early.
What's going to happen?
Contrary to popular belief, I have no idea what's going to happen in this next moment. That's the way that I function here.
Yeah.
I thought we found him.
I know. Michael's been looking for.
Sorry, guys.
MJ's been looking for. Michael's been looking for the MJ of traders. That we were looking for a fortune teller, future teller. Hey, but real quick, upper left-hand corner, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. You can use hashtag Fast Markets or use hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Twitter or at X, at Topstep TV. Submit to your trader station setups, memes, swag, performance dashboard, analytics, whatever you want. You got to follow us on Twitter at Topstep TV. All right, so everyone's flat right now. I know Zach was eyeing a short in the Dow.
Still waiting on this one, man.
Okay,
still waiting on this. Didn't come all the way up. Didn't fill this gap. Didn't sweep the 930 high. Again, I'd like it as a nice cheap short, but I don't know that I'm going to get it. We may come all the way back down from here. Again, I'm trying not to get caught up in this chop. If we're wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'd like to be wrong quick, and I'd like to have a nice cheap trade from the extreme. If we are going to chop a little bit, it'd give me a way to manage risk, maybe get stop loss a little bit tighter or to break even, trim some down in the middle of the range if we are going to just crack to the upside. So again, I'm staying a little bit more patient today. Just I was expecting even more volatility than this, honestly.
It's not a bad thing. Kind of staying patient. Not a bad. I'm going on record right now. I still like the short, but we just gave up these new apps again. And
right. If you like it, look for a place and let's do it. Just assign the risk. I will say that we'd still be in this trade. Like we're at our old entry, and we have checked on our like 1-to-1 of that. We've checked within a point and a half. It traded up to 58.30 half, and it traded down to 53.12 3/4. So that's something else.
It's just dancing around these VWAPs, man. I don't think there's anything I could do here.
Well, we want to go to the short. We got the better price. And gold's still pushing higher here. Something to keep an eye on. It's up about $12 since the open. Last trade 26.46. Open around 26.34.
Finally filled that gap to the downside after the 730 number, and it's been pretty much buyers ever since. Gold.
The gold.
Yeah.
They're still by the.
We're saying that breakout in gold to the downside below weekly kickoff low. I was saying in the opening call, I'm like, it didn't impress me. It did not impress me, and it's already kind of heading in the opposite direction now. You always got to be thinking,
Yep.
Well,
why
you got to always be thinking.
What would make you impressed?
All right, so here's the daily. That's the S&Ps. That's not what I'm looking for. Here we go. So here's the daily. All right. So Tuesday, we broke below last week's low. Yesterday, we broke and closed below the weekly kickoff low. But when you look at volume was putrid yesterday. It was nothing. We did add a little bit of open interest, I think, but only 1,600. And the open interest since we put in this high has been waffling up one day, down one day, up one day, down one day, up one day, down one day. I don't think that there was any longer time frame conviction in that push to the downside yesterday. We couldn't even take out the previous day's low. Then finally, one of the things that we've been talking about is what doesn't happen. We haven't been able to close this gap. The 730 number hits, we close the gap and come right back up, back above weekly kickoff high. So the breakout to below the weekly kickoff low is a failure. If the breakout fails, you got to go in the opposite direction. Now we're back at last week's low. If we can't hold that, then we continue this move to the upside.
Did not impress Hogue.
Did not impress me.
Oh,
yes, it takes a lot to impress me.
That was a good answer.
I knew he had it for me. He Hogue doesn't just say stuff. I know there's something in there, but yes, the volume did push. No push, no conviction, no follow through. And speaking of that,
no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. On to the next inning.
Bottom of the second. Yes. Well, speaking of no, we are just in a bit of a holding pattern here. Last trade in the ES, pretty much our entry. That first trade, 58.24. Gold, the only one really moving right now. Oh, we do have a 70% long on the NQ tilt average price. 20,367.
Now I'm totally with Zach, who actually sees into the future, that we really want to wait until there's a little bit more range established here before we start looking for any other opportunities. I'd like to see the initial balance and see if there's any play on either extreme. Love to see a failed upside auction today, or even a failed downside auction for that matter. We're still in range, still in value. There's not a lot to do.
Remarkable stasis for the CPI Wednesday. Or sorry, today's Thursday. Yeah. Thank God.
Remember when inflation was like the number? Now it's just, looks like they got it under control onto employment, I suppose.
Well, as long as we're chopping around, you want me to... Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
I was going to say, are car batteries more expensive these days? My wife went into the garage and all we heard was the solenoid click, 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 click.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
No. Well, better now than when it's like 20 below.
Just going to say that.
Oh, yeah,
Eddie.
she's stuck somewhere? Yeah, forget that.
I was just going to say that. At least it's still warm.
Guys, I'll stand behind a product. I have one of those battery remote starters that you just keep in a bag in your car, and it's like the best $70-$80 you can buy. You can just jump your own car.
There you go. I have one of those as well.
I have one of those
behind
somewhere.
that as well.
Exactly. Endorses it.
Preparation.
You don't have to call your friends. You don't have to call AAA. You just hop out and charge your own battery.
I like it.
I have one of those somewhere. I should probably keep it in the car.
There you go.
Hey, if Danielle wants the views, maybe I'll use it on myself at some point. Live for TV.
Oh.
See how it is. All right. With that, let's hit a few news stories as long as we're kind of shopping around here. Maybe we'll spend the whole day. That'd be incredible in our little range there. That won't happen. We know this is breaking out one way or the other. I I mentioned earlier about CPI, and I thought this was an interesting chart here, is that if we look at it without the seasonal adjustments, it's comparable to last year's month-over-month rate. Roughly, we're in line with what you would expect. 2024 is I'll call this color teal line there, if you can see it. So once again, not a huge miss, beat, however you want to look at it, one way or another on those numbers today, which leads to our update on the Fed Watch, which what I'm showing is a screenshot. Let me just look real quick to make sure. Okay, we are at an 87% chance to update it of a quarter point interest rate cut, 13% chance of no cuts at all. That has been a major change recently. If we look at the 2-10s chart that I love to look at here, this is the difference between the 10-year and 2-year yield. It did, in fact, bounce. We tested down at that blue line right there is where it would become inverted. We tested down to it as the 10-year's been rising over the last couple days, but bounced off it pretty hard and kind of shocking off that. We're up a good deal today. I'd have to look because, once again, this is a screenshot. Scrolling through my stuff.
It did go inverted for a hot second again.
Yeah, we're still up on it. So, just briefly, but keep an eye on that because there's going to be a battle if this gets back down towards the zero. And then real quick, a story that's not here. Toledo police, a 9-year-old ran over his father who was teaching him to drive.
Nice.
This is a generous description of what happened because the father in question was arrested for negligence. He was teaching his 9-year-old how to back up the car while he was inebriated. The dad, not the 9-year-old. Was standing with the door open and got pulled by it and dragged beneath the car. So tough day when you get both run over and arrested for the same event.
Damn 9-year-olds.
No mercy whatsoever.
You're 9-year-old to drive. You want to make sure that you're not drunk when you do it. Just going to throw that out there for the chat in case you have a small child you want to teach how to back the car up. Probably don't want to be drunk when you do it.
Sage advice.
Yeah, it's hard enough to teach a 16-year-old to drive.
9-year-old. What are you doing?
Yeah, while you're drunk.
Yeah.
You could be drunk if you're teaching a 16-year-old, but 9-year-old.
It's okay then. Oh man,
that's
I mean,
very
you have
drunk, guys.
Can you imagine being like one of those driving teachers who does nothing but all day for work with like 15-year-old drivers? Terrible.
Yeah.
Kind of a funny story with teaching my son to drive. We went to a parking lot. I sat him and, this is forward, this is back. Let's pull forward, hit stop, hit the brakes, get the feel for it. Drive around the parking lot a few times, back up a few times, try and back into a parking lot, trying to get up to the line and stop right at the line. All the things that my dad did with me. Did that a couple of times, and I figure, all right, now we're ready to pull out of the garage.
Oh boy!
We get in the car. He said, set everything up, get your seat right, get your mirrors right, get everything right. And when you're ready, put it in reverse and just slowly back out of the car. You know what to do. You look behind you, make sure there's nobody there. Well, he says, okay, I'm ready. So he puts the car in gear, but he puts it in forward and drives right into the refrigerator that's right in front of the car.
Oh, that's gonna be a good sign.
I just looked at him. I'm like, really?
Next time I see him, I will bring that story up, Hogue.
Don't. Luke's a good kid, man. Luke's a good kid. Hey, speaking of cars and such, it is Prime Day on Amazon, and I was checking out some of these boosters. It's a great idea if you don't have one for your car. You should look to invest in one. God forbid, your wife or your daughter or your son or even you are stuck somewhere. These do work. It's going to be a cold one this year.
A booster seat there, Eddie. I thought you were thinking that you needed to order yourself a booster seat to reach the.
Well, I do. I'm
windshield
sitting
or
on one
something.
right now. I need one for the car.
Eddie still has to face backwards in the car.
Like in the station
It's a
wagons.
hell of a way to drive, though, I tell you.
Ugh. Well, markets are a bit of a holding pattern. We do have, I see Goolsby speaking on CNBC right now. Again, he's not a voting member. This does seem to be a mouthpiece for the Fed when they want to put someone out there. Kind of like Kashkari.
All right. We would have been stopped
Good
out
way to
right
put it,
there.
Andre. Right.
There we go, Jack.
Yep, there it
All
is.
right. So we've reached our conclusion. Yes. So we handled it quite well. Vitor, I think we made it out all right. But yes, there could have been. We left some profits on the table.
We didn't really like the price action we were getting, and Amanda reminded us of that afternoon pullback low from yesterday. Thank you again, Amanda.
Amanda,
I think
yes.
the fact that we profited on that trade is good management.
Agree.
100%. Yeah, I'm a mindset guy. You know, I recognize you got to trade your system. You got to let the odds play out in your favor. But there's a part of starting the day, 500 in profit on a small win rather than a full stop out for $1,900. And it's a much better position to be in looking for a second trade if you're up a quarter of what you were risking. So no shame in that. Money left on the table, yes, in pursuit of that larger profit. But risk managed really well. And, today it worked out really nice. Maybe on another day, the thing just absolutely sells off. We had closed, 1 or 2 and everybody in chat says, you cut your trade early. You got to let your winner run.
Yeah.
There's always, there's always going to be a better way, right? So if your guys are going to actively manage trades, be discretionary with your trade management on the front end, accept that you're not going to hit it every day. You should have some consistency, some systems in place for the way that you do it. But recognize it's a balance. It's not going to be perfect every day. Use your experience, your discernment of price action to manage it, and accept that you're never going to catch every last tick. That's just the nature of trading.
Goolsby saying
Very well
overall
put.
trend.
Very well
Overall
put.
trend for inflation is going down. Overall trend is what's important, not the day-to-day fluctuations. We're shattering there. We are seeing 74% long in NASDAQ right now on the tilt. Average price, 20,385. About 20 points in the money. Last trade, 20,407.
See, Andre, I made that
Eddie?
call. He wasn't even on the list. They're going to be, Goolsby was speaking yesterday, and we didn't see anything. So, caught me by surprise. Thanks, Andre.
Coming out of the woodwork. Fed speaker here, Fed speaker there.
Little termite.
Adrian,
You never know when they're going to start blabbing.
Yeah, here we go. Just impromptu CNBC appearance. Adrian asks, where's Patak? Michael has been in meetings all week, traveling. I do believe we'll be back on Topstep TV next week.
He passed the Series 30 yesterday.
He did pass the Series 30 yesterday. He was stressing. Oh, man, he passed it, though. He said that test was not fun. Not fun.
Did you take that one, Andre, as well?
Series 3. Really nice. Series 3. No 30 for me just yet. Yeah. See how much he wants us to. But, yeah, Series 3 coming up end of the month. Or in a few weeks, I should say.
Nice, dude. I'm just starting to study myself. I made that conscious decision to get started. Got the test prep stuff rolling. Awesome. I was a finance major originally before I swapped over to management and marketing. School of business I went to, but that math stuff is tough, man. The calculation stuff is tough.
That's what's gonna get me. But yeah,
you'll knock it out.
That's what got me yesterday. That math stuff was one of my biggest issues. All these hypotheticals absolutely stumped me on a few. Definitely studied the math portion.
Man.
Definitely studied
Gabe,
the math
did they give you a really crappy little calculator to use?
Dude, they did, and it kept glitching out. So I just had to keep using the digital one on the computer, which honestly, the digital one was better because the one in front of you, the physical one can't go certain digits past. It just gives you E, it E's out or errors out once you go past a certain digit. But the digital one on the computer would obviously give you much more room. So when you get up into the millions in terms of potential size or, that was helpful. But Yeah, really crappy calculator. Gave you these manual, gave you a little whiteboard marker and these little, I don't know, drawing boards essentially to draw out all your stuff.
Really?
Look really outdated. Yeah. And then super strict on going in. You know, they essentially make you empty out your pockets, show that you don't have a strap on you. They basically, you know, can't bring in anything with you. A strap as in like weapon, metal detector, sweeps, all that kind of stuff. Not the other one, Eddie. Good Lord.
You never know. I mean, you never know.
Do they
Maybe I
fingerprint
should
you?
enunciate better. I was thinking they had a fingerprint reader on the desk in front of me. I was thinking they were going to when they took my ID. And I thought they'd give me issues because I had a Florida ID and I was living in Minnesota, but they let me slide.
Dang.
Well, when I went, they gave me an abacus. It said, "Good luck there, idiot."
Oh boy.
Yeah. Wasn't fun.
Ray liked that joke. I see Ray in the green room. What's up, Ray? We'll get to you here very shortly. Okay, Zach,
Looking
last
at the
trade
markets,
in.
man.
Yeah, man. Hey, that's
Sorry,
what,
Andre, I was going to do it.
No.
Yeah. Looking
This is what's
looking
good.
at Dow.
GB hanging around. Yeah, Dow's not
Yeah,
doing much.
right-
42.70.
Right at VWAP, man.
VWAP. VWAP in the Dow, VWAP in the NASDAQ, VWAP in the ES. Just chilling. Looking at gold. See if gold wants to push this thing higher. Hey, we got 77% long in NASDAQ right now as it continues to move higher. They're about 30 points.
The Dow is definitely the laggard. The Dow hasn't even taken out the high of the opening range yet.
Nope. No, we have not. Really just almost a Dorito pattern, right? If I'm going for my Dovey,
Say Doritos, not Dolby. Not Dolby.
get the Dorito glasses out. Not quite, but yeah, just really chopping around VWAP. I don't like this as much for a short anymore. I would have really liked sweep down below these lows, pull back up really aggressively, just taking everybody out, maybe of stops, kind of coming up here, sweep the highs, and then look for that really aggressive momentum to continue to the downside. If we slowly start to just trickle up here, I don't want to just short a really slow trend to the upside. So I'm in the wait and see pattern. Only thing that I had today that maybe I'm taking on another day is right down here, 935, 940 along, really aggressive. Again, not really waiting for any confirmation. Cheap trade and just really targeting back to VWAP. I like those ones right around the open on Dow, but they can bite you, man. They can bite you. I was short yesterday a couple times on Dow, and I don't have to explain how that one played out, but it's
they just punished the shorts.
It's
Punished shorts.
Hey, we got crude, 86% long here in crude, with a 74.40 here average price, and almost 80% of people are in the money here. Who's riding crude? Who's trading crude here?
Crude, the tilt's in the money. NASDAQ in the money. Hey, VIP week. We are taking VIP name submissions this week, but we do have a VIP program in session still. And I'm going to throw it to JD right now. JD, you got, hey, come on in, JD. Come on, Coach Ray. Let's do this.
What's up, guys? We got Coach Ray from the Stop Hunters here. We're on a tight schedule. We got to get Ray back to his day job, so let's burn through this real quick. How you doing,
Back
Ray?
to some math. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks.
Good to see you, man. All right, let's take a look at that overall
Likewise.
leaderboard,
Likewise.
please, guys. No change on this from yesterday. Coach Ray Stop Hunters still sitting with 4 traders in the XFA. He's leading the league on pass rate right now. 31.5% pass rate from trading combine to XFA. Still has 37 combines eligible for funding. Out of those 54 traders total, 2 have taken payouts worth $3,836. There is your summary. Let's take a look at the top 5 traders in the VIP experience right now. We got Travis up top of the Lunatics. Monique on the Stop Hunters, Ashley and Jeremy on the Stop Hunters. Coach Ray is dominating the top 5 right now. 3 traders in the top 5. Nicely done, Coach Ray. We're going to talk about Monique
Ray.
in just a second.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank them.
Here are the top 5 on the Stop Hunters. Monique, Ashley, Jeremy, Ruffle, and Steven. We're going to talk about a couple of these traders in just a second. I got a trading card for Monique all set up, but I also want to talk about Ruffle for a minute. All these traders doing pretty good. Well, Jeremy, took a bit of a hit. He was positive yesterday. He was up, I think, $150 yesterday. Took a bit of a drawdown. Raffles kind of knocking on the door of possibly exiting. We're going to take a look at his trade report in just a second. And Stevens getting pretty close to passing that trading combine. Just about $1,300 away right now, $1,200. All right, let's pull up that trading card for Monique. Top trader on the Stop Hunters, number 2 on the overall leaderboard, trading out of Rockville, Maryland, in that 100K XFA VIP account. Average daily P&L, $214, looking good. She's spreading around a couple different products. She's also trading micros on all these products, S&P, Dow, Gold, and NASDAQ. Nice 2.5 to 1 risk to reward, reward to risk ratio, I should say. Yeah. And not trading a whole lot, 5 to 6 trades a day, averaging about 20 lots a day. So
that's key.
Doing it right, yeah. A couple $100 a day. Eligible for payouts. Monique has taken a payout. Are you in contact with Monique on a daily basis? I know you.
Monique is. I know she's been kind of knocking it out of the park here, but I haven't really. I don't recall ever having an exchange with her.
That's cool. I'm looking at her trade report right now. I mean, been in this account for 23 days already. 43% win rate, winning day rate. Everything looks good.
Yeah, I mean, what strikes me is the winning percentage, right? Is not I guess you would say, oh my God, she's knocked it out of the park. But notice her reward to risk. It's reward to risk is far more important for me as a measure than this win rate, right? I think we get all kind of wrapped around the axle when we're not at 100% win rate, right? Who wins at 100%, right? But this just goes to show that if you manage your risk right, you don't have to have such a great winning percentage and to be profitable.
That is the truth for sure. I do not have a trading card for Raffle, but I just want to talk about him for a second. He's less than $1,000 away from hitting that max loss limit right now. Raffle, if you're listening, it's time to right the ship. How about a few words of encouragement for this trader? Trader micro gold, micro crude, micro S&P, micro NASDAQ. He was on the up and up for a while. He's been taking drawdowns 7 of the last 10 trading days, it looks like. He's been in this account for 16 total trading days. He's got a winning day percentage of 38%. But again, less than $1,000 from hitting that max loss limit. How about a shout out for Raffle? A few words of encouragement. Let's get him on the right path.
Yeah, Raffle, I mean, don't hesitate to reach out. Come into the room. Let's talk through it. I think it's just a matter of kind of maybe righting the ship, maybe righting the mindset a little bit and getting you back on track. So hang in there, manage your risk, keep those stops tight, and we'll get you back on track in no time.
Awesome. Any other traders in particular you want to give a shout out to?
I would say Ashley. Ashley is a consistent attendant. She attends the sessions all the time. She always challenges me with questions around mindset and process. And she's, how we say, kind of the slow and steady wins the race kind of person. You know, she's definitely a firm believer of that view.
Awesome. Great job, Ashley. Ashley also in the top 5 on the Stop Hunters board right now. All right, Ray, that's what I got for you. You guys got any questions? We'll wrap this up and let Ray get back to work. Ray's,
Ray, you got time for one question?
One question from home.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Fire away.
So with all of us studying for the Series 3 and many of us really not doing a lot of serious studying over the last 40 years, do you have any recommendations on how to get back into being a good studier?
Great question.
That's an excellent question, Hogue. I would say that maybe, take it slow. Make sure that, things have kind of moved to more digital, ways of doing things. So maybe watch a YouTube session or two on some aspect of maybe the Series 3. Maybe they might be available out there. I find that, sometimes it's easier to watch something than to read something and learn and then go from there. So, but yeah, take it slow. 15-minute bursts. I know our attention span is not all that great. We get to kind of an advanced stage, so little bursts.
I like
Thanks, Ray.
Right
That's a
on.
good idea. And
Pretty
give yourself
standard
plenty
right
of
there,
time.
We're going to do
Yes,
that.
give yourself plenty of
Thanks.
time. Absolutely.
Thank you, Ray.
All right.
Later, Ray.
All right, get back to work, Ray.
All right.
Thanks, Ray.
I'll see you guys in a little
Thanks.
bit too.
No,
Sounds good, Jay. We'll see you in a bit, Jay.
We're talking about Ray and work, but have we explained what he does? Did we mention that?
What does he do, Eddie?
Well, he's a teacher. Perfect person to ask that question, John. Math.
He's a math teacher.
too, so he is off to teach numbers. Cool, man. Total respect for that man.
100%. A great guy.
Hogue,
Awesome.
Known Ray for a few
Ray's
years.
love teachers. My brother's a teacher. And Hogue, if you need any help specifically on the test math, let me know. I actually used to teach GMAT courses for a little bit.
You did? What? What?
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to bother you, Jack, for sure.
I was on a state championship math team in high school too, man.
Oh, man. Wait a minute.
A mathlete?
I was a
the
mathlete.
What is going
We got
on?
we got a day off school because our football team wasn't going to win the state championship, and they give you a day off if you win one. So they kind of were like, math's good enough. So we got a day off, and the nerds were the heroes for a day. I'll tell you that.
God bless them nerds.
Good. GMAT, huh? Used to teach the GMAT.
Awesome.
Who knew?
Jack, I
Didn't
got a
have that on my
question for you,
bingo
man.
card. Didn't have that on my bingo card at all today.
I stopped. I taught 2 sessions for a company that shall not be named. And I don't know if I've told this story before, but I think I could teach the SAT or something like that. What I can't teach is something like the GMAT, which is adults, and the adults are the people paying for it.
Who knew?
Very difficult crowd to work with.
Different dynamic there.
Yes.
Zach.
Very, very difficult crowd, and take out their anger if they cannot understand something on it. So, yeah,
Just
I was
your
terrified.
fault.
That was like the worst public speaking experience of my life because I had never taught before. Teaching is hard, man. Like to get in front of a bunch of kids every Monday morning and teach 6 classes or something. Mad respect.
Yeah, kids that don't want to be there, majority. Right.
Even better.
On a Monday.
All right. Well, here we go. This is what Zach was kind of talking about. Doing its own thing. It looked like NASDAQ wanted to give it a push higher last trade, 20,004. Get a peek to the downside.
Got its own mind.
690. It does have its own mind. Zach,
Yeah.
you said that you don't really, obviously you can't trade the Y. I'm looking at the ES and the NQ. What do you look at? Are there any indicators out there? Anything, any pairs, any correlations, anything with the Dow that you can look at?
I really don't love the correlation thing. It's just a personal preference. I like the tools that I do use. My chart, as far as the candlestick chart here on TopstepX, is pretty simple. Almost monotone colors, VWAP, some horizontal levels that I got made fun of for saying last time, but areas of interest, so I don't get yelled at by calling them the wrong name. Yeah, on the side, I run Bookmap. I like to look at the book, pay attention to where we might have big levels of liquidity popping up. Today and yesterday, not helping me out at all. Earlier this week, worked out really, really nicely with Bookmap. But yeah, I'm just not. I'm not the watch gold, watch crude oil. What's something on the dollar doing? I think it works really, really well for guys, but it's just all about finding that special mix. So I think you got guys like Rips that are able to take in so much information, right? He's watching what, NVIDIA and Apple are doing. He's got Bookmap over on the side. He's watching the DOM. He's reading the tape. And that works really well for him. He scalps that momentum. You got guys like Dakota that seem to just run, the 100 tick and the 5 minute. And he's got stuff over on the side as well that he's taking into consideration. But just a much simpler approach, just a different approach, and they both make it work really, really well. So yeah, for me, man, I did it for a while, especially in Forex. I would watch correlations between different pairs. I'd really be paying attention to what's going on across a lot of different instruments. But again, like yesterday on my live stream on YouTube, one of the improvements I noted for myself, my journal, don't trade NASDAQ and ES on the YM chart. I'm watching them on the side. They're starting to sell off, or they're looking weak. Dow's pushing. I'm looking to jump into that, and it's not in my plan. It's not how I back test. So I really shouldn't be taking that information in. So I'm really focused just on the market that I'm trading. Again, technical at its core, very little fundamentals. Like to pay attention to when, big news events are coming around, maybe some really important drivers on the outside. But just trade the chart, man. Trade the chart.
Like that. Trade what you see, Hogan. Uh-oh.
Hey, we just had natural gas hit the wire. They were looking at 76 billion cubic feet, coming in at 82 billion cubic feet. Another 30 minutes, and we got our good friend from the Fed, William, is going to be speaking. So heads up. Back to you, Andre.
Barking now, I think.
Is Barkin's on the schedule? I haven't seen anything yet.
No, nothing here yet.
Zach, I got to ask you, what do you call your areas of interest? Diving boards?
Support and resistance, areas of interest. Somebody in the chat said you can call them lines or rectangles. I just call them discretionary zones, right? If it's an objective level, like I'm going to mark out, a prior day high and low, come out to the daily maybe and mark right off the wick, something that can be defined by everybody. It's the same on your chart as the same as mine. An objective level. If I'm going to just mark it on the 5 minute off of some highs looking left, and the width is going to be based on my discernment of price. I maybe want to include these wicks over here on the 5 minute. Discretionary levels. I think I should stick with that. But I said horizontal levels, I think, on Power Hour, and Andre went, what that, as opposed to a vertical level? What are we talking about? But I used to say, I used to use like that. No, it's funny though. I used to say like support and resistance, or even like supply and demand kind of interchangeably. And there's always somebody to catch me on a nuance and say, no, supply and demand is, defined this way, and an order block is based on this. And listen,
we all have our vocabularies for that. I call them.
What's wrong with supply? What's wrong with resistance and what is wrong with that? Support.
I think some stuff is black and white, right? The way we discuss the market and specific market mechanics, some stuff around liquidity that I don't have to open up a can of worms there. But, a marking on the chart that's discretionary, support and resistance, I think that's pretty vague, and it can encompass my horizontal level on my chart here. But, I don't mind keeping it really simple, because, that's the way that I do it. So I don't have to come up with some super duper specific special marketable term, a box on the chart. Yes. That's it. No magic, man. Coming off of highs and lows.
Levels of inflection.
Yeah. And, to get more details from it, I'm looking at highs and lows, looking left. It's an area that I'd like to be tested multiple times. But again, discretionary. Like, this is a lot. I probably don't need this many down here. Some stuff sitting from yesterday. But just areas above and below price, looking at market structure, they're almost always going to come off of overnight highs and lows, prior day highs and lows, just by nature. Big impulsive moves off of them. That's what I want to see. And they seem to work well for me on Dow. On ES, I was a little bit more a fan of objective levels. It seemed to really respect prior day high and low, what I identified as overnight high and low from the session changeover. What's the high that's put in? What's the low that's put in before 9:30 a.m. Yesterday's volume point of control on ES, I like that level a lot. But, it's just about what works for you. I don't think there's any one best. I think there's guys out there that will say that, but everybody's strategy and approach is going to be slightly different. Your personality is going to be a little bit different. Your entries, your risk management. So test different stuff, experiment. And if you're searching for the holy grail of level combination, I think you're going to be on that search for forever. So that's my thoughts on that.
Nice.
That's the holy grail.
And nobody gets to yell at you about that.
I didn't yell at you, Zach. I didn't yell at you. I still
no. It was a valid question.
No, it wasn't me. Nobody's putting it up there on the Chiron. It was not me.
It's a valid question.
Sorry,
Horizontal level is not a
No.
standard term to be used. So
It's my beef with this industry. There's 5 different ways to say the same thing. And it's like we're all speaking a different language. We're all talking about the same thing, but saying it using different.
Well, it's like the
phrases.
English language. They're there, and there, and they all mean something different.
Exactly.
Yep. There's some camps out there that really lead into it, and I don't think it's so necessary, man. I spent so much time Googling, the difference between an order block or supply and demand or support and resistance, and getting, so nuanced, and you're spending so much time in areas that really don't matter. It's going to be the same thing anyway. So again, if you have something really specific that works, go for it. But
your 5, Zach B.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
tight first hour.
What do you think about that first hour? Jack, are you hanging out, or are we doing a line shift here in a little bit?
I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer. Can't get rid of me. Probably till about 10, we'll say.
The GMAT.
Then we'll get JD.
I would love to
JD
see you
in
teaching
there.
the GMAT to a bunch of Karens, dude. They're just lighting you up in this class and stuff, dude.
So much anger. I don't blame them either. It was a shitty teacher, but
so good.
But they're like working during the day because they're all the classes are at night, and they're all taking the GMAT probably to get out of the job they have now. So they're all already coming in hot, and then they got to deal with me for like 3 hours.
Oh, God,
It wasn't
3
meant to
hours.
be.
Oh man,
Jack, I got a question for you, if you don't mind. How did you
Go for
find
it.
that?
You're gonna run
that
for a
really
couple minutes. I'll be right
strong
back.
base.
sounds good.
Yeah, that
What's
really
up?
strong base in math to like translate over to trading. Did you find it really helpful? I've just heard so many different discussions on, you don't need to be college educated to trade and be the best of them versus you should really have a solid understanding of statistics and be able to pass, Calc 2.
Yeah, so I was the opposite way around, where I didn't go into trading because I liked trading. I graduated college in 2009, so I was a math. I was a math guy, and then when there were no jobs left, and I probably would have gone into like consulting or banking or something like that. The only places that were hiring at that point were prop shops. They were making a lot of money at the time. So I didn't know anything about trading until I got a job at a trading firm, basically because of math stuff. So I've always liked math. Math is great.
Nice. It was your lead into it, so that worked out.
Look at us. We're all here now, Jack. We're all in the same room. Virtual room.
This is where I was always destined to be.
But all right. Well, I guess I see my man JD. JD, we're gonna switch it up a little bit today. I see that we're not doing payouts and P&Ls just yet. What are we doing this time, JD?
We got a special request to start with hot streaks today.
What was that?
Yeah,
Roll?
Your funded trader.
Please give
Hot
me the good
streaks.
news. Give me the good news. What's he doing over
This
there?
guy, he fails to disappoint.
Yes. 67 days.
67 days on the board.
Dang,
$3
man.
yesterday.
Three.
$3 whole
We have-
dollars. That's a 4-day running total of $9 for Delesh over the last 4 trading days.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Good one.
All right.
What do you got, Jack?
Gabe, can we put me on the one-up? I wanted to show something that I had for Delesh, okay?
Oh, an
Been
ode.
overlooking something.
An ode to Delesh. I like this.
Yeah. Well,
You
no,
want
no.
to keep the board up,
Make me-
Jack?
Board. No. Kill the
Oh.
board. Make me full screen. All right, here we go.
Oh, look at this guy. Wants some FaceTime.
I want to show something that will make sense here. All right.
This is the Will Chamberlain.
Delesh, 100 days. There's something that has been looking us in the face this entire time, and I'm shocked we haven't figured out. If you
Who wrote
rearrange,
that?
I did, or my son. Okay, let's rearrange this here.
For the ISO, Jay. Look, he's so amused. He's
All right. I'm rearranging these
Oh boy, hold on.
Can you see where I'm going with this?
Brilliant, man. Brilliant.
This
We
is
need to
some beautiful
spell.
mind
Is that the
stuff
Charmin
right here.
guy with the bow
Yes.
tie?
Anyone could see it before I do it.
Well-
Let me know.
Watch this. Watch this magic.
You know who was staring us in the face the whole time?
Oh,
Come on. Oh, look at that.
That's
scary.
right.
And that, my friends, is
That
who
is what I
teaching
wanted
me.
to show
Oh,
there.
God.
Yes,
Incredible, Jack. Incredible.
that's scary. That's haunting.
It just got real, guys. We're not putting a quarter back.
And for in Delesh.
All right.
67 days.
I hope we don't. Actually, I take it. I hope we do get an email from Delesh about that one. I hope you're watching, Delesh. All right.
Yeah.
Daniel, 29 days worth $5,000. Mina, now at 27 days worth $6,800. Harjo at 26 days, $5,400. And Joseph, we lost Jamie on the list yesterday, so Joseph moved up a notch. 25 days, now worth $9,200. There are your funded trader hot streaks. We'll be back with P&Ls and some payouts. Wait till you see this payout number coming up in a little bit. Start getting your over-under
Ooh.
guesses ready.
Wow.
Start thinking
Sounds like
about
the
it.
over.
Now. All right.
Sounds like the over. Thank you.
It's impressive, man.
Yeah, which Delesh or the payout numbers?
Delesh.
Okay, yeah.
No, and the everybody underneath him as well. It's actually
It is.
you know
Those are very
securing a little more than $3 a day.
Yes. It's quite the story we're tracking. All right. Well, the YM just chilling 42,700. Call it crude oil trading $74.92. Gold up about above the highs, about $5 off the highs. Last trade 26.42. Yes, last trade 58.24. Pretty much our entry price on that opening range trade taken over an hour ago. Still looking at the same prices, so we're a bit of a holding pattern. It's okay. I was keeping an eye on that NASDAQ tilt. Somebody's
True,
hey,
80%
Eddie,
in the tilt.
Eddie, we got anything on a Barkin? I think I saw a thing. Didn't see much.
Just a couple right now. Minor. Fed Barkin says inflation is headed in the right direction. Oh, my God, it's a game changer. He also says housing demand could rise faster than supply. And, yeah, like I said, really nothing here yet.
On message.
But, but I got some good stuff coming up with announcements coming up in whenever we get time.
I think I'm ready. I'm ready when you are, Eddie.
Ready? Oh, okay.
If you're ready, I'm ready. We can throw it to you. Go ahead.
I am ready here. Coming up October 15th. You got this? Yes, October 15th. It's going to be a special day, folks. Mark your calendars. Dr. Brett Steenbarger is going to make his return to Topstep TV. He's going to be back with us the 15th of October, 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time for a special, I'm going to say that again, a special Trading Mindset AMA. Ask him anything. Could be an AHA. Anne-Marie is going to be with him, along with our good friend Hogue. And you don't want to miss this. If you miss the other two, we do have those recorded. So go to our Topstep YouTube, and you can find the previous sessions with Dr. Brett Steenbarger. Great stuff, man. Love the stuff here. Also, speaking of love, if you love what we're doing here at Topstep TV, if you got a minute here, please leave a Topstep TV review, a Trustpilot review. I'm going to drop the link here in the chat. No pressure, but if you do like what we're doing here, please let us know. And if you already did it, do it again. Okay? We love it. Love to hear what you think. And that's all I've got right now. We've got some other goodies coming up here very shortly, but Andre, I'm going to pass the torch back to you.
Thank you, Eddie.
That's an awesome segment, man. I'm gonna hype up this Topstep live stream. The amount of high quality segments that you guys have on here is just next level for free all day. And it's the stuff that matters, right? It's it's the fun stuff, and then it's the doctor to come on and take questions, from everybody for free. It's sweet, man. That stuff is just next level. So it's awesome. I'll be tuning in for sure.
Thank you, Zach.
You know what, Zach? We've been doing this since Squawk Radio. We've never charged. We've always had the door open for anybody and everybody here at Topstep, and we're going to continue that. So I'm glad that you enjoy it. We'll see you here. I'll save you a seat right next to me.
Sounds good. Sounds
like
good.
It. Well, markets are just
so tight, very tight.
How about this?
Just slow, man. Dow,
hurry up and wait.
Hurry up and wait for sure. Down 685-ish, coming down towards these lows here. Until we get outside of this type of choppy range that we got going on, I'm really not looking at much. A trade from the extremes of this is just not super exciting to me. I would be counting on momentum and volatility to pick right back up. That's not here. And until we get some movement to the outside, looking down below these lows over here around the 640, where we at 650-ish level on Dow, or to the upside. Really not super interested in trading within this. You can hop in the range trades if you like, but I'm not looking for that one today. That time has passed for me.
All right, Hogue. Go ahead, Jack.
We avoided the single most painful trade of the day. You could not have made a more painful trade today than if we had just let that trade run. we literally had the top and bottom in and would have missed the bottom by less than a point, and then got stopped out at the
top. Macro, what's up? Good to see you there in the chat, Macro. Yes, Jack. Would have missed our exit by a tick or two and would have gotten stopped out.
Missed it by that much.
By that much, Hogue. Oh.
We got NVIDIA up near yesterday's highs here. If we take out yesterday's high, that's going to be the highest level NVIDIA has seen since back in July.
All right.
Yeah,
the Apple, which was the Apple of the NASDAQ yesterday, is very small and range bound inside yesterday's range. Tesla kind of leaking to the downside a little bit here, it looks like, and Microsoft really kind of in the center of the 3-day range that it seems to be in. But looking like NVIDIA is going to take out yesterday's high. Again, levels we haven't seen since July.
All-time high close for NVIDIA is around 140.
What's last trade? Last trade NVIDIA is
134.55.
Jack, are you still in the GameStop? Jack, are you still in the GameStop trade?
Yeah, but it's like basically out. There's not a lot of risk. I think I know I said it'd be out by October 18th, but
we're getting there.
The price action has died, so I might push that out to November or December at this point. It's not going anywhere.
Hell yeah. Hey, Hogue, like you said, NVIDIA pushing higher here. We're going to see if the NQ wants to follow suit.
Just took out yesterday's high.
All right, Zach, we're starting to see the Dow catching some sellers a little bit. We're about 15 points off the lows here. Last trade, 42,660. 663 was an area of interest for you. No.
Yeah, still interested there. If we start to creep lower, again, a little bit different than what I would look to trade right at the open. Would be more of a break and retest, slow continuation. Try to jump in on that trend to the downside. Find a good way to structure risk. But this thing is just really slow moving. Really slow moving. I don't love the super aggressive trade back up to VWAP. I think I'm pretty counter to what we're looking at least for the choppy, rangy structure that we have going on here on the 5-minute. So I'm going to sit patient, man. We start to get below this low, which it looks like we're trying to do right now. I'll look short, but again, I do like some momentum. I like some volatility. I'd like something on Bookmap to help me out as well. Some area that we might be trading towards or be drawn to, and we just don't have too much of that, man. It's that low volatility.
Yes, it is.
Joe Jackson, yes, we are looking at a potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. We looked above the IB. We are back inside the IB. Confirmation comes at 10 o'clock Central.
job. Nice question.
Oh, can you explain that one for me and for everybody else in the chat? I think that's it's a question I get all the time, and I'm not the auction guy. So
Sure. So here's the profile. Yesterday's profile. Okay, there's the late spike we put at the end of the day, but so I'm going to shrink this down a little bit so we can get a little bit more of this on the chart. Okay, so these are 3 tick TPOs. So the initial balance is the blue line. So that's the first hour of trade, 8:30 to 9:30. So after 9:30, we took one little look above the initial balance and rejected. So that is a potential failed upside auction. The price got above the initial balance and failed to continue. So it would be kind of preemptive to try and take it now. But if you do, if it does end up being a failed upside auction, the preempting of it can help you severely limit risk. Because technically we have to wait until 10 o'clock to say that, yes, it is a confirmed failed upside auction, which in trading doesn't mean it can't come and take it out, but it just gives it a little bit more gumption. Now we're seeing NVIDIA continuing to push to the upside. Would I be looking for this short? It better be damn cheap if I'm going to be taking this failed upside auction at this time. But if we do open the next 30-minute bar below the high of the initial balance, again, 415.75, let's just call it 416, then that becomes a confirmed failed auction, higher probability of remaining the high of the day, and we would look for the short. We just looked up there. It's come off considerably right off that level already. So, when we put this failed auction up here, if we were to take it right away, that gives us our cheapest opportunity. But it also doesn't confirm until the next 30-minute bar opens below the IB high, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got you. Awesome.
9 minutes till the top
I
of
like
the
to be aware
hour.
of that stuff.
NQ tilt is paired back. What's up, Hogue?
S&P is just sitting right here in the center of the range, right at the point of control, just not doing anything. Dow on its lows just took out the low of the initial balance, and it has a potential failed downside auction. Well, you're right about that, Zach. If you're trading the Dow and you're looking at the NASDAQ, you're looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Look at the market you're trading.
That's the rule of thumb, and a good reminder for that one was yesterday for sure. But I like initial balance. I'm actually just marking it up on my chart right now. I like the stat that plays out. Again, Edgeful is a helpful one for just being able to view this stuff in a nice condensed way. That if the IB high or low is broken, it often doesn't come down all the way up to the other side and break the opposite of that range. So it can help with some direction. So as we're starting to come lower, I know we just cracked it on Dow here. Maybe looking short. That's the thought process.
There's some research I did manually that I wanted to find out how often one extreme of the initial balance remains one extreme of the day. And in the NASDAQ, it was the highest percentage, about 70% of the time, one extreme of the initial balance remains one extreme on the day. It was a little bit less for the S&P and the Dow.
That's an interesting one. Might have to ask those guys because they do some custom reports, and it's kind of just like that. That's what you're looking for, right? You're going to go back in time and manually back test it, and do your research, your due diligence. But that's an interesting one for sure. That first hour, I do like to pay attention to. Once we get past that 10:30 a.m. Eastern time frame, we cracking that high. What does the rest of the day look like in relation to that? But yeah, it's a pretty strong stat. For sure. It doesn't like to break both sides of that. It certainly happens. And what happens after it breaks that first side, you've got to study to really understand what that looks like and the instrument that you're trading. But here we are testing getting below the lows.
Dow showing signs of life here, Zach.
A little bit, man. A little bit.
Sellers in a while
try
here.
Try to take this thing lower.
We need volume. We need some conviction to do just that. Looking at we got 72% short in the YM.
Yeah, I mean, we got some room. This isn't a super duper strong level for me down here if we were going to start to sell off. But again, I'd like to see some kind of break and retest, a little way to structure risk. Again, otherwise, I'd be looking to just sell the breakout, throw a stop loss somewhere that makes sense for me, which really doesn't make sense anywhere within this range. I'd have to be way up top or above it because I do think a break to the downside and just the way that Dow seems to move. We can pull right back up, maybe test VWAP, just check out some volume that's been traded here before continuing lower. So I'd like to see something along these lines if we are going to, how far we break down and pull back first, and then maybe look to jump in short, stop loss at an area that makes sense based on that structure that is printed. Slow moving though, man. I find it really, really tough when I get involved in this type of choppy price action. You start to get stuck, you start to take losses, you start to hope that the market starts moving, and it's showing you that it's not. You probably want to wait for it to start. If you're going to catch that first move, then for sure, by all means, hop right in, man. Do your thing. And we might see it right now, but just those are tough trades to get stuck in, like Jack was talking about. Holding on to that one would have been frustrating, man.
Especially now.
Yes. Sorry to see the YM putting in some new lows here. 42,000.
Yeah,
626 last trade.
Continuing to extend below the initial balance, and if the next 30-minute bar opens below the low of the initial balance, we start looking for shorts.
Right. ES wanted to follow the Dow lower, and Q did not just yet.
NASDAQ's going to confirm that failed upside auction. What do we got?
NASDAQ right around VWAP.
About 3 minutes here.
3 minutes, okay. Crude trade $75.03, 75.03. 74% long in crude. Top of the hour, we do have. Look at this. Look at the NASDAQ pushing higher here. Look at this.
We think it's going to close below.
20,297.
Look at this.
Last trade in the NASDAQ.
There's all that liquidity that comes in on the hour and the half hour. And those are executions. We used to, I'd get an order to sell 5,000 S&Ps all day long, and we'd split it into 13, packages, and we'd sell one package on the hour, one package on the half hour, one package on the hour, one package on the half hour, or even every 15 minutes divided into that. So that's where that kind of information that comes on the hour and the half hour can be really helpful if there is any, but going to be it's hard to read.
A day.
It's easy money. Would be on you all day.
I was going to say, do the locals know? Locals know how many you had to do in that day?
Oh, they would watch and say, he's got a package. Watch him on the half hour and the 15 minutes.
Yeah, they'd figure it out.
So they'd all just try and lowball it.
Oh, that failed option.
It was kind of
auction trade was cheap, and now not so much.
It was kind of funny, if you had an order to, let's say, not held, you disregard the tape, sell 500. You'd, be really sneaky about selling the first 400, and then you'd offer 100 and break the market to try and make make the first 400 look really good.
Good. Well done. Nice trick.
Yeah.
Keeps your client happy.
Make the last 100 ugly, we used to say.
Like that's pretty slick. Crude trying to push.
Jenny, as I say, not held. They used to put that on the orders. Not held.
Yep.
What does that mean?
DRT. So
DRT?
if I was handed a market order and it was just a straight up market order, I would have to execute that order right away. So, if it was a 20 lot and I, sell 10 at 20 and 10 at 10, get them done right away. You're held to the tape
market.
But if I get an order to sell 500 and it's DRT or not held, DRT means disregard the tape. That gives me some discretion on how I want to fill the order. I don't have to worry about, being filled before the next uptick. I can take my time. I can put an offer out there. I can hit a few bids. I can hit an offer out there.
Right.
I can hit a few bids. Locals that wanted to catch the bid were smart enough. There was something that was called a Ginzy, and it wasn't really legal. But if a local wanted to buy 50 on the bid, you'd sell him 50 on the bid and again show him 10 on the offer, and he'd buy the 10 on the offer.
Oh,
so he would yeah, right.
Right. You guys in the pits, man.
Good time, man. Oh, hey, look at
Like
that. It is 10 a.m.
Oh, is it that time? Ginzies, I like that. We'll get back. Eddie, it's top of the hour. People have been tuning in. I see a spike in our viewers.
The
viewers to spike. They must be
spiking the viewers. Yeah,
they must. They're on us.
The bouncer, just let him in.
Go ahead, Eddie. Take it away. What do we got going right now?
Topstep VIP. Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Oh, would you like to be a Topstep? Topstep's expanding. It's Coach Hoop Draft. Yes, today is Thursday. We're going to be doing this today. Tomorrow, Monday, is the big draft. And 50 traders for his team. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be drawing 50 traders. And if you do get the VIP, you get drafted by Hoop. We're going to have 3 free months of the 100K trading combine, 2 free resets each month, no activation fee, and a secret password to the private Discord channel for Coach Hoop and the rest of your team. So this is our first one of the day. So don't freak. This is number 10. Jordan says 10 of 10 so far. That's pretty good. So this is our 10th one of the week. We're going to drop forms multiple times a day, all week. So those with the most signups will be included in our drawing for one of 50 VIP seats. Fill that out. We've put the link up top. If you scroll up, if you look up, there it is in the white Topstep VIP form. Remember to fill that out, Discord name and Topstep username. And we're going to be having this here till about maybe quarter after, 15 minutes. So don't hesitate. Don't be late. Snooze, you lose. And that's what I've got here, Andre. Back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Eddie. Seeing a lot of people in the chat, a lot of 10 for 10s in the chat. 9 for 10 Hungus. Hang in there. 10 for 10 Montas.
Go get it, guys. Go get it.
Buford, only 5 for 10. We'll try. There might be some 10 for 10s.
Right. You know what? Yeah.
Buford. We do appreciate. Hey, we got we got Williams, New York Fed President Williams. Seeing some headlines there, Eddie. I just see out the corner of my eye, Eddie. What's Williams saying?
He's seeing that the 2024 GDP between 2.25 and 2.5 average over the next 2 years. That is our GDP here. He also says, I expect inflation to wane between 2.25 this year, close to 2% in 2025. He also says the economy is solid, like a rock. Labor market is in a good place. So, even with Goolsby speaking and Williams speaking here, Williams saying that he sees unemployment at 4.25 this year, around that in 2025. Most of this stuff is coming out pretty positive. So we'll see what happens here.
What's up, Rips?
Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Nice.
All right. Take a peek above. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, I saw someone in the chat. This is worth talking about since we're in the choppy market. Derek said, about to lose my XFA over this choppy-ish. And somebody else recommended lock yourself out for the day. I think that's a good way to go, man. I trade live on YouTube almost every day, and I've had a lot of no trade days. Hop on for an hour, and everybody wants to see the trade. And I think it's the same if you're just trading yourself. You're trading the open, you're trading power hour. If you start to get caught in the chop and you take an L or two, or maybe you're just sitting there and you're starting to feel yourself get a little impatient, get a little bit frustrated because you want to make progress, lock yourself out, man. If the market's not going to present anything for you and your system, it's different for everybody, don't jump in. There's always another day. You don't have to give up capital on a day where you can start to identify it's not working with me, it's choppy, there's really nothing going on. just sit, watch. Not saying you have to leave the charts completely. If you've taken losses and you're about to lose your XFA, lock it up. Use the manual lockout feature. Take yourself out of the game. If you're sitting here like we are, you don't know if the market's going to start moving. You don't know if volatility is going to come in. We're in these headline markets where stuff does, start to happen, but you can take the wait and see approach. You don't have to be the first one in. So to Derek, man, lock it up. To the guys that are recommending that, I think it's a good move. If you're sitting patient and waiting, do your job, stay on the charts for whatever your designated time is, but you don't have to just jump in. And I think it's something that a lot of traders struggle with. We all want to make progress. We all want to make money, right? If you're a hard worker, you're a diligent guy, you want to put trades on, right? Because that's trading. Sometimes cash, no position, sitting patient and saying, hey, anything I would have put on here wouldn't have paid. That's working. That's doing your job. That's preserving capital for tomorrow when you get something that sets up for you. So to those guys that are struggling in this stuff, take a step back, man. You don't have to try to fight your way through the chop. It happens.
Well said, Zach.
Well put, Zach.
Would you call this a digestion? Go ahead, Jack, please.
Before we go to Hogue, we're going to do a line shift soon, and JD's going to come in. I will leave with parting advice. If it's going to stay slow like this, I'm kind of looking at the buy side of the ES. Things have been slow, kind of going towards the bottom of the range here. Never short a slow market, Hogue. I believe you told me that. So let's see what happens. Pleasure seeing you guys today. Zach, good stuff as always. You'll like JD.
Absolutely,
he's a
man.
swell guy. And I'll see you guys all a little bit later for shoulder tap.
Love you, Jack.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of that fun. Like Jack's a breath of fresh air on these slow markets. Much needed. But Zach, I think that's very wise words from you. Just wait. There's another trade coming. The markets aren't going anywhere. Like Eddie likes to say, there's another bus coming.
Yep. I've been caught in that position more times than I can count, man. You're setting goals, right? And it's just you can't force the results out of the market. You have to work with what it's giving you. That's the space that we're working in. So if it's choppy and you can identify it's choppy, stay out. If it's choppy and you're taking losses, don't try to fight your way back in until you start seeing something that works. Obviously easier said than done, but we got tools for that now, man. Topstep X makes it real easy. Hit that lockout button, get yourself out. So, great features from Topstep X in that realm. I think that's an absolute cheat code, man. For guys that struggle with any different type of tilt or over trading, set your personal daily loss limits, lock yourself out.
Ding dong. Hey, whoa. What's up, JD?
Hey, it's JD, the swell guy, reporting for duty. What's up, fellas?
Swell.
Jack called me a swell guy.
I heard that.
You are a swell guy, JD.
What are your thoughts on the market so far, JD?
Been quiet. I haven't really looked so much. Been busy behind the scenes. I know it's quiet on the markets, but a lot happens on the production side of this. So I know we're drifting sideways. As Dolby once famously said, if you can draw a box, you can trade a slow market. I think this is it right now. Are we trading both sides of this range? We're up a little bit in the house account.
Yeah. Upper in this range right here in the NASDAQ. Last trade 20,411.
What do you guys
Jack's
prefer
parting
trading?
words.
Do you like trading ranges or breakouts? Do you have a specific strength when it comes to markets like this? Anyone?
You talking to Zach? Let's ask Zach. Zach,
I'm not the range guy myself. I'm going to like some kind of direction. On Dow, I will take trades from the extremes of the ranges. Right now, specifically on Dow, pull back up to VWAP, maybe a little bit deeper. I would look short. Again, I'm not really getting the direction I need. I'm not trading a breakout. I'm not down below initial balance low, but I'd be able to structure risk in a way that if we do start to push down lower into the range, I could control that risk. But yeah, and I'll temper with what I just said about maybe this is choppy and not working well for you. This could be another trader's dream, right? You could be trading 5-minute ranges. You could be trading your 1-minute ranges, whatever it is. And this works really well for you. So I don't want to overgeneralize anything. I know it's different for everybody on every day. But For me, I'm not the identify the quick range, the top and bottom, and just scale in near the top, scale in near the bottom. Again, on Dow, I do like to wait for more of the extreme of whatever structure I'm working with, but I want to try to have some direction. If I'm looking at this, I'm trying to be somewhat objective. Here's the session structure on the 5-minute that I'm looking at. Maybe we're going to start to continue that. I'd be looking for a pullback up somewhere up here, something to the downside to continue. If I was going to enter really aggressively, I'd really be waiting for a cheap trade up here where I get my stop loss above the highs of the session, the news candle, and yesterday. If I'm going to look for something down here in the middle, I'm probably going to want a little bit of confirmation, just some movement to the downside, something to say, hey, sellers are stepping in. We're really rejecting this VWAP. We got some high wicks to the upside. Maybe a little bit tighter stop loss where I'm selling right into that selling pressure. For the range trade though today, I think that's an option for sure. That's what's looking like it would work on NASDAQ and ES right now. NASDAQ really tight 5-minute range.
Really is.
Chopping right
Just
at
had another opportunity right up near the high in the NASDAQ there to look for a potential short. I'm not the best NASDAQ trader, so I usually am not looking for those opportunities. But got pretty close to that IB high again there, and does limit risk. Thomas, that's what I was just going to type to you. Is I don't typically trade the NASDAQ myself.
I think you get more bang for your buck in the NASDAQ when it's quiet and ranging like this. Yes.
Why'd you say that?
Would move slower.
Why'd you say that, JD?
ES would move slower. ES would move slower, and you have to put on more size, take on more risk. Ranging in the NASDAQ right now, you can get in. You know what your risk is. You can make some decent profits fairly quickly, trade in small size. That's what I mean by more bang for your buck.
Yep.
It's right up
YM
here again.
turned. Yeah, we are. Is this the breakout? Are they going to head fake it? They're actually going to push
Take out these single TPOs, and then the shinny shorts are off probably, unless we come
Anything on
back
Delta,
inside
Hug?
the initial balancing. Pardon?
Anything on Delta?
And speaking of the NASDAQ, it's up 627. S&P is up 6,500 right now, right in the middle of the range.
All right.
Relatively close to the center of the range. So here's that failed upside auction. Just took out a couple of the single TPOs and then came right back inside the IB. So this does let you limit your risk. If we believe the failed auction is going to remain the high of the session, this helps you limit risk. And remember, these are 3-tick TPOs. I can go to 1-tick TPOs so we can really see it.
Sellers came
Okay, so
right back
there it
in.
is.
Yes.
Yeah, so it came, there's the IB high, 514.75. We left the failed upside auction, came back inside the failed upside auction, and came right back inside the IB. Now you're starting to see the pullback down into the range. Doesn't mean that it has to happen. Nothing is going to happen 100%. But that's just, look at how cheap that opportunity was up there to look for a potential short. Range-bound traders would love that.
Yep.
Now look at it.
So what's 15?
I don't trade the NASDAQ that much. But if this were S&Ps, I probably would have taken that trade.
That's what JD's talking about, getting more bang for your buck on a little quick scalp like that in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
YM showing some signs of life again. We're about 100 points off the lows. Last trade, 42,714. Zach, when did you make the switch over to YM? When did this happen? Last time.
Just pretty recently. Yeah, last couple weeks, about 3 weeks. Again, ES is cool, NASDAQ cool. I think the way that Jack described that, if you are in a lot of volatility, quick moving type market, ES might be a little bit easier to work with, a little bit calmer. If it's real slow, more bang for your buck on NASDAQ. Both those markets pretty solid. Again, can't really put my finger on why I liked Dow right off the bat. It's not the common one. It's the odd man out. It's always in its own world. I see that meme that's got like the 3 dragons. I'll have to post that. And like, it's ES, NASDAQ. They're looking like mean and fierce. And then Dow's got googly eyes with its tongue out like over in the corner. So kind of just always in its own world. So I was switching over and I posted that with, with me saluting with like a ridiculous face. But yeah, anyway, it's been cool to trade. Again, big movements from the extremes. I think it sets up some really nice cheap trades. It loves to cross over VWAP.
Okay, so we just took out all those. I'm sorry, Zach. We just took out all those single TPOs in the NASDAQ. It's a long now.
Now is the time. We finally broke out. It's a long. All right, do we like to take it?
As long as we hold above the IB high, you should be looking for longs now. And that failed auction in the NASDAQ, which was tricky. It was a beautiful one.
Finally. VIP form just came down. There'll be a couple more throughout the day. All right, looking for a long now. 20,426 last trade. Finally broke out. No failed upsides at his bunk. Correct.
Look at all these.
What price?
Look at all these wicks here on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ. Just right about where the anchored VWAP is on that 5-minute charts, where all those sellers were sitting just up there, just kind of waiting, just kind of taking them. They just got run over. We ran all their stops. I could see this market. I mean, you can see this market going back to basically settlement or the base of the late spike from yesterday, which is 20,461.75. Settlement is 20,463.5.
All right, upside target. Last trade 20,400. What's
the IB high? Sorry, go ahead.
Should we take? That's my question.
Well, we're late to the party now. When we could have stopped in with everybody else's stops and hope we got good trade location, because it's that would have been a good breakout, because it never came back and came into our pockets, at least not yet.
Gotcha.
No, maybe pull back down around, retest those highs, give you a way to structure risk with a stop down below the lows could be an option. I think it is a little bit late to the party right now with targets to the upside looking left, but I could see this thing drifting higher. It's sellers trying to take it lower, not really being able to, and here we are trying it again.
Here's the idea.
Dow again. The Dow again, still right now until we really start to crack this to the upside with some force. I'm looking short. It's set up from a short from VWAP, following this kind of downtrend structure, but I'm going to sit patient on this one, man. I just don't have a lot of momentum and volatility that I'd like to try to jump in with some of these moves.
One thing about the NASDAQ, it did trade right to the 200 session moving average on the 5-minute chart. Right there. There's always something.
Right, Hogue?
Always something.
Always
right?
a reason to take a trade. Always a reason not to take a trade.
Take 100%.
But it did come back to that IB high and took a nice little bounce off of that now.
Those 18s? Look at that price around the 18s there, Hogue. 15?
15.75s. 415.75s. There was that trade the other day we were looking at too, because the NASDAQ broke out of the initial balance, started coming back down to it. Remember, I said I like 12s here. It went down to like 11.5 or 11 even, and then rallied. Why can't we just know what's going to happen, Zach?
That's what Zach was supposed to be on here to do.
Yeah, you guys brought me on. My crystal ball is just not broken. I've heard that from not working today. I've heard that from a lot of traders.
A little foggy today,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, it's every movement in the market is unique, in the wise words of Mark Douglas. Just don't know, man. Just don't know. I'm watching Dow find a little bit of resistance here at VWAP. It's tempting me for a short. What's really keeping me out of this one right now, guys, is just the risk structure. I'm not confident enough to say we're going to start selling off for the day. I'm targeting lower lows. And I don't have a great way to structure risk. I don't want a stop loss right above this 5-minute candle before it even closes. I don't want one right above IB high. It's not a terrible spot. I'd really want it all the way up here. So it's just the structure of the day, the way that it's formed. I'm going to wait to see as more data prints. If we crack back up here with force again after all of this back and forth, I don't know that I'm still looking short. Kind of got to see what that looks like. But part of my trading, and I think for most guys, it's finding a good way to structure risk. Right? Where's the invalidation point where you don't want to be short? Maybe you want to be long. If you're placing a stop before that, you're doing yourself a disservice. You're going to be stopped out and be frustrated because you think it can still move in your direction and often watch it move in your direction. So you got to work with the structure that it gives you, and it's not going to be ideal every day. That's my 2 cents on this this move from Dow here. I could see it short back down to the lows. Where do I place a stop on this bad boy? I think coming up here is still reasonable, but this is very choppy, slow drift to the downside. That's kind of how I am structuring this channel.
I like it.
That's what I'm looking at.
Patience,
Based on
Zach.
risk,
I know
right?
sometimes, people come on,
You
they
can't
feel
manage
forced.
the risk. You can't take. Sorry, Andre, go ahead.
No, it's great patience by Zach. Some people come on here, it's first Fast Markets appearance. They feel obligated to take the trades, obligated, to give some action to people. But no, the market's not giving you anything. So it's just great patience. It's just kind of one of the
Listen,
bonuses of.
I'd love to hop on, right? It's the big shot. You're on Fast Markets. You want to run up a nice XFA, get the P&L nice and green. I've tried it a lot on my own live trading, man, and you get really zoomed in. You're trying to find trades. It usually doesn't work so well, man. You're better off just waiting, sticking to your guns. For me, I know that we've got news, could be volatile at the open. We really didn't get that. No real clear direction. Again, only other thing I'm looking at super early that I kind of just told myself, I'm not going to jump right in here, is this quick long back up to VWAP. But outside of that, nothing that's really going to play nice with me here. So I'd love to jump on, give the people what they want, and get some action rolling. But if I don't have a setup, I don't have anything that, for me should provide a nice edge and give me a way to have a nice positive expectancy over a large number of trades, I don't want to YOLO it. I've been there before, and I just don't think it's a good move. So I appreciate that, Andre.
You got it, man. All right. Well, we do have, JD teased these P&L, these payout numbers. I'm dying to know what these are. JD, are we ready to go on those payout numbers and P&Ls? But we are.
Yeah, we got some housekeeping to do here. Let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls first. 1 second. Here are a handful of oracles from yesterday. Jonathan and Nicholas both carving up the NASDAQ. 17,160 for Jonathan and 8360 for Nicholas. Balkaron trading NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, and the S&P for a total profit of $5,200. Zachary pulled $3,700 out of the NASDAQ, and Peter with $3,400 trading the ES. Our guy Rips missed the board by $45. He was in a very close 6th place on the live funded leaderboard. The live funded P&L board. Real close, real close. Now, I teased this a little while ago. Did you guys make some guesses? You got an over/under on the payout number from yesterday? Total payout number?
You sounded like it might be a little high here today.
He hyped it up, Eddie.
The way you said it.
1 by 1.1.
Yeah, I was going to say 1 milli. 1 milli even.
1.35.
When I tease it, it's for a reason. You ready for this?
No, he means business, folks.
Uh-oh, here we go.
1.8.
1.8.
Oh.
731 payouts. Average payout over $2,500 now.
Wow.
That is cool, man. Look at this.
Wow.
Huzzah. Huzzah.
Wow.
Way to go.
Wow.
Way to go, traders.
You want to see the top payouts? Now this is
a Wednesday.
Here's some more impressive stuff.
It was a Tuesday.
Oh, let me switch that real quick.
Unbelievable.
It's only going to get better.
Give me a minute. I'm going to fix that, and then we'll go over yesterday's top payouts.
Yeah.
Right.
These are real payouts, folks. Real money, real trades.
Man. Good stuff.
Damn. 1.8.
Andre, do you have a position on?
What?
You have a position on.
Oh, shoot. I do indeed.
It's in the green.
I am. It's a
Oops.
sim. Oh, I did take it. It's a sim trade, but yes, I do indeed. Long from 20,420. 20,420. Thank you for notifying me that, Jackie.
Little flashback, huh?
Oh, come on, Eddie. You do a position. Not anymore. I'm flat.
You-
Up $27.
You work in the grain room? You work in the grain room?
Yeah, beans.
Beans. That room had the wooden floor, the old school floor, and then where we were at, we had like those plastic mats. I always used to like that, walking on that wooden floor.
Old school.
Yeah, I started. My first job was in the grain room. Also, I was a runner for RJ O'Brien.
J.O.
RJ.
1999.
What was that house? What was the hand signal for RJO?
It was the Hang 10 sign, RJO.
Hang 10? Okay, yeah. Hey, we've got London close in 5 minutes here.
Yes, we did. I did beat Delesh. People are amused by my fat finger trade there. It looks like we're going to grind higher here. Hey, Ho, looks like we're going to grind higher here.
It looks like that for now.
Yes, indeed.
As long as we hold above that IB.
$1.8 million. Single day
Gone
payout.
back
These
there
are all
like 4
records, JD.
times. Yeah, that's a record, isn't it?
Gotta be. $2 million coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Euro closing 5. Thank you, Eddie. We do have a 30-year auction in about 90 minutes. Then we have in the afternoon Central Time at least. 1 o'clock Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. We got federal budget balance. Believe it or not, that number has moved us in the past.
Nice. What are we looking at?
Very
tomorrow
non-event for our
news?
Feds here today. At least so far.
All right, you want to see yesterday's top payouts?
Yeah. He's got to be
Ready for
huge
this?
numbers. These have to be massive numbers, yeah. 700 people.
I almost want a drum roll for this one. Eddie, give me something.
Oh, Eddie, give him a little something.
Give you something? Okay, here we go.
Oh, wow. JD hyping this up. A lot of hype in these numbers.
There you go. What's happening? JD, tell us.
What's that in? What's that in?
There you go.
Clicked
All right.
on something.
That's good. That's good enough. Here we go. $100,000.
Yo.
Life changing
Oh,
money on
man.
the board yesterday, guys.
Look at that.
Damn.
That is yeah. Boy, Christmas is going to be nice to Hamed, man. That is.
I'm your
man.
Oh, yeah.
Pulled that out of 5 XFAs. Adam took his out of 5. Karen pulled over 30,000 out of 3 XFAs. Alexander and Caleb both pulled their payouts out of single XFAs.
Let's go!
18% of $1.9 million right here.
That is, wow.
Crazy, man.
That's
Exactly.
impressive. man.
190,
That's impressive.
190 grand. Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Second highest
Hamed
payout of all
on,
time.
man.
There is one larger payout, but that trader has requested we not share their information. So there is only one single payout higher or bigger than Ahmed's, I should say. So number 2 with an asterisk.
Yeah, I asked you not to share my information, but if you want to talk about it later, we could talk about it. Okay.
We do respect the wishes.
Yes.
People
Yeah,
request
yeah,
that we
glad you
share
do.
absolutely nothing about them.
Yeah, I don't want nothing of personal my stuff out there. Okay, thanks.
Jack in the chat says, can't have the ex-wife figuring it out. So, like that.
Right.
Whatever the reason is, we respect it. All right, we're pushing
man.
higher here, guys. NQ finally looks like it wants to break out 20,000. Those are huge numbers. 20,438. 440s did just print. Hogue did have an upside target of 20,463, which is settle, Hogue. I believe
Settlement.
463 is settle, yes.
It's the base of the late spike / settlement. 461, 463 in that area. Got to get through this opening bar here.
What price would that be?
So something that Coach J looks at, okay? the opening bar at 5 o'clock last night. So he puts a box around it, an inflection point, potential resistance area, whatever you want to call it. But he just marks where the market opened at 5 o'clock on his charts to see if there's any, I would say, confluence with any VWAPs, anything like that, I think is what he's really looking for when he puts those on there. But so I put it on there today in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps just to take a look at it, just to see it. Jay's he's a good trader. He's a great coach. So, hey, what's our tip of the week? Continuous learning. I'm learning from everybody all the time. So just do it on there to see what kind of play would come in today.
Nice tie in there, Hogue. Well done. Oh, man, you thought it was going to break out. They're just thought the NQ was going to go. And sure enough,
Well,
back to the
the
30s.
breakout really occurred at the IB high.
Was it 15s? 15s.
I'd be
was
high
the
too
price.
sometimes.
Eddie, well done. Eddie's
Of
on
course,
one this
Eddie.
week, folks. Eddie is on one this
Yeah,
week.
yeah.
Look at Eddie. He's loving
That
it.
took me a second.
Oh, yeah, I did.
There's
That
a
was
T-shirt
pretty
in
good.
there somewhere.
Yes, there is. All right, Eddie. The IB high. If only the IB high was 420s in the NASDAQ, that would just be
I'm
too
long
perfect.
and IB high.
Oh,
All right, Eddie, we do have we got the London close behind us now. We got about 27 minutes left here in fast markets. Boy, NASDAQ looks like it wanted to go pop through the 40s. Nope, back to the 426s. Eddie, we got some more announcements coming up.
yes, we do. We've got Trade Live on TV. Hey, if you want to sign up to be with us here on Topstep TV, the crew, we got two opportunities, okay? One is Trade with Topstep, and that's going to be trading with your favorite coach and get feedback on your TopstepX stats, performance. The other one is Pass with the Pros. Now, we've had some of those, and we saw Stanley Pass. Boy, that was drama at its finest here at Topstep. Tradertainment at its best. Stanley passing to get to the XFA, and that's called Pass with the Pros. If you're close to passing, let's say maybe anything between 400 and under to get yourself an XFA. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and this is what we want you to do. We want you to fill it out, let us know about it, and we're going to see if we can get you on as soon as possible. Right? Not a guarantee, but it's something that we are offering. I mean, I know there's a lot of people going to be doing this, so let's just keep trying to do that. So there you have it. We got Train with Topstep and Pass with the Pros. I'm going to get both those links in the chat and have at it. But otherwise, back to you, Andre. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so much for the breakout.
Yeah, back down. I love that segment, man. I loved watching Stanley, the Pass with the Pros deal on that initial when he, you guys were asking, what's your favorite trader? What's the favorite pro? And Rips rang the doorbell, man. That's the good stuff, brother. That's the good stuff. So that segment's awesome, man. I hope there's more traders out there that make it on. Close to passing for the first time in the combine. You get to work with some top guys on here. That is awesome, dude. And credit to Stanley, man. He's that was a great show.
Shout out to
And I was
60
on
Cent.
him. 60 Cent. I was just gonna say I was on with him for that first hour. We almost did it
JD.
twice. The first one he was 90 cents short. I could have cried, and then he dropped 50
I know,
bucks, and
right?
We fought our way back, and he still got out a tick too soon. 60 cents. I had to take myself off screen for a minute.
It was close, and then he
Give it a little
go all
room,
the way
Stanley.
back to 230 or 250 or something. It was like, oh my goodness.
I was
Patience.
reaching out to the risk team, like, can we just push him through? It's 60 cents. Let's just
Can we get him there, man? Don't make him do it again.
Here's a $5
We're looking
bill.
for Delesh. Looking for Delesh to help him.
Oh yeah, bring him on. He's got $2.
Yeah, I
You
love
get him $2.
Yeah, I'm interested to know if Delesh is like, if he's catching the first trade every time, scalping that win, or if he runs himself into drawdown and then is always finding a way to work himself back to a quick profit, man. It's
I would
impressive
imagine it's a little
either
both.
way that he's doing it, but
It really is.
it's not
interesting.
easy to end green that way every day.
67 days. This started back in July, Zach. This is back in July. This started.
That's absolutely insane, man. Absolutely insane. Give that guy a lot of credit, man.
Nope. All right.
Think if I had
Watching
to
this
do it-
NASDAQ. What's up?
We'll be happy with anything less than 100 days on Delesh's hot
We
streak.
got to get 100 days will get us into
Gotta
what
hit 100 now.
I see.
We've been talking about him for weeks, months.
What's up, ICT?
There
Nice
he
to
is.
see you.
NASDAQ trying
Anybody
to make a
that
move here.
does not know what NDOG means is New Day Opening Gap.
There you go.
Thanks, Gabe.
Thanks.
8,438 last trade in the NASDAQ.
Never-
We're
never-
pushing the 40s. Now we're in the 40s. Last time we got in the 40s, sellers did step back in.
I thought
Wasn't
that
much
meant never
volume on that little pullback,
disrespect our Gabe.
That's what I meant too. 72% long in the NASDAQ, long from 414s, 20,414. Boy, hit those 40s. The sellers put the brakes on the hop. Last trade, 20,435. Nothing doing in the Dow, Zach.
Not much,
Yeah, it's
man.
not
Resistance back at VWAP. It's holding this channel to the downside, but I'm not getting involved in the middle of this, man. Again, would really like to get the trade on. Just not here for me, man. Watching NASDAQ creep up, wondering if that thing's really going to start pushing the highs and drag the rest of these with it. But like I was talking about earlier, I'm going to try to trade the chart in front of me, and just not much, man. Not much to work with here. Small little rangy trades in between all this if you're working for, 10, 20 points at a time, maybe, but not much out of Dow. I'm wondering if we're going to pull back, kind of find support down here, not really crack this low, and then start to push up. Would be interesting to see, but just choppy, man. Choppy, slow moving, low volatility.
Okay, NASDAQ going to give the old college try a third time around here, trying to get into these 440s. If we get to the 440s, maybe in the 50s, then we got 463 as settlement, but it's not going to be easy or a straight line. But trading never is really a straight line. You have the 74% long in the NASDAQ. They are in the money.
These guys are holding on for that move, and it's still creeping. Still creeping up. No pullback to VWAP. Didn't really come back down to where I'd say maybe you get a little retest and then a continuation to the upside. So slow grind to the upside on NASDAQ.
Yes.
NASDAQ, 74% long. And we got 66% of those traders in the money with a 20.041667 average.
We got the S&P is still inside the initial balance. Very,
What price
very
is it?
tight range. Well, the
Price
initial
is-
balance in S&Ps is 58.34 on the top end and 58.1275 on the bottom end. It's a 21 and a quarter handle initial balance, and neither side has been penetrated. Yes, that is a trading term.
Of course, what else would it be, Hogue? Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, it's trading. We're here to talk about trading. We're traders. Yep. I don't know what else you'd be referring to. Anyways, all right. The NQ trying to grind higher, and that is a trading term. Also, 20,441. 443s now. Can we get up to the 63s? Settle. Can we do it in past markets?
What's NVIDIA doing for those that are watching that? Is that thing still pushing?
Got it. 1 second.
Yeah, it's up
It is
about
up 1.3%.
yeah.
134.43
kinda
last.
hanging off its high, which the high of the session so far 134.77.
That thing's leading the charge.
Let's get it to 135 today.
Someone bought some NVIDIA shares not too long ago, huh?
Yeah.
Someone's long in
Yeah, all my
NVIDIA.
bids hit, but one. It's still sitting there.
Well.
We'll see. That's a good thing, though. You got all but one. That's good.
Yeah, I'll take. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't come back there. You'll take it.
No, right?
Yep.
I'll still take it.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. All right, 20,444. It feels like it's going to do it. Yes, still in the range, like Hogue was saying. YM just chilling, just beneath VWAP, like Zach was talking about. We're going to see if that channel, that downside channel in the YM.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm really not feeling the short on this one. The more I watch this,
why?
Why? A little bit of discretion on this one.
Sure.
Sometimes this stuff can just feel a little bit difficult to explain, but this is starting to feel like sellers can't take it lower. We tried it multiple times. We didn't come up and sweep this 830 high. I'm really not loving the short, and I'm starting to like looking long on this thing, man. I'm not a super duper fan of shorting the U.S. indices on any day. Just a difficult play in general. If you zoom out on the daily, it explains itself.
Yes, it does.
But
Yes, it does.
we fail to come lower, or we find any type of support down here, and I get a little bit of price action peaking above this VWAP again. This reaction, however many times we tap this thing, we're not really going to come lower on it. I might look long on this bad boy. Don't want to jump in right in the middle of VWAP, but I'm starting to an eyeball long on this. I think if we do start to move to the upside, we are going to have one of those days where we break both IB high and low, the less common move, fill that edgeful gap to the upside, and maybe come and check out this news wick high and high from prior day. So that's my thoughts on Dow right now.
Like a question here in the chat for you. This is from Tim War Eagle. I assume you're an Auburn fan. I love Zach's patience. Any suggestions on how you became so patient, or is it natural, Zach?
Not natural, dude. Definitely not natural. Not here on Fast Markets, right? Where I want to get the trade on and and prove everybody that you know what you're doing. Be able to talk about your structure and your entry and all that stuff. It comes from experience of not being patient and getting burned by not sticking to your rules, by not waiting for the market to come to you with an actual entry. I think that's the best way to explain that. You could back test it. You could trade on demo. This way you don't have to give up money to get that experience, but it really does come from experience, man. And it's not every day, right? I'll find myself just, for whatever reason, a little bit too amped up and jump in, not be patient, take L after L in the middle of chop, just like this. And then the dust settles, you zoom out and you go, what the hell was I thinking? There was nothing here for me. Kind of like on a day like right now, if I was taking a bunch of trades in the middle of this, not really providing a lot of direction either way. So it's experience, man. I think you start to recognize as you go on in the markets that patience is what pays. Your job is not to get trades on. It's not to sit down on the charts and for 1 hour you take 3 trades. It's just not the way the market functions. If you learn that the hard way, try to do it in demo or without a lot of money on the line. But you learn it enough times where you start to say, okay, this is just not going to work. This stuff just is not the way that I'm going to be able to make progress. So you sit back, you stay patient, and I'm always doing this kind of if-then, process in my mind. Okay, what am I seeing now as data's printing? Right, because I'm discretionary, so there's some room, there's some flexibility. But what am I seeing? Where am I at based on my levels? What are we looking like volatility-wise? What's the DOM looking like? Do we have any liquidity or anything moving? Any kind of catalysts that are going to do anything? And wait for that setup to come. And if there's nothing there, don't try to find it. Don't try to force it. Again, easier said than done. But when you make it through so many days and weeks of not being patient, eventually you got to make a change. So not naturally, but I've done it enough where it's a day like today, this morning, and for again maybe another guy is chopping it up, carving it up, trading ranges, trading a Dorito, whatever crazy pattern you're trading. And, you got to set up right here, right now, put it on, do your thing. If not, what are you doing? Right. If you don't have an edge in the market right here, right now, you don't have a good way to structure risk, get yourself out of the market, man. You're just trading for entertainment or forcing, stuff. And there's no forcing here. That stuff don't work. So good question though. Good question.
Yeah. You learn to get patient by doing. Touching the stove so many times that it's hot. That's what
You
basically
learn
Zach's saying there.
patience by being impatient.
Pretty much.
That's it. That's it. You recognize that impatience just does not pay, and the slower, more painful, sometimes sitting and watching the market is the way, man. So you can't hesitate. You don't want to be nervous about putting your trade on, but wait for your setup. Wait for your ideal entry criteria, whatever that is.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, if we go looking for trades, we're going to find them.
Sure are, Hogue. We sure damn are.
100%.
100%. Hey, there's my guy. What's up, JD? JD, we got people people keep asking, where's the leaderboard? Where's the leaderboard? Where's the XFA payouts? JD, where are these things?
Yep. Let's take a look at the XFA payouts from yesterday first. This is relevant to the leaderboard for today. Look at these guys. All right, Jake up top there, trading in 3 XFAs, took home close to $90,000 yesterday. Big day for Jake. And Hamza up there too, trading in 5 XFAs for a total profit of $75,000. Both those traders, Jake and Hamza, made some significant moves on the leaderboard. We'll see them again in just a minute. Romain had a nice day trading crude oil and the NASDAQ, almost $19,000. And then, $22,655. And then Sean and Eduardo both trading the NASDAQ. 18,978 for Sean and 16,217 for Eduardo. Nice job to those traders. All right, let me switch which screen I'm sharing real quick.
Cha-ching.
I can only share one screen at a time.
Cha-ching.
Share this tab.
Let me know, JD, when to go.
All right. Do it, Eddie. Do it.
There you go.
Okay, I'm going.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts aren't too tight in the seat.
Oh,
Okay, your turn.
there it is. There we go. I christen thee the Flying Wasp, right? All right. Top 5, Rafa, Marvin, Adam, Antoine, and Vincent. We got Dakota and Nick for a tick. 6th and 7th place. Real tight race right there. Less than $1,000 between Dakota and Nick for a tick at the moment. A couple of big movers. We just mentioned them, Jake and Hamza. Jake was trading those 3 XFAs, took home close to $90,000, popped from 70th place up to 10th. That's a 60 position move for Jake. And then Hamza was trading in 5 XFAs. Like I said, $75,000 in profit. Here he is down here. He was in 257th place yesterday, moved up to 20th. 237 spot or position bump for Hamza. Big movers yesterday. I hope everyone's got their cameras ready. Take your screenshots. We'll keep it up for a few more seconds. Get your cameras ready.
I love it, man.
That's my favorite Apollo Creed line of all time.
Now you see it?
Now you see it? All right, take it down.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
All right. Thank you, JD.
JD, I'm going to look for that soundbite for you, buddy. We'll get that for you.
Get your cameras ready.
It's a good one.
Well, try and push. Zach was taking a look at that. Why? I guess they're trying to push it higher a little bit. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Hey, we got crude moving here. Crude did just pop a little bit.
Oh, man.
Everything looks like a pop with this with the tight ranges we've been in all morning. 75.22 last trade. 74% of you are long in that crude oil trade. Average price of 74.74. A lot of 74s out there.
Mm-hmm. What's Delta looking like right now, Hogue?
What is Delta?
Creeping higher?
I'm sorry?
What's Delta looking like right now? Is it still creeping higher?
S&P is right around 7,900 positive, 1,300 positive in the NASDAQ. So no divergence.
1,300? Okay.
Just
yeah.
Just some aggressive, some sort of aggressive buying coming in here. Nothing we can use. Nothing divergent. Nothing squeezy.
Yeah.
S&P is still inside the initial balance. creeping towards it, towards the high of the initial balance now.
Yeah. Trying to short right now is just death by 1,000 cuts.
Right now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
78% long crude. Well, Jack.
Do you want to do it? Please interrupt and take a trade if it's available.
There's nothing.
At any
There's
point in
nothing
time.
There's nothing. There's nothing, man. Save us, Jack. Let's do some learning. Let's do some study. Let's do some test prep.
Yeah,
You're
I got a week and a day till my head's on the block. But I'm feeling confident.
Baby. I think you'll.
All right. Now I'm giving the real questions.
Oh, no.
Regulation week is lasting forever. Actually, this is a question about the CBOT. 5 contract delivery months for one commodity have closed limit up. The Chicago Board of Trade, aka the CBOT, has expanded the daily price limit for the contract. The expanded price limit will remain in place for A, 1 trading day, 2 trading days,
Get the cameras ready.
B, 3 trading days, or D, 5 trading days.
What the heck?
Oh.
The CBOT is important.
Yeah, CME and CBOT have different.
I want to say it's 3.
3? I'm going 1.
I'm going to be odd man out and go 5, but this would be the question that, you're in school and you're like, all right, how many A's did I put recently? I should probably put a C over here.
The Scantrons.
You remember that? You remember the Scantron when you really didn't know what was going on and you just kind of broke it up
100%.
evenly across the whole thing?
There should be an E on here. I don't freaking know.
You weren't going to say freaking, Hogue. You didn't want to say freaking.
That's valid. I'll let a few notes come in here. I'll put it in mine, but I know what the answer is.
We got, all right, in the poll, we got just pretty much A or C.
And I should
1
know
or 3
this.
day.
I'm going 3. I'm going C.
Yeah, 1 would be the
agreement
obvious.
on that one.
Which is as much a guess
All
as
right.
anything.
Let's see the answer.
Is it A?
No pun intended, Jack.
Hey.
Yeah, let's see it.
There you
That's
go.
a good job.
3. C for 3.
3 days?
Be lucky than
Just so you guys know, I'm going to help you study a little bit more here. CBOT is the important thing there. This is true for Chicago Board of Trade products. If unlike the CME, so if 3 or more delivery month contracts are limit up, the limits are automatically expanded for the CBOT for a period of 3 days. And as long as they stay in there, then they will reduce. This is not true for the CME.
Tricky question.
CME does not automatically. So like that's important because that will show up, I feel like, on the test. It's an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
The CBOT
It's been on quite a few practice tests I've
expand
taken.
limits for 3 days. The CME does not automatically expand limits for 3 days.
Interesting. Okay.
There you go.
Good to know. This is actually helpful. This thing that Michael wanted to get off the ground, we've been doing for months now, is actually helping.
100%.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you for that. And
If any of us get any of those questions wrong, I think we're in trouble.
that's on us. Okay. Well, coming to the end of Fast Markets, there's been anything but Fast Markets, but I must say, Zach, I've really enjoyed your vibe. I've really appreciate you coming on here. Your patience was absolutely amazing. Didn't feel the itch or the urge to try to pull the trigger. I mean, I don't even know what you could have done. I'm looking at the Dow. I don't even know which way you.
I appreciate that, man. It's been really fun. It's awesome to trade the open, But again, this is a day where if I had taken trades in here, I'd be journaling and say, why did you jump in? Again, being a little bit repetitive, the only thing I look at the open is an extreme back to VWAP or a VWAP to extreme. I wrote that off based on red folder news. I just don't find it very helpful to get involved right at 9:31 a.m. Eastern after a red folder news event. A lot of times that volatility just carries over. So that trade from down here right below this low, which really wouldn't be there, maybe on another day. That's a long that I'm taking back up to VWAP. But after that, what do I have to work with here for me and my approach? Am I looking short right off of VWAP somewhere? No, not really, not with this type of structure. and this type of back and forth structure. So I think I'd be caught in the middle of this. So if I can preserve capital and not take a trade, just live to fight another day and put that risk on when the market's moving, market's doing something, I'll take the loss then or the win then. So man, it's awesome. I'd love to make it back on for fast markets and trade it up, man. So, and I'll go out on a limb and say, I take some trades, man. I'll do, 3 or 4, maybe 5 individual trade setups if the market's moving. I think yesterday I was 3 or 4. But man, if I can have more mornings like this where I just don't jump in too quickly, trying to anticipate the next move and let the market show me that, hey, it's probably not going to do anything. It's just going to chop around and end flat instead of, near a DLL or a personal DLL. It's a win, man. It never feels like it. You feel like you sat around and you didn't do anything, but have the other day and you'll wish you're flat. So that's
right. All right.
Yeah.
Hogue, I think it looks like we're going to get to those 63s, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be smooth, but we will eventually get. Anyways, we're coming to the conclusion of fast markets at this point in the day. You know what we like to do? We like to do appreciations, right? What are you thankful for? Let's say, there you go, up in the screen, upper right-hand corner of the screen right there. But first, we like to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this morning? If you're in the States, you're in Europe in the afternoon. We'd love to know, what are you appreciative for? So Steve goes on chat. But first, I'm going to throw it to Eddie, and I'd like to hear from Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for?
You know what? I appreciate my wife. Today's our anniversary, and she is such a sweetheart, takes care of me 24/7. Beautiful wife. And last night, she played our anniversary numbers on the pick 4, and she walked away with $400. So I love her even more because she's splitting it with me. And we're going out to eat. But anyway, my wife, I appreciate her very much.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, let's throw to Hogue. Hogue, what are you appreciative for?
Of course, I appreciate my God, my family, my country, and everybody that prays for peace every day. Thank you very much for doing that. And I want to do a special call out to my kids. My kids are great. Love them. They're the best people I get to know and appreciate them. And every chance I get to spend with them is a precious moment. So love my kids and love all of you. I feel like you guys are all my kids sometimes.
Even if you drove the car the car into the refrigerator on that first day, you still love them. What a dad. What a dad.
My hot
Anyways,
Hey, we got there. 61.
We did. 63. Yes, we got there. JD, I'm going to throw it to you. JD, what do you appreciate for?
I appreciate all these traders taking payouts, guys. $1.85 million in payouts yesterday. 731 traders taking payouts with an average of over $2,500. We had a trader take almost $190,000 payout yesterday. That's life-changing stuff right there, guys. I hope everybody that took those payouts, you do something good with it. That's what I got for you.
Zach B, to wrap it up on this fast markets, what are you appreciative for, my man?
I'm going to go for 2. One's the trading community. I said something on Power Hour last time I was on that was, if you're having a tough time, my DMs are open, trading's tough. And the response I got from that was just so positive. Guys reaching out, sharing the good, sharing the bad. And it's just awesome to have that type of awesome trading community around, to have that type of somebody to talk to when you're having that tough day where family, friends might not understand. And then second's family. I got the heck out of Florida, escaped the hurricane. I'm in my in-laws' house. I got a complete setup. I sent monitors and lights and all this crazy stuff so I could be on here with you guys trading live. And spoke to my mom last night, got to see her. I think I'm going to study for the Series 3 and do that. She goes, "Oh, is that school? How much does that cost? I'll try to help you out." Meanwhile, single mom, like she humble beginnings. I put myself through college, and she's always looking to try to help out in any type of way. Sending me money, and so I'm like, "Mom, I'm a grown man here." But yeah, so family and the trading community, man. I appreciate you guys.
Man,
that's our mom.
I'm appreciative. I'll tell you what, I'm appreciative of Zach B, man. I really appreciate your vibe. I really like you coming on with us during fast markets. We didn't know how this goes. You've been on Power Hour with us, but man, these markets straight up, these weren't the most exciting markets, but I really like your energy, and I'm glad to hear people came out and hit you up. I remember last time you were on, and they hit you up in the DM and tell you like what's going on and stuff. But I really appreciate you having you on here, Zach B. So this will not be the last time. Really want to see you again on Fast Markets. Also, coming up after this, we got Jack P from Western Wasnt. Did I say that right, Jack P? Wasnt, Connecticut. Member of Coach Jay's Lunatics. He's joining Topstep TV for the very first time. Stay tuned. Let's get to meet Jack after this on Power Players. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Well, got to know this guy a little bit in the green room just now. Welcome, everybody. This is his first time on Topstep TV on Power Players. Everyone, welcome Jack P in the house. What's up? Look at him throwing, chucking up the deuces. I already like you already. You, Jack, welcome to Topstep TV. You are now a Power Player. We got Coach Jay in the house. How do you two know each other?
That goat right there, that guy's I'm in his VIP group. He's the goat. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, dude, it's sorry, pardon my language, but this guy's like, he's funny and he's a great coach. It's crazy.
I like this guy.
I appreciate
time.
you, Jack.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a lot of fun. We got Dolby time lower left. We're gonna get out of the way. Let these two guys do their thing. First, real quick. Hey, Jack P, how did Topstep find you, and how did you find Topstep? Then we'll get right into the trading.
So actually, back at the beginning of my little delve into futures, I was following a couple gurus on Twitter because I had no clue what the hell I was doing in the space. And one of them was like, oh, you should go try Topstep. So I was like, all right, bet. So I signed up. I don't think I actually traded an account until like 5 months later. I think I bought one, never traded it. And then like 5 months later, I got back into it. And it's been smooth sailing ever since. You guys are like one of the only two firms I've ever used.
Like you. I like. All right, let's just get it out of the way. They're asking in the chat, how old are you?
I'm 18. Yeah, I know. Y'all are going to say, he's too young. He's too young. It's terrible. He's way too young. To that I say, you're wrong. You know what impression I'm doing. It's funny as hell.
I like this. I like you a lot. Dolby time. We got some new blood, some fresh blood in this. I like it. I like it.
Ready to go.
Like, what's up, Jay? Okay, let's get right to Jay. What are you seeing with in this price action right now? We're starting to see some buyers coming in. We're tracking for perhaps 20,500.
Absolutely. We're probably going to hit it very soon. We are holding the high of the CPI candle right now in the NASDAQ, which is at 20,480. And there is some liquidity up at 20,500 that the market's tracking to right now. So watching this reaction here, I'm locked out on my Topstep accounts, hit personal daily loss limit. Being a little bit too aggressive on longs early. I was talking to the guys in the green room, but I am still trading a personal account where I'm looking to get into the markets here. So seeing what this reaction to 500 looks like, and then I'll make a trade from there.
All right, Dolby time. We got the house account open.
Oh, yeah. Always.
Locked and loaded.
Always
baby.
open
Jack.
for business.
All right, let's talk about 20,500s do print out in the NASDAQ. Finally, the NASDAQ has woken up, folks. It took about 2.5 hours for it to wake up, but we are finally moving to the upsides here. Jack, talk to us about your trading strategy. How, indicators, time frames, all that stuff. What products do you trade, Jack?
That I trade ES and NQ mostly, trying to lean towards the micros on that side. But my strategy, it's a lot. It actually ends up being scalping, but I go into it with a lot of longer term time frame views with less technical analysis involved. Usually I'll take a look at my stock portfolio, take a good look at where it's at on the day, where I think the economy might be going, whether or not it's through macro data or some other news outlet. Then I make trades based on that. So,
like you're pretty sharp. You're sharp for your age, man. I gotta give it to you. All right, Dolby, what are we seeing here? 20,500s. We're trending higher. Jay, let's talk trades here. All right, let's start with Jack. Jack, what are you seeing in terms of this market right now? Look at the NQ.
So, we're trending up on the day. I think I actually would have wanted to see a bigger dip down earlier in the day, but now that we're up here, I think, let me go to a higher time frame to see if there's any resistance on the table. I think maybe we get some if we hit the 550 mark. Maybe if we hit that would require a massive push up. But I would be looking for shorts potentially. Very potentially, if volume dries up super quickly. And I want to see it come back down to about 24.30, right at the zone I got marked right here.
24.30, perhaps a short up here. Jay, what are you seeing on the NASDAQ? We did just take a peek above 500s. The house account open.
Yeah, peek above 500s. I would not be surprised at about a 50-point pullback here, looking for somewhere to 20,460 to pull back around there. There was just a big block of buying that came in at 20,465. So I'm looking for a pullback to there or a potential continuation of this. The one thing I don't like is how far extended we are from the New York session VWAP, which you can see on my chart is these yellow lines here. That VWAP is still under 20,400. So I'm looking at this price action as kind of thin for what we've had, right? Where it's kind of this low volume float into a major level and not that immediate volume push. So a breakout trade is definitely not something I'm looking for here, but a pullback to 460s, 450s gives us a better opportunity to limit risk.
Will be time. What are we thinking?
Longs.
Yep, longs indeed.
Yeah.
Jay, you've been bearish lately.
I see the markets a little bit better to the short side, but I see the longs as well. I just don't want to buy it here.
I like the buys. 1 minute, honestly, for a 4-hour range, this is not pulled back as much as I expected it for a rejection. This is pretty slow. So I like failed moves come fast moves. And I don't think this is failing to go down. This is supporting pretty well. There's a 1 minute range that's still holding up really well in the NASDAQ between 474 and 489. We might have just come back down to 489 and supported. So this is higher lows and higher highs. So I would be long AF, as they say.
Long as bleep. Okay. All right, Jack P.
Can I just note that NVIDIA and Google are pushing high of days at this time, so it is definitely possible for longs to continue.
I'm just saying.
Yep. Here we go. Maybe the pullback. We're trying to push this above.
I was just saying, are you okay getting in right here, right now, where we're buying the highs, buying the high tick, but it continue to push? Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have much rather gotten an entry closer to like 483s, somewhere between like 480 and like 487, because that's like the level where it pulled back, and then those shorts flipped sides right around 488. And so that's where I would want to get long, help them get out of their trade, and then you could set a stop down below like 473, which would be like 10 points of risk, so 200 points per contract, but the risk reward is really good because the trend is so strong. So you'd already be up 2-1 if you'd gotten that 484 area.
Right.
I just don't like shorting
Jack.
Indices when there's no news to justify shorting. That's kind of the lesson I've learned trading NQ or ES or YM.
Wow, look at this push here, Jack. You just say NVIDIA on the highs of the day here. Jack called it perfectly. We're pushing higher than the NASDAQ and the ES right now. 58.43 last trade in the ES. There's a 70 lot here in the NQ to the upside at on me.
507 quarter.
Where was it? Yep, 07 quarter.
507 quarter.
60.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay.
We could try like 90s on a pullback.
We can get them.
That would come.
Yeah, if we can get them.
That's kind of the thing. It's like, can we get them? It's like I don't know.
So, Jack, they tell me you're a VIP. How'd you become a VIP,
I am.
Jack?
I like to think of myself as a VIP both in life and in Topstep. Kind of just awesome in all aspects.
You're wild.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got into the VIP thing because Michael had his weird like Twitter rampage one night. He was probably off a little more. I might have been off a little more beer than I think he implied. Fired that off. I got the question correct. I'm going to say it took a little bit of digging to actually get it right, and I wasn't sure. So that's how I got into that, and it's been fantastic. Like, literally, as a college student who does not want to spend money, it's been the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Okay, so here's a question. So we're opening up 50 more spots in the VIP for Coach Hoops. Can you tell the people what to expect in the Topstep VIP experience?
So, A, you're going to get a fantastic one of the fantastic coaches at Topstep. B, you're going to be getting lessons pretty much. I think we do it twice a week. We're going to go over trades. You're going to go over what the market's like. You're going to get tutoring, basically. It's basically tutoring. That's what it is. And you're going to get a bunch of traders who really, really want to be better and work together. And in my group, there's a couple that are active a lot of the time, and you'll end up making friends, and you'll end up learning a lot from other people.
Got a trading buddy. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Shout out to the community.
Yeah, shout out to the community indeed. Right. Dolby, Jay, and Jack here.
I think we're going to get this pullback. We're going to get it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get it. I'm looking at like Dolby was saying, 480s potentially. Dolby, if we get in at 480s, where's your risk?
470 or lower.
Yeah.
Hungus. 470s?
Yeah. It's
Well,
just
hey,
that, yeah,
Jay.
it's a really nice range. So let's try to stay above it. And the trend is higher. Like I said, this is not rejecting at all. Like this is a pretty big long-term level, and we're doing just fine at it. Just fine.
For sure.
Jack, what are you seeing here at this 20,500 level?
I really think that it might be a good choice to preempt a short, like not even based off of TA, but it's gone just, pardon my language, but wild move to the upside. I think you could probably, actually, I'm going to do that right now on the practice account. Short 3 NQ with a really tight stop at like 25.13 and try and get a pushback down to, what is this right here? 24.70.
What price did you get? Short 3 what?
498.75. 498.75.
98. Okay.
You take any trade as long as risk is defined. Any trade is a good trade as long as risk is defined.
Yeah, where's your stop here?
Oh, stop is at 25.13.75. Yeah, it's 5.13. Pretty much 15s. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, Dolby time. We got it here.
You want me to go short?
He's our VIP here is short 3 from 498 3/4. Mr. Jack, VIP
Short 3. Other
How confident
Jack.
are you in the short? Ooh, other Jack.
Non-VIP. Is it 3 NQ or MNQ? Okay, I see.
NQ. The non-VIP.
MNQ. This looks
What's
good,
your,
Jack.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
I like that short, even if it is a counter trend trade, simply for the reason that we didn't want to buy it right there at those highs. So looking for a little bit of a pullback. He's just shorting that pullback move right now, which I think is a good trade. Jack, we talk about this all the time that for right now, it's counter trend. So just assess how good of a job the market has or how much the market has been giving you to that downside. But I think it's a good risk to reward trade, right? Shorting at a somewhat of resistance level, that 20,500. I know you trade support and resistance, so I like the idea. I don't know if I would take that trade, but it's looking good so far.
As long as risk is managed. So what's your take profit
I
on this?
don't know.
2 to 1, 3 to 1?
It's like 1 to 1.75. The little wick that was like 8:30 Eastern time to the top is where I'd take off all of them, kind of all in, all out. I don't want to scale into this one because that just leaves a big room for another shoot back up, which NQ has a tendency to do.
Yeah, that's a good lesson too. It's like depending on what time frame you're looking at, a short could be totally justified in a uptrending market.
Right.
All right, we got Zach short from 498 in the orders. Last trade 492. 491s now. Look at the tilt. 50-50 on the NQ, 50-50 in the ES. That's really doing
Jack,
good.
is that in that VIP account?
No, I locked myself out on the VIP account. Yeah, I've been taking a break on that.
Got you.
Exams and whatnot.
Yeah.
Also, I have a really bad habit of doing it right at the Globex Open and losing like $100. So I'm just trying to lock myself as quickly as possible.
Makes sense. Yeah, and when life is busy, it's okay to trade practice account, trade something that doesn't matter as much, right? You got exams, and once those are over, get back to trading the combines.
I want a clear head. Definitely want to clear.
What school do you go to, if you don't mind me asking? What school are you at?
No, dude, completely fine. So actually, I'll tell you in a second, but I go to University of Arizona, actually dropping out next year and kind of but I'm going to I'm launching my own long short fund with the help of my parents. So it's going to be
no kidding. Right. Look at you, man. Where do we find your ass? Look at this.
I found you guys, but I mean, it's going to be fun. I have a pretty cool way, I think, to make it a cost-effective multi-manager, because that's kind of the in style right now, according to a couple people who work at Millennium. So,
sweet, Millennium, man.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of right in the middle of the part of Connecticut where, you get all the people who work at Bridgewater, you get the people who work at Point 72, you get the people who work at Millennium. It's kind of all the finance guys. Because I'm like, if you know Westport, I'm the town over from that.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Nice. Very cool, man.
That's awesome. Well, the ambition and focus, too. Man, I was not focused when I was 18. Not even close. Andrew, what were you doing?
I stayed in school because I didn't know what I wanted to do.
Oh, when I was 18, I was popping pimples on my face. That's about all I was doing when I was 18 years old. That's it. Yeah. No, 18 was not doing this. Yeah, okay, we can. I think we got a poll up here. Hey, Jack, we got this. Jack Patrick 06. Is that you on Twitter or X?
Yeah, that's me on Twitter.
Go give him a follow. Pin at the top of the chat. Yeah, he's short.
I
Jack
don't
Patrick
post much future stuff on there.
What do you post?
I post a lot of common stock stuff because that's really where my specialty lies. So kind of takes on that. I think I remember last thing I got really worked up about was the China stuff.
Wow, what made you so worked up about it? Be careful. Don't say anything dumb. Keep it on the
No, I felt bad for the people who were got in on the leveraged portion of the China trade. The yin or whatever that ETF was. Also, my take profit just got hit.
Yeah, that was
a winner.
The leverage part.
Look at this kid. Love on that. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, no, the leveraged part of the China trade is it just didn't make sense to me. And I saw people, it seemed to me like a lot of retail people were following what David Tepper said. And David Tepper is a very smart man. But a lot of times you see it, they go on CNBC, they pump it, next 13F comes out, they sold other stuff, and retail's left holding the bag. I don't think it's a particularly moral thing to do, but it does happen. And that's my guess is what's happening in China right now.
Pretty sharp, man. That's exactly what they did.
That's inside.
That's exactly what they did. Yep, the retail's left holding the bag.
I still like longs.
Can't run the Panthers, though.
I do.
Can't run the
not for
Panthers.
shit. He's terrible.
I mean,
Thanks for
the
the
Panthers
picks,
are just
Panthers. Thanks for the picks.
Listen, I'm in the same boat as you. My entire life, my teams suck. I'm a Commanders fan, so I've been wallowing in sorrow for 18 years.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, they're doing pretty good
brethren?
too. They got a great quarterback.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to get my hopes up because last time we got our hopes up,
I did just get long. Sorry, guys. I
long?
did just get long 3 micros, 474 and a quarter. This is on a personal account, so I'll take it in this combine as well, so we can see what's on here. But yeah, three micros long, 474 and a quarter. My stop is at 440, so risking about $200 on this. Conservative target is going to be 500 at first, and then seeing if we get any momentum to continue to push us up there.
Join bid. We're in one in the house account.
Look, we're trying to make money both ways, short side and to the long side. I like it.
Yep.
If I don't see buyers in this Dolby, I'm gonna cut it before my stop.
Okay.
What does Jack want to
Can
say? I got to hear this.
On the 30-minute time frame, it looks like sellers are starting to regain control. So I'd be careful with your longs at this point.
Yeah.
But shorts again are not wouldn't go crazy heavy on it. But
yeah, it's definitely a pretty
Coach
ambitious
Jay.
long.
Coach Jay, what made you
what's up,
enter
Eddie?
there? What made you enter there?
We came back down to a level where I saw buyers step in before at this 465. So just looking for them to continue stepping in at that price. Right. So need to see the momentum. Again, I said it earlier, and the reason I'm taking this trade with micros is because we are extended on the session, and we did get far away from this session VWAP. So I'm not going to take this with a full size position, but looking to see if there's any momentum left in the day.
Right, that was from Believe Yourself. Thanks, Believe Yourself, and thank you, Coach Jay.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Hey, Jay, you're looking for like a 50-point pullback. I remember you saying, all right, we'll just get some sellers coming in here.
Yep.
I believe I know where you get that number. I believe.
Yeah.
I think we got to start listening to the VIP guys. I think the VIPs.
I think so. Yeah, you made a great call.
Hey, what's up, VIP? Where are we going here? Where are we going next, VIP?
If it hits 450s, I'm looking for a long for just a wild pushback up, or at very minimum pushback up to 475. But I think that's pretty likely. We're getting to the type of action where you see we get big pullbacks, and then at the end of the day, it just squeezes up even more, and shorts get absolutely wrecked. So that's kind of my dream scenario.
450s. All right, see if we get the pullback here.
I see it.
450.
Bong says Nvidia's getting hit.
Get sold.
Is Nvidia getting hit? I'm going to check that, actually.
Yeah, Bong says it's selling off here.
Yeah, it's
20,500 is a psychological level.
80 cents.
If I get wick screwed, I'm going to be pissed off. Holy crap.
On what? On these 50s? There you go.
All right, I'm in.
50s.
Long?
Yeah. I'm going to put, long with a stop at 433.
Long 50.
Actually, I'm going to put a
stop 433.
Jack, remember your original pullback target was 430. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I
definitely
know.
some selling coming in here.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this. I might get out. Yeah, I'm dipping on that.
A 4-hour range is pretty vicious. That was a really nice 4-hour range short. Kind of my problem with 4-hour ranges is they take a long time to figure out if they want to reject or not. And so it might have baited in some bulls, and now we're pulling all the way back.
Yeah.
Nice calling that short, Jack.
One thing really. That's the 50-point pullback that we were looking for.
It's train circles. I love it, man.
I am still in this trade. I did move my stop down to 430. And I'm risking about $300 on this.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, question for you. Mission Tex was asking, how did you know the momentum was changing? What did you see?
I saw a lot of buying. It's not getting absorbed, but you could kind of tell when the way the wicks are forming that sellers are starting to say, "Oh, your control's slipping. I need a pullback right now." So, and you can also, if you really want to go into it, I preempted it, but I would have looked for. I'll put on my chart a little break below here, and that would have signaled really good shorts. So,
maybe a bounce.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I'm impressed. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe a bounce.
Yep. Hey, this needs to get back above this 4.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dre.
No, I'm saying, Mohammed, in the chat, it feels that the buyers got their target and done with it. Hey, Jack,
Where's
are
your
your parents
entry
watching right now?
No entry.
We're flat.
You're out? Okay.
We're minus 353 off that long.
Okay.
Jack, you want to say hi to mom and dad? They watching?
What? Oh, yeah.
Watching?
Well, no, I think Luke, my mom might be, but Lucas is my stepdad. He's gonna say, wow, it's okay. You did all right, but you could have said more. So, I him too. But.
Is that his accent? Is that how he sounds? Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. All right, last trade, 20,457. 58.37 last trade in the S&Ps.
Crude oil's
if we get back above 470, I'm in 6 micros right now. If we get back above 470, I'm going to add to this.
Love it, Jay.
What's your
entry? I wouldn't mind opening.
My average is at 457, so pretty much right where we are right now.
Okay.
You long or short, Jay?
I'm long 6 micros. This isn't a personal account, so I could share that screen, but it's on Quant Tower, so I just want to keep the TopstepX screen up.
All good.
I'll see if we can get a bid at like 450s if it pulls back. Ooh, big wiggle in the NASDAQ ladder. Something's going to happen. Man, it's flying right now.
Here, 466 is cut bait. Yeah. Hey, Jack, you've had two pretty good reads here.
Wow, this is bullish.
Jeez,
Action says stop going long, but I'm up $100.
Nice.
Nice job.
This needs to get above 475 though.
Mm-hmm. Momentum's really good though. And this is not that far of a pullback off of a 4-hour range. Like, I don't think it even got to the midpoint. Midpoint would be like 405s.
Selling off here, 20,458 last trade.
Let's see if we can get 50s.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would, Dolby.
Really? Okay. I thought you were in like 450s.
I mean, yeah, I'm in at 455. If we get back down to 50s, for me, it feels like it's a flush potentially. You could take it. Where's your stop on it?
320, 32 evens, probably, just below.
32s. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
So you're risking
low that range.
18's kind of steep. That's kind of steep. But the upside's still pretty good. I actually like this formation in crude more than anything. That was a really good 5-minute range, which is where I got all the range trading stuff from, was from crude. But the 5-minute range
has been the best market of the day.
One of my favorite
crude.
5-minute range
best market
crude.
of the day.
Yeah, it's just, it forms so cleanly relative to like other markets. I actually don't think NASDAQ forms particularly clean 5-minute ranges, but crude oil provides some of the best. I actually like the 1-minute range a little bit better in NASDAQ because it moves faster.
I don't know if you saw the other day, but Goldman, I think, put out a chart, and it was hedge funds are the most net short energy they've ever been. So I don't know. Squeezability, maybe. I mean, regardless, the situation way over in other side of the world is pushing it higher. I think if that escalates even further, which knowing the two parties involved, definitely possible. We actually get in the words of Jerome Powell, higher for longer. So,
man,
also like
I'm impressed as hell by you, man. I am impressed as hell by you.
We need a Jack P segment here.
Yeah, we do. You're coming back, man. I don't care what you say. You're coming back on Top Step TV. You're
Hey, I'll always come back. You know me. I love this place. It's gas. All I gotta say.
Oh, we're loving you, bro. You were loving you, man.
Yeah, man. Where are you? In Tucson right now, or are you in the East Coast? Where are you?
I'm in Tucson right now. I'm coming back for winter break, and then I'm moving to Rhode Island next year with my buddies. So
this is fun. This is a lot of fun. Cool. All right, last trade here. We got Coach Jay Long from 20,465. No, Coach. No, what do you want from Jay?
455. 457.
455. 457. Thank you. 457. Last trade.
Just looking for this to get back above this 75 here. We are testing this midnight opening range, midnight Eastern opening range. The low of it is 470. We're rejecting pretty much right at that low. So just need to see some buyers step up here. They're not right now. But I like this. I like where my risk is, risking about $300 on this trade. And just looking for that pop above 465, 470.
Let's see a little stop run down to 455s. I just don't know if we're going to get it because of all these higher lows and higher highs.
a 1 hour time frame is super bullish right now, like crazy.
For NQ? Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Man, NASDAQ does not give you a lot of opportunities. Gotta be fast.
Dude, I was laughing.
Jack, did you end up taking that long?
Because no, I didn't. But I always see these people on Twitter. They're like, "Oh, it's doomsday. It's all over. This is terrible. Buy my course. I'll protect you from the market crash." And 2 days later, it's back up to all-time highs. And I'm like, "Oh, that's so funny. I love your $1,000 course."
Yo, what else do you want to get off your chest while you're at it? I like this.
Let's
get some stuff off your. Yeah. What else
do I want to get off my chest? I don't know. How about the people who literally just use RSI over sold and say, "Oh, I'm going to full port longs in my portfolio." And yes, I know I have $1,000 portfolio, but I'm going to go max leverage and I'm going to make hundreds of thousands. Oh shit, my rent's gone. Pardon my language.
You can say that one.
You can say whatever you want, man. You crack me up. I love it, man.
only Manfred gets multiple F-bombs per segment.
Yeah. He didn't go F-bomb. Yeah. Oh, you're great, man. Chat's
Nice
if you like what you guys want to see some more Jack P, go follow him on Twitter. You'll see the form or his link put to the top of the chat here. Kick and trade too. Nick for a tick, we are going March 8th. We are, and we are getting floor seats actually. So you better be there. Come to Lawrence, Nick. We'll be there for the Kansas U of A basketball game in Lawrence, Kansas. You guys are in the Big 12 now, Jack. How about that?
I mean, it's crazy. It's just I hate so sad to see Kansas get their butt whooped. It's going to be terrible. I'm not going to cry. In fact, I'm going to laugh and I'm going to have a drink afterward, and it's going to be fantastic.
You're not old enough to drink. What are you drinking?
I was just going to say, have a drink.
Water. It's all water. All water. All
right.
Only water.
Love it, man. You're the best, dude. I love it. All right, last trade 20,467 in the NASDAQ. Coach Jay wants to see this thing go higher. Coach Jay, you have an upside target?
5:30. Hoag's weekly kickoff high.
Whoa. That's up there.
5:30.
That's some diamond hands.
Gonna try it. We need to get above 475 first. Take it a point at a time. But if we do get that push, looking for 5:30. Momentum kind of died here. Also, we're in this kind of low volume session. And we did talk about when we got on here that the move up happened was pretty hollow volume wise. So got to look both ways before you cross the street. I would not be surprised if this just tanking to 400 either. So setting my stop where it is, trusting the trade, okay with the risk, and we'll just let it play from there.
I want to see if we can get a pullback and get long. I just don't know if we're going to get it. It's all higher lows on the 1 minute. Might have to get this money back in a different segment.
What
was it? 350
for? Was
350, 353. It's nothing.
Oh,
that's nothing.
We're still up on the day.
Considering a big loss on the house account is like 10 G's. So this is a scratch.
Oh, we've seen bigger.
Yeah, well, I didn't talk about those.
Yes, we have.
You've definitely seen bigger.
Hey, Jack, question. Do you ever get carded at dirt bags in Tucson? You ever go to dirt bags?
I've never been there. I'll have to try that. You got to remember, guys, I'm like 7 weeks into college. I can't go everywhere at once.
Plead the fifth. Don't answer these questions, Jack.
Don't answer
right.
these
for legal reasons, I will not answer these questions. It will be tremendous, but I won't answer the questions. They call me the Teflon Don for a reason. They really do.
Look at this kid.
Do you do a Trump impression? That was pretty good. Can you do a full-blown Trump impression?
I can. Do you want me to talk about the dirty Kamala Harris and her horrible running mate Walls, or do you want me to talk about my running mate who did not have Botox done? I know they said he had Botox done there. He didn't. I have Botox done, and I look very beautiful. Very beautiful.
My man, dude. Oh my God. All right, we're selling here the ES. Oh my God. Hoag's been to dirt bags. We're selling here the ES. Last trade 50.
Terrible.
Jesus. Something just popped.
I'm out. I did not like that reaction at 475.
Mine is 809.
Okay.
I did not like that reaction at 475. It was a pretty strong rejection there.
I just wanted to go get some stops.
That's what it looks like, Dolby.
Just want to go get some stops. That's all.
Yo, man. Oh, dude.
Good. Still like
sure the ladies are going to miss you. Ladies are going to miss you in Arizona, but it seems like you got bigger things in your future, bigger and brighter things in your future here, Jack. Long short fun, man.
I don't know. I think I should bring the ladies with me because the ladies love me. I have 4 wives in 4 different countries. It's really tremendous. You wouldn't know about it. I know you wouldn't. I understand. It's okay. It's okay. I feel sorry.
Dude. All right, still see some more sellers here. Wow, this kid is just, wow, you're the man. You're an absolute man. Chet is falling in love with you right now.
Nice
We're
shot,
still
bro.
selling off here. YM selling off. We got NQ selling off. We got
News? Was there news or something going
That's
on?
what I'm looking for. I'm looking
we
here
missed?
because
Fed
Hey,
speaker?
just some Trump
chatting?
announcements. AMD shares fade. Nothing. Nothing that just hit the wire at D time.
Yeah, it needed to get above that 475. There was a seller there, and we rejected pretty much right at it. Chat is commenting on my face when that happened. I moved my stop up and it didn't trigger, so I was trying to figure out what was going on with that order. Yeah, and like we said, I would not be surprised at this pulling back down to 400s here. Needed to clear that 475 and it didn't.
What about these 420s? I mean, that's like a resistance becomes support, possibly.
Remember, we do have the bond auction coming up in 15 minutes, and that could move.
Yep.
30 in about 15 minutes here on Power Players. We got the VIP Jack P in the house with his coach from St. Lunatics, Coach Jay. Chopping it up here on Top Step TV. Click like, click subscribe. If you guys want to see more Jack P coming back. The VIP himself, Tucson, Arizona right now.
Someone's got to call Pelosi and get us some information on where the heck this thing's going. I'm not going to lie. Need her insight
They're
right now.
buying it right now.
Yeah, they might have run stops below 433. Are now going to take it higher. See?
But from a hour to 2 hour time frame, I could see a good long opportunity right here. I'm not going to take it, but from a hold till end of day, this is definitely would be a place.
These are those 430s you were talking about.
Yeah, I want to see a
430
pretty. You know what? And I want to see an ode to Coach Dakota here. Let me get a 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, there we go.
Someone watches Top Step TV too. Right, man.
All too much. I have too much free time.
Too much. Are you watching it in
I
class?
like it. Have your professors?
Yeah,
Yes, in
I
your
always have
classrooms.
something on in the background.
Yeah.
You really?
Yeah, no,
Your
it's
professor
like
buys.
I can't bear to listen to my teachers talk.
Yep.
What are you studying? I assume finance. Are you a finance bro?
Yeah, well, the annoying part is they have this. I don't know if they do this at other colleges, but you have to wait till junior year to declare a very specific major. So up until then, it's all business management, and I'm like, okay, that's great, but wouldn't it be easier if I just went straight to finance? So.
Jack, would you consider yourself a leader, though? I mean, how can you be a leader if you don't understand leadership? Right? I think that's all business management is.
I think just buy everyone a bunch of T-shirts and morale improves.
Perfect.
And free coffee. Get that Keurig in the office.
What's this guy? Even Jack. From one Jack P to another. We got to hey Jack VIP. Are you going to get into Eller?
I mean, I have no clue. I mean, I think you have to apply for junior year, right? I mean, I'm leaving next year, so it doesn't matter regardless.
That's true. Just so you know, I'm getting fed these questions by someone that went to Arizona. That's where I'm getting all this inside info from.
That's valid. I was going to be like, what is this? That's an interrogation.
How does Andre know?
All right, we're still selling off here.
There's the 420s. Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah.
Maybe get a bounce.
Greatest Snoop Dogg.
Oh, man,
Snoop will send us higher.
Right. Let's see if 420 is going to hold. We'll get a bid in at 421.
Okay.
Should have just had it there in the first place.
Selling off here, yes.
Is that lows of a range somewhere, Dolby?
It's it's the resistance of the 5-minute range from 930s. But is it itself a range trade? No. Kind of like a midway pullback continuation, like range continuation trade. But I would think that there would be some people who'd want to switch sides if they were, let's see, if they were short. Oh, we'll see. See what happens.
Movement. Finally took 2.5 hours for the market to wake up, but we finally did get some movement.
Oh yeah,
first hour or so, 2 hours or so, very range bound.
Offers here at 58.30 in the S&Ps. 600 offered at 58.30 S&Ps.
Maybe NQ got some altitude sickness at that 20,500.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. See Topstep daily levels. We have anything up here at 20,500 besides the big fat round number resistance? Yeah, Coach Vince had it. I mean, maybe psychological level, yes.
You know, this coming over the wire here, Bostic says he's keeping the door open to skipping the rate cut in November.
Oh, where'd that come from?
There it is.
Came from somewhere.
There it is. There it is.
Wall Street Journal.
I'll be damned.
The Wall Street Journal
was not on the calendar at all. There you go. I'll be damned.
I knew they'd be sneaky today.
Eddie, you're all over it, man.
They're always chatting.
Okay. There you go.
Well, I'm pulling this long then. If that's the case, that's pretty heavy.
Yep. That was that'll run a cycle through the markets.
Yep.
Interesting.
Definitely not after
RSI
that. Interest rate news seems to really get this market in a twist.
Yeah.
Get your cameras ready.
Still, there it is. There's that Apollo Creed that JD wanted. Here we go, Mohammed. Just wait for Fed until they decide to hike rate. Nah, well, I don't think they're going to hike. Maybe a pause. We'll see what happened to Fed Watch after that. Jack, if you're there, did that move anything in the Fed Watch? No.
Hey, I'm one step ahead of you. The Fed Watch takes, I don't know how long that takes to update, but I am looking at the 3-month SOFR futures, and they sold off pretty decently, like a good day's range worth. And so that's where you'll see it first, which, by the way, those folks are renegades.
Interesting. So they did. All right.
Stop talking.
Jack, are you having fun? Jack P, the VIP, are you having fun?
I'm having tremendous amount of fun. You know me. I mean, I'm a fun guy. You guys are fun guys. This is fun.
I like fun guys.
Oh, man. Jay, I didn't know you had one of these guys on your team, but I like him. All right, starting to see some buyers here.
He's a lunatic.
Man, oh, man. Are you going out tonight, Jack P? It's Thursday night in American University town. Fun Town Lake Tucson. Are you going out tonight?
I'm going to sleep in so I can go out tomorrow. That is the way to go.
Nice.
I like it, man. I like it.
What's your drink of choice?
Is there a Tahoe in Arizona? He's 18. Let's not contribute to the delinquency.
Apple juice.
Coffee and apple juice. You know the vibes. Just a little mixture of coffee and apple juice.
No, you have, for real talk, you've been great. You've been absolutely fantastic. Thanks for coming on with us. And thanks for being part of the VIP program. And we've got another round of VIPs going on. We got a draft for Coach Hoop's team next Monday. We'll have more VIP submission forms throughout the day. I believe we have 2 more left on this Thursday. But yeah, it's nice to meet a VIP. Well, you will come back on with us, Jack?
Dude, absolutely. What is this? What?
I don't know.
Sometimes you might be. Give any trading combines you're close to passing? Get you on for Pass with the Pros. That'd be fun.
Yeah. I mean, the only one I got is the VIP one, but I will buy more.
All right.
Yeah,
if you get one, within a day of passing that you can pass on air, hit us up. Get you on for that.
We'll bump you to the front of the line.
Yep. We got Stanley. He passed.
That's
That
VIP.
was epic.
Yeah. That's what we do for VIPs. All right, Eddie, it's that time. Well, we don't do this for everybody, Eddie. We only do it for the cool ones that we really like and we want to have back. Jack, it's been a pleasure. This has gone by very, very quickly. I'm sure we'll see more of Jack P. Coach Jay, shout out to Coach Jay as well, coaching this kid. Oh, he's coaching us.
Jack.
What are we talking about?
Coaching him. Yeah, I was going to say he called out a great short with a target.
Yes, he did.
Jack, keep doing what you do, man.
I love this, man. I love to see
have a good one, guys.
you are in this commitment. So hold on, Jack. We're not done with you. One we're not done with you. Eddie, go hit him. Hit him, Eddie.
I'm not going to hit him. I'm going to hug him. Hey, I got a poll out here too. I'm going to post this poll, and while I ask you, I got a question for you. So I'm going to put this poll out here, and let's see what the chat thinks. Yes, I've got 1 to 24 questions, Jack, and give me a number, and I'm going to give you a question. Give us a short answer. That'd be great.
What was it, number 1 through 24?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. 5. That's a great number.
Number 5. Here it is. Okay. Time to invest. This is a good question for you. You inherit $1 million. What would you invest in today?
Chuck it all in the S&P. What? Only statistical good answer.
That's an answer.
Pick another one. I was too easy.
Pick another question. One more. Let's do another one. Took that one too literal. Go on.
Pick another number, Jack.
One more. Pick another number, Jack.
7.
7. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. You know what it is? Don't listen when people tell you to shut up. That is like the biggest piece of advice I can ever give you. If someone tells you to shut up about an opinion, do not shut up. You're on the right track. That's the way to go.
I like it.
Absolutely amazing, man. Jack P, it's been an absolute pleasure chopping it up with you, trading with you, man. Nice call on shorting up there. Dolby time. We'll see you guys later. Jay, we'll see you tomorrow on Fast Markets. Also, make sure to check out Jay at the buzzer after Power Hour. But Jack, it's been an absolute pleasure. We got shoulder tap coming up on the other side of this break. Anyways, if you really appreciate that, we got more Jack. We got the other Jack, not the VIP Jack. Coming up next on Shoulder Tap Topstep TV. Let's go.
And we got a mute on Jack.
Oh, Jack's muted.
All right.
There he
Good
is.
thing I was muted there. I have so many windows open right now. I was saying, hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack P., the other one, joined by Ben today. Ben, what's up?
Hey. I'm feeling good. It's a good day. Weather's cooling off. Finally looking nice in DFW. So, yeah, I'm in a good mood and seeing a lot of interesting trading behavior on the CPI day. As always, CPI is always a noteworthy day for the risk team, and we see plenty of good, bad, and ugly trading today. So we'll give a quick recap on the live traders and jump into quite a bit of content in the trading cards, Jack. First up, we've got the house account down $300 aggregate. Rips up $1,300 in his live account. Dakota at the DLL for the day. Nick for a tick also up $1,300. And then some pretty big numbers here. Michael M up 10 grand, almost 11,000. Pakanon up 11,600. On up 1,900. Nicholas up 1,500. Willie up 1,700. G up 4,200. Daniel, who had a really nice day earlier today, ended up taking the DLL, and Lai is up $10,283 in their TopstepX-LIVE account. So quite a few traders over the 10K mark. Some actually still in position. So, got to make sure you're locking in those gains as they go in your favor as you continue to climb that mountain. A $10,000 day is fantastic by anyone's standards in day trading. So just need to make sure you secure 50% of that or more would be ideal as we go higher. So that's what we got in the way of live trader updates, Jack.
I just wanted to note we got 3 cards today, so we'll get through them. But our friend Jonathan, who was up 17K yesterday, I noticed when we did the leaders today that he ended the day with 17K. So great job there. That's good stuff. And with that, we got 3 traders. So if you have anything else to mention, let's do it. Otherwise, let's get to it.
No, good call out on Jonathan. And first up, we've got a new installment in the soap opera that is Susan's live trading account. So we've got a trading card today for Susan. We're going to give an update. I spoke with Susan on the phone earlier. It was high time trying to get in touch with her, and we were able to speak on the phone today. It was a pleasant conversation, a bit of a surprising one. I never know exactly who's going to be on the other end. I just sit here and see the trading activity, and Susan was very kind and understanding of the conversation that we needed to have, and I thought it was very productive. So if we can get her card up, we'll briefly go over the statistics. And for anyone that maybe hasn't been following this drama over time, we will give you a quick rundown. Susan's an equity trader, trading the S&P 500 and NASDAQ, as well as the micro NASDAQ product. In a 50K live account. She's been in this account for 27 trading days. Only one of those days has been profitable so far. And the profitable day that she put up was $41,211 of profit, which is impressive in a standalone fashion, just the number alone. Obviously, that's a huge amount of money to make day trading from a single day. What was so really fascinating about that performance, Jack, I know we discussed, is obviously it's a 50K account, so the max position size being 5 contracts. Trading the NASDAQ on that particular day, we went back and calculated the P&L, had Susan bought the bottom and sold the top at max size, it would not, in that particular product, in the E-mini NASDAQ, it would not have equated to $41,211 in profit, meaning she was able to capture profit at full size greater than what that day's trading range for that product was, which the level of difficulty to do something like that is pretty difficult to overstate. Really amazing single day performance. And as often what happens with, a single day performance like that, traders end up almost inevitably, chasing that, I
don't want to say that high, but that same performance, almost expecting to be able to replicate that, several times over. It's something that I've personally fallen victim to. I understand the mentality that goes into that, and we see it, unfortunately, more often than we would like. I think that's based on the conversation that I had with Susan earlier today, very much something that, she is grappled with as far as, knowing when to actually take home the profit that she has. That has been the most frustrating and unfortunate part of the performance. Obviously, since that point, you can see from the trading card, made $41,000 on September 18th and then hit the daily loss limit every day up till today and including today. So that was not without profitable trades along the way. One day in particular, Susan was up $15,000. She was $2 shy of a flat up $15,000. So that's pretty crushing. It can be demoralizing. It's difficult to go through. And all things considered, I think Susan's in a relatively good spot emotionally, at least from the conversation that I had with her, which pretty much centered around, Jack, when we do have these types of outreach and these conversations with our live traders, a lot of it is centered around what the actual goal is. If we can focus in on a particular goal that someone has from trading live markets, trading prop, trading at Topstep, what do you actually want to achieve in this account? Starting from that point and understanding where we want to get to, now we can try to devise a reasonable plan to get there. And that was the focus of our call. So Susan shared with me, she, wants to put up profit of $100,000, profit that is in this live account. That's a relatively common goal, I think, a nice round number, some, mountain to climb, so to speak. And based on the single day performance alone, I know she's got what it takes from a skill standpoint. The discipline is really the variable here that's been slowing up this wagon. So, talking about the personal daily profit target, everybody knows that there's a daily loss limit associated with your live account. And that's important. That helps protect our firm's risk, since ultimately it's Topstep's money that you're trading with. It also helps protect our traders from letting one day ruin, what has otherwise been profitable trading in a lot of cases. And having a personal daily profit target is very critical. It can help you a lot get on the right track and have some consistency. We'll see another trading card, someone that has very precise, very accurate daily profit targets that they're hitting. And I think that'll help get Susan back on the right track. So she's looking, we landed on, roughly $1,000 personal daily profit target. And then most specifically, once you get to the 50% mark, so 50% of whatever your personal daily profit target is, if you hit, for example, if our personal daily profit target is $1,000, you get $500, that is a moment where you should probably be taking a deep breath, reevaluating, looking for one or two more setups, trying to put on a really excellent trade, but most importantly, not letting that day go red on you. So you get to 50% of the way to your personal daily profit target. You can't say, okay, well, I'm trying to get to $1,000. My daily loss limit is $1,000. I'm up $500. That means I now have $1,500 worth of drawdown in order to achieve the next $500 of profit. That is the wrong way of looking at expected value. That is a way to pretty much guarantee underperformance, if not losing the account. So that's the number one thing that we were looking at outside of deciding on what a concrete goal is for us in this account, is talking about how we can incrementally step towards that rather than just trying to crank out another two $40,000 days and we hit the mark. So it was a productive call. It was interesting, and interesting is what I'll go with. Jack, any comment on anything you're seeing here or recently? I know we check in on Susan pretty much daily, but anything else you'd like to share on this trading card or that call?
I don't know. I would love to talk with her, get her on at some point. She's so nice. I feel, I am absolutely rooting for her, but I think as we make these goals, we have to be realistic. I don't even think that the goal of making $100,000 in a 50K account that gives you, 5 futures to trade, I don't think that's unreasonable. I think the way in which you're trying to get there is, that 42K day, it's such an outlier of what you can expect. To make 42 times your limit, to put it in numbers, to like do one trade like this, you'd be looking at, if you went in with the full size, making 410 points on the NQ with a 10-point stop. You're going to find yourself over, we have a lot of people we've looked at with this. That's so far outside of it. We see a lot of people that are YOLOing things. That's so far outside the realm of something that's likely to happen, is that you're above right now, but continuing that way, it's a once in a couple hundred session maybe. So you don't have enough room to do that. And you have to be reasonable ultimately about what you can make with the size you're trading. And take the loss limit out of it, with, day trading with that many contracts, that's going to be tough to do. So I hope she gets some winners together, and then we can reevaluate it. But, if you're trying to get to 100, being up 15K in flat, that's a good chunk of that too. So I'm hoping that she proves me wrong and we come in on some random day. Like, the market almost doesn't move enough to, how often are you going to get 400 points on full size out of the NASDAQ with a 1K limit? It's highly unlikely, but prove me wrong. We'll come in with a 100K day at some point and it will be fire. But as I've said before, if she does this for 8 or 9 more days, she will have pretty much the trading expected value of like spinning a roulette wheel. She'll be in 8 days, she'll be 36 days with one winner.
Order filled.
Well,
yeah. Not trying to take it all home at once, I think is the takeaway here, because, and it's so difficult to say that after, someone has such a sensational performance, that really does a lot. It really fires up the chemistry in your brain, and kind of reinforces that as what could be expected. But slow and steady wins the race. I know that's a cliche, but it's definitely appropriate, and keeping the right focus, keeping the right goal in focus. That was something else that I shared with Susan, that having $100,000 in account balance is a very different goal than paying yourself $100,000 in payouts to your bank account. They are not the same thing, and you can achieve $100,000 in payouts over time and incrementally. So that needs to be our next, big step forward, is qualifying for a $10,000 or a $15,000 payout, and then we can work on, where is the next 10 or 15,000, or even 5,000 or less, right? It doesn't have to be something that gets done in a matter of 2 months, right? It's $100,000 is a lot of money, and realistically, she has the skill set to achieve it. Just have to be patient and disciplined as we go along. So that's our update, our daily Susan update. We went with a trading card today. We'll continue to keep an eye on it, and she knows that she has an open line of communication with the risk team, and she may be reaching out again here soon. So with that, Jack, if you have nothing else, we'll keep it moving.
Yeah, let's keep moving. What do we got next?
All right. Next up, we've got Raul R., who you'll see from the gravestone was an account that hit the max loss limit today, actually. And Raul, speaking of the YOLO trading behavior you were just referencing, Jack, the Grim Reaper known as YOLO trading has struck again. So you can go. It is an interesting walk down the last couple of weeks when you're looking at the trade report, because there's a period of time where Raul was trading pretty well, having some big winning days. You know, the distribution of those wins and losses was closer together, I should say, than you know, a relatively long losing streak over the last, you know, basically since the start of October. So when you've traded well, you've put up, let's say, $40,000 in 2 trading days. That's a really impressive performance, similar to like we were just talking about with Susan. I think that can kind of paint your expectations going forward. And Raul, after that point, you know, hit the daily loss limit a number of times in a row, culminating in what was ultimately, this will probably hurt your heart and maybe your ears, Jack, a max long resting orders into CPI this morning that essentially top ticked. It was a bit of a scale. You know, there was a 5 lot and a 4 lot, but scaled into what was nearly the top tick in NASDAQ, and was quickly liquidated the other direction with a reactive move lower after being long 15 contracts, you know, pretty close to the top of that news release print. So there's a lot of people that you'll see, and you know, I'm sure that there are some on Twitter or X today. I'm sure that, you know, some of our live traders even capitalize on it to a degree. There are going to be a lot of people out there boasting about their CPI gains and trading the release and how, you know, they know how to do X, Y, or Z, and you should buy their Discord access. Whether you have a strong opinion about where CPI is going to go or not, trading that caliber of a news release, very irresponsible from a risk management standpoint, unless you are sizing down, you know, 1/10 or 1/100th your normal size and giving yourself a lot of room to breathe. But max long 15 contracts is more than ill-advised. It's reckless trading behavior. It's gambling. And that's what Raul ended up doing this morning. And I don't think that that's outside of the context of what's taken place over the last few days, right? You're on a losing streak, account balance is diminished, you gave up some of the gains you made. I think there's a natural tendency to say, you know, you get the F-its a little bit. And I don't know if that's what exactly, you know, bit Raul this morning, or if it was, you know, kind of a pre-planned idea, but trading the micros, trading 1 or 2 micros versus 15 minis would have been much more productive, because then when you are wrong, and eventually you will be wrong trading this type of strategy into news releases, it won't totally decimate the account. Raul took a $13,000 losing trade on CPI this morning, ultimately blew the account. So obviously the daily loss limit is $3,000. Traditionally, I believe Raul had a $4,500 loss limit after working with him. But, you know, more than doubling the loss limit, you know, is a big loser. And that's what happens with slippage during those releases when you have size on. So don't want to beat the guy up too much. He took $20,000 in payouts in this account. That's awesome. Freaking fantastic. You know, and that ultimately could have contributed to some of the, well, you know, if I lose the account, I lose the account type of mentality. So it is what it is. I think as long as we can take something away from this, learn from it, then there's something positive to be taken away. But Raul could have very easily, you know, kept this account and continued to trade well and take another $20,000 payout. That was another path, another way that this account could have gone. And ultimately in the future, if we do call him back up to live, which we will be very cautious about doing, we would like to see him take that route and, you know, possibly avoid CPI prints, or, you know, trade 1/30th the size that you might consider having done today. So that's where I'll leave it, Jack. Anything else you want to comment on here?
Real quick, during the segment, we took a peak lower down to 58.20 in the ES. We're rallying now back through VWAP, pushing higher, 58.32. 2 important comments on this. Number 1, I do enjoy when people actually submit their profile picture for their accounts. So here's where I'll tread carefully. Full disclosure, I am looking at Raul right now, and if this is his photo, I am 99% sure he can kick my ass. So I'm going to temper my advice here somewhat.
Good point.
Raul, you're sweet.
And honestly, it is good that Raul took that $18,000 payout. That's awesome. That's how that is positive there. That's just a brutal end stretch that we kind of highlighted. It looked like his daily loss was expanded to like 4,500 or something. And then starting this loss streak that eventually ended today with the end of the count, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4 straight $4,500 losers, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight $3,000 losers. I totally get what he was doing today. Did he go like negative quite a bit in the live account?
Yes, below what would be zero balance. Yes, into debit.
Well, you can go try and get that money, Ben. Not me. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, like, that's kind of that's irresponsible in many ways. But I'll take the positive one and say, even if I get what he's doing, you have a little left and you're trying to like YOLO it. Even if you're trying to do that, as you said, got kind of wicked out on the numbers, you can't. Even if that's what you're trying to do, there are better expected value returns than just trying to take a 15 lot through CPI. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You're just going to get probably wicked out before you even know. So, yeah. Not
you
great.
Could be really you could be really right and really wrong within a matter of seconds, quicker than you have time to react to that. So it's just ill-advised generally, and I think it's glory or bust kind of strategy that was deployed this morning. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Jack. I'll let you go back to it.
Yeah, we'll get to the last card. It is super irritating. Zero sum game with these futures contracts. It's irritating to see someone do that in a live market. I guess he made some people very happy, but it's like, okay, we're just going to toss $15,000 or whatever into the ether. I mean, not great. Took a payout. Like, yeah, take some time, get your head back together. But yeah, I mean,
one last piece. The timing of the payout, I think, is also something to commend. Taking a payout looks like on October 3rd, when you have been on somewhat of a cold streak. Basically, had given back. The last major winning day he had was the 26th of September, 15 grand. That's nice, but then to proceed to give that back over the following 4 trading sessions, then have the wherewithal to say, I'm going to take half of the account balance or whatever that, it was likely max payout. So half, that is really encouraging that, at least at that moment in time, he did the right thing, because that could have easily been 20,000 that was given back to the markets. We want our traders to pay themselves. We want them to be profitable, obviously, but to pay themselves along the way. We opened with, Susan's trading card, trying to get her to a payout. So that's the ultimate goal. And I'm proud of Raul for doing that. He can certainly, with that money, take some time, come back, and work your way back to earning a live account.
So we'll save Ben. Ben, we'll save this last card. I'm just gonna hit on a few things I saw in the chat, and then we're gonna go to, we got group coaching that's coming up next. We got JD and Hogue in the house. Coach J and D and Marcelo F are back at 1:00 for Trade with Topstep, and then Francis Green is joining Hogue Dolby and Andre for Power Hour. With those out of the way, people were asking, like, how do gamblers get to live? It's sometimes you don't know that people are gamblers until after the fact, or when they get down to just a little bit of money and change their mindset, because all trading is not gambling, but it is taking risks. And there are a lot of people that have been profitable. I mean, just because you hit your daily loss limit a lot, it's not the thing I would recommend. But theoretically, there's a lot of people that are, not theoretically, actually, there are people that are profitable that have a lot of losing days that are DLL, and just like anything else, their winning days are way bigger, and the math works out. And it's hard to know if those people are gamblers, especially if they prove it over a bit of time. until it doesn't work. If it keeps working, then that's a valid strategy. I'm not recommending it necessarily, but it's definitely valid. So just saying that there. Well,
Yeah.
Ben,
Thanks for that,
thank
Ben.
you. Thank you for joining or leading really today. Always good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, Jack. It was fun. We got one more tomorrow.
One more this week. It's Thursday afternoon. We got Topstep TV rolling on through the closing bell today. You'll want to stick around for that. So get yourself a LaCroix or a sip of apple juice, and we'll be back right after this with group coaching with JD and Hogue. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day where we take your questions, you traders and listeners and watchers in the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. There's a form pinned to the chat right now. You could try and squeeze a question in if you wish, but we got a whole bunch of them. I don't think we're going to get through all of them. Hogue, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Rested and ready. Always look forward to these sessions with you, JD. Always love the group coaching sessions, and looking forward to answering whatever we can get answered here.
For sure. We're up a couple bucks in the house account. You can see Hoag's screen right now. We got the realized P&L at $510. It's been a choppy trading session, to say the least. So let's dig into some of your questions, and maybe we could figure out what's happening. All right. First question, Hoag, comes from Simo. Simo said, I've had this happen to me a few times now. I end the trading day in red, thinking I should have won with this type of price action. Then I go back to the TradingView replay and play the day purely by my strategy and end up winning big, just like I thought I should have while the markets were open. Somehow I just don't execute my plan during the day. Any tips on how to review your days and get better at executing your back-tested plan? Sounds to me like Simo's not keeping a very good journal, maybe. Not trying to call you out or anything, but yeah, you could definitely just start by journaling your trades and going back and looking through them every single day.
I mean, basically, Simo just answered their own question. You know, you trade through the day, a day you think that you should have taken some decent profits on, and you don't. And then you go review and you play the day out as though you would be following only your strategy, all of your strategy, and only your strategy, and the day would have played out much better. You just answered your own questions. What makes us get out of our strategy? What makes you second guess a strategy that, you know, if time and time again you go back and review what would have happened had you followed your plan from the beginning, that it turns out to be good. There's a trust issue there. Of course, JD mentioned journaling. You know, a lot of the things that take us out of our strategy are things that are emotional or physical changes or mental state. So Simo, if you go on the Topstep TV site where the daily levels are, there is also an emotional trade journal template. Emotional trading journal template. I'm going to just put it up here. So while you're trading through the day, and you know, you can print this out, of course. You know, start thinking about, before you get in the trade, what you're thinking about and feeling mentally, physically, and emotionally. You don't have to write a book. You can write little hieroglyphs. Like, you know, if I'm feeling, you know, calm, I'll just write a wavy line, something like that. An entry, if I start to get nervous, I'll write, you know, 3 wavy lines. You know, during it and exit, after exit, any comments that you want to make for each trade you're going to take. That might be one of the tools that you will be able to use to kind of ferret out why you are taking trades outside your strategy. Here is the link for that. Okay. And you know, why you're taking trades outside your strategy, why you're having difficulty trusting a strategy that you've back tested at the end of the day. And if you had followed that strategy to the T, you would have had a much better trading day. You know, there's a lot of reasons why this can be happening, but as long as you continue doing what you're doing, you know, you have a day and you go, you know what, I didn't follow my plan today. Let's go back and review what would have happened had I followed my plan. And if you're consistently showing better results, then the action alone might help you trust the fact that you do have a strategy that, if you were going to follow it for a period of time, you would probably end up with better results than if you were not following that strategy. It's so difficult to do. One of the last things I want to mention, Simone, and we're just going to be really quick about this, is, you know, you have a strategy. If you're setting up for the trading day, you should be, you know, looking at the trading day and saying, okay, you know, I think the market's going to do this. So this would be hypothesis number 1. The market does this. This is the strategy I'm going to use. And you use that strategy until hypothesis number 1 proves to be wrong. And then you take a look at, okay, is hypothesis number 2 or hypothesis number 3 coming true? And you follow that strategy to that hypothesis. If you're prepared for the trading day and you've said to yourself, I have a plan, I have, you know, a strategy, I'm learning to trust that it works, But if you never trust that it works, you're never going to find out if it does. I like what you're doing, going back at the end of the day and saying, you know what, I should have made money today. I should have had a good trading day. Let's go through the plan. Let's go piece by piece through the plan throughout the trading day. And if the outcome is better, there's your answer. Great question, Simo. It's not that easy, of course. You know, what I'm suggesting is that you just do it, but sometimes it's just not that easy. If it were easy, everybody'd be doing it. But Simo, if you know, it sounds to me like you've got a good plan here. You have a good sense of when you are trading outside your plan. And I love the fact that you go back and review and, you know, see if you followed your plan to a T, how that day would have come out. That, I think, is going to go a long way to you learning to trust your strategies and your intuitions. Good question, Simo.
Awesome. Thanks, Og. And the Emotional Trading Journal link has been pinned to the top of the chat. Go ahead and give that a click. You just got to throw your email in there and we'll give it to you for free. You can download it, do whatever you want with it. Pinned in the chat. All right, let's get to the next question. Next up is Neil. Neil says, hey, Hogue, thanks for your time. I find that I typically know the bias, but I have trouble setting a proper stop loss, causing my position to get stopped before catching the runner. Keeping the risk a little too tight and missing the big move.
Yes, and it happens to all of us, Neil. Happens to me, happens to JD, happens to everybody. But, Neil, what I would suggest for you is start accounting for every time that happens. You know, you say you have, you know, the direction of the market, you're trying to get in at good levels, but you're maybe setting your stops a little bit too close. Or let me suggest this to you, Neil. Setting stops is an art form as much as a science. When you're looking at an opportunity in the charts or whatever you're looking at, you're probably not the only one looking at that opportunity, right? And if it's an obvious kind of a layup type of situation, that always alerts me to say, if I'm seeing this and it looks so much like a layup, a lot of other people are. And, you know, the predatory algos, HFTs, they're going to see that order flow come in and they're going to say, you know, we just got a whole bunch of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders in here. We know what their risk tolerances are. We're going to place bids where we think their stops are, and then we're just going to evaporate all our bids and maybe show some big offers or do whatever they can do to influence price to go back down, take those stops, and they end up with the good trade location and they end up with the profit. Now, again, you know, if this is something that happens to you a lot, Neil, and you'll have to account for it. 60 trades and 30 of them hit your stop and then go your way. In my experience in you know, helping traders and performance coaching and trading and all of that stuff, the one thing that I would suggest is when you're seeing an obvious opportunity, if it's obvious to you, it's probably obvious to others. Think about where you were going to put your stop. Demand better trade location so you can put your stop outside of where everybody else's stops are going to be. You may miss some trades, but there's probably a better opportunity for you to get into those trades where the other people are getting stopped out of it and succeeding in that trade than getting in where everybody else is trading, getting stopped out where their stops are, and then watching the trade play without you. It's very subjective. It is not that easy to do, but I think with time, experience, and accountability to it, accounting for it, you'll get an idea of, you know what, where everybody else's stops that are in this position. And if I can kind of pick that out, and it's, you know, it's of course subjective and you'll get better at it over time. If you can pick that out, if you can kind of sniff that out, then you're much better off demanding a better trade location, putting your stop outside those groups of other stops, and then, you know, hopefully seeing better results because of it. You know, trade location is everything, but stop location is important as well. When we think about shorter time frame traders, you know, somebody that's in a long on a 1 minute chart and they're trailing their stop. Well, they're trailing their stop probably just below the previous 1 minute bar's low. If it continues to go, they're trailing their stop just below the previous 1 minute bar's low. If it continues to go, they're trailing their stop just below the previous 1 minute bar's low. everybody does that to some degree or another. Maybe it's a longer time frame swing low that they're trying to get, that they're going to put their stop at. But when you initially get into the trade and you're looking at that opportunity and you're saying, this looks like a good short here, for whatever reason it is, then ask yourself, is this an obvious level for other traders to take this short? And if so, where are their stops going to be? Try and get in where their stops are going to be. That helps you even limit your risk even more, gets you into a better trade location, and possibly even expands your potential profit target on that trade. Nothing is perfect, Neil. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice. And when you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. But account for this, and you may find a better way to set your stops and get better trade locations so you're not getting stopped down in trades before the market goes your way. Just a suggestion.
Yep, some of these levels are very, how do you say it? I know visible is not the right word, but if it looks like an obvious stop position where your stop is, then other people are seeing it too. So keep that in mind. All right.
That's why whenever there's something that looks like a layup, JD, don't you kind of think like, all right, this is just hanging out there too easy. This fruit is too low. There's a worm in it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's no big secret. The NASDAQ and the S&P are going to do whatever screws the most people. I think that's been proven time and time again. All right. Here's an oldie but a goodie. Haven't had this one in a while. Hogue, what are the weekly kickoff levels? And what do they represent? Real quick. It's been a while.
Okay. So the weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate over the weekend that I believe that longer time frame traders are going to be forced to, need to, or want to adjust inventories. They're longer time frame levels where I look again for adjustments in inventory in the longer time frames. And the biggest traders, do they always work right away? No. But eventually, at some point, these weekly kickoff levels do become important at some point. Now, what have we done this week? Let me take a quick look here. GC. Okay. All right. So, let's take a look at the weekly kickoff low in gold this week. All right. So gold has been relatively range bound. Okay. The weekly kickoff low, 26.36 even. We looked below it on Tuesday and we rejected it. Yesterday, we pushed down below it and closed below it. What would indicate a likely continuation below that level? In other words, a likely continuation would have longer time frame traders either liquidating longs or getting into new shorts and perpetuating the move to the downside. We had very low volume yesterday, so we didn't see a lot of new business being created below that level. All right, so take a look at the 30-minute chart. So there's Tuesday. We broke below it. What didn't happen? We didn't close the gap below. We did close 2 days in a row below that level. What didn't happen? We didn't close the gap. What happened today? The CPI numbers came out. We closed the gap and found buyers right down there. And where have those buyers been kind of centering or looking for opportunities in the session today? At or below weekly kickoff low. So the assumption, if we bring in a whole bunch of new open interest tomorrow, which we've been seeing open interest really waffling in gold over the last 2 to 3 weeks, because it's been relatively range bound. A lot of people have just been kind of holding pat or adjusting inventories in small ways. If we do see a large jump in open interest and we close back above the weekly kickoff low, that would kind of look like a little bit of a rejection of lower pricing below that. And if we do bring in a whole bunch of new open interest, that may be the new inventory being accumulated by longer time frame traders. And if we do get that information, we don't like to fight the longer time frame traders. They're the ones with the real money, the ones that really move these markets. Everybody says the algos do, but the algos do in small ways. It's the real inventory of the larger traders that I think really drives price. So, that's one example of how weekly kickoff level can be important. Okay. When we're thinking about Ivan and everybody, when the market is directional, always be thinking, okay, the market is directional to the downside. How good of a job is it doing in that direction? We all know it's going lower. Is it succeeding? Is volume increasing? Is open interest increasing? Is participation, our eyeballs on it? Does everybody see that it's going lower? And is everybody trying to get in on that move lower? That is a market that is likely to go in, to continue in that direction. But if you get it below an important inflection level, an important inflection level like the weekly kickoff level sometimes, and we don't see business coming in, volume coming in, open interest added, everybody watching, everybody noticing, momentum in that direction, the market isn't doing a very good job in moving in that direction. Is it something to always be thinking about? What direction is the market attempting to go, if any? And how good of a job is it doing getting there? Looking at volume, open interest, momentum, all of those things. Even, you could probably even add like RSI or stochastics to that, because I don't, but I know a lot of people would be looking at that. Okay. Or how about the ADX, where the ADX is high in a directional market, it's more likely to continue in that direction. There's all different kinds of tools you can use to gauge that, but just by looking at volume and open interest, when the market is attempting to go in a particular direction, you can kind of sense when a move has exhausted itself. And to me, for the last couple of days in gold, it seems that the downside auction has, at least for now, exhausted itself. We're trading higher today. It's for all intents and purposes, basically closed for the day today. So it's going to close back above that weekly kickoff level. Probably going to close 26.39 half. Weekly kickoff levels 26.36. 2 days lower, unable to close the gap in regular trading hours. An event closed the gap, and then buyers came in and held price back above that level. If we added a bunch of open interest in gold today, I would say that was an inventory adjustments in longer time frame. Monitor for a move back to the high of the current area of balance that could take us maybe back up to last week's high. Not saying that's going to happen today, tomorrow, but if we do fail to continue the move to the downside after breaking the weekly kickoff low, we're still range bound, and the range bound rules say the market is likely to trade to the other extreme of the range. Weekly kickoff levels are just levels that I believe longer time frame traders will be forced to, need to, or want to adjust inventory. Doesn't have to happen right away. Good question, Ivan. Hope that helps.
There you go.
Very
All
well.
right. Here we are.
PD.
Thanks for the question. And great answer, Hogue. Very concise. All
Awesome.
right, folks. I've been seeing this coming through the chat for quite a bit. I'm going to turn it over to Eddie real quick with a very important announcement.
Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's about that time.
Players and VIPs only.
Yes.
I feel like a VIP.
Do you want to be a VIP?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
You know what? Now is the time. Once again, today's the second one. So that's number 11 on the week. And you're wondering, on number 11, what are you talking about, Eddie? Topstep is expanding. And we are opening up our VIP to Coach Hoop, who is drafting this week 50 traders for his team. And if you do get drafted, which we're going to have on Monday, it's going to be a live draft. You're going to have 3 free months in the 100K trading combine. You're going to get 2 free resets each month with the VIP, no activation fee, and of course that secret bunker in the private Discord chat room with your coach and your team. Now, if you're chosen, we're going to ask you, please, if you can, just one time, make an appearance on Topstep TV. And, like Jack P did when we had our guest here. He told you a little bit about what this was about. He said it was great. You got the one-on-one, you got the coaching, a lot of good information. So this is something that we're doing, and we want to hear from you. So if you agree to that, hit that link up top. We got the Topstep VIP form above on the top of the chat. So look up there. So let's do this, all right? We're going to be dropping forms multiple times a day, all week until Friday. And with the most signups, okay, the most times that you sign up, only once per drop, we're going to be including in our drawing for 1 to 50, one of 50 VIP seats. And we're going to have this sitting up there for about 15 minutes. So get to it. And I'm going to give this back to JD and Hogue. Back to you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie. Yep, that form is now pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you go ahead and fill it out. Draft is on Monday. We're going to be posting a few more forms today and tomorrow. They're up for 15 minutes, 15 minutes a time. So go ahead and fill that out for your chance to win one of 50 spots in the next Topstep VIP experience. All right. Next question. Hogue, you ready to keep going?
Absolutely.
All right. Could you please explain? This question comes from Angie. It's relevant to some of the price action from today. Could you explain the single TPOs one more time and how you use them to make the determination to go long or short? Very important. We were looking at single print TPOs yesterday and today, weren't we?
Yes.
How are they significant and relevant to your trade positioning?
Okay. Let me look here. Hang on one second. All right. Well, okay. All right. So what we're looking at here are the profiles from the NASDAQ. I think these are individual. All right. I want to get a little bit more on here. So these are 3-tick TPOs. Usually I'll look at charts that have single tick TPOs, but this is the NASDAQ, but there's single TPOs on here that I want to kind of talk about. So, yesterday, the market opened above a late spike to the upside. Okay. Well, actually, it didn't open above the late spike to the upside. It opened below it, but it really rejected value from the previous day. Here's value high, and then started to drive higher. So the base of the late spike is single TPOs. Usually, if we were to open above those, that would indicate probable acceptance of higher pricing because these single TPOs from the previous day would be viewed as excess. When I hate doing that, but what we're looking at in single TPOs is excess, where price was at a level that was rejected quickly in one way or another. So we have yesterday's profile. The market opens kind of bordering the base of the late spike. The base of the late spike yesterday in the S&Ps, if you saw the fast markets yesterday, I said I'm short below, long above it. If we get above it, we're going to try and go long. Well, we looked around, we fooled around a little bit, and then we started moving higher. The B period left single TPOs above the range high from yesterday and above the base of the late spike. These single TPOs, now I'm going to go back to single TPOs. All right, so these little single TPOs here are now viewed as excess below price. The C period, the third 30-minute period, opened, did not close out these single TPOs. That means that price is still being rejected at lower pricing until we can come down and close out those single TPOs. The market is it's still saying to us, hey, we've left excess below. There's a possibility that this market can continue higher. Then we get C period, which leaves more single TPOs to the upside, leaving the initial balance, opening the next 30-minute bar above the initial balance. From that point forward, we're probably nothing happens exact, right? There's nothing finite or for sure in trading. But when we open the D period, which is the fourth 30-minute period of the session, we're saying, all right, well, we've rejected the initial balance. We've seen single TPOs driving price higher. We now have excess below price again. As long as we don't re-accept inside the initial balance, we're probably looking for opportunities for longs. The market continues to push to the upside. Now, I can split this profile so we can see how the day went. D period continued higher. E period continued higher. F period failed to take out the high of E period. We get a pullback. all the way to the price bar overlay. We take out all those single TPOs and D period, but we still have single TPOs all the way down to the initial balance. Even if this market pulled all the way down to back to the initial balance, without acceptance of the initial balance, the nuance is still to the upside. I period came all the way back down, left an anomaly. This is what's called an anomaly. One single TPO sticking out like that is likely to at some point be revisited at some point. But the market comes, leaves the single TPOs. The market is still saying we have excess below price. This is too cheap earlier. Is it too cheap now? I period comes down. We end up rotating through the body of the profile and then basically finishing the day with the late spike to the upside. What did we do today? What did we do today? We opened below the base of the late spike. It's telling us that the price is probably going to be accepting pricing at lower levels. We opened in range and in value below the base of the late spike. When the market opens, where does it trade to? The IB low, the IB high, which is that last support level that if we got to it yesterday was either we're going to hold here or we're not. We got back down to it today. We held there. The market rotated higher. Where did it trade to? It traded into the base of the late spike. But when we opened below the base of the late spike, these single TPOs are now excess. The market is saying this was too expensive. We couldn't open the market to the regular trading hours in or above the base of the late spike. We opened below it. So the market is saying we're rejecting higher pricing, at least for now. At least for now. Again, there's nothing finite, absolute. What we're doing here is using the market-generated information in the market profile to stack nuances in order of importance in the current context of the marketplace. What I'd like to do here is, Angie, I want to give you, and everybody, and let me see if I can find it here, the link to the market profile masterclass, which it's not hard, it's hardly a master class. It's really the basics of profile, but I think this can give you a good idea. It's an hour long, and maybe this is something that will help you understand the profiles just a little bit better. And there's all kinds of great books and information and stuff. If you want to learn more about it, we can discuss. Great question. Thank you very much, Angie. And I always feel bad because there's always all these questions that we can't get to. Maybe JD, we should collect a lot of the questions and do like an hour or two, maybe even in the evening, where we can just kind of go through and just answer any question that we can. And believe me, folks, nobody knows everything. I know I certainly don't. I don't know anybody that knows everything. For Pete's sake, nobody does. But I enjoy this so much. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the participation here, JD. I appreciate you. Maybe this is something we should think about doing on a perhaps a regular basis, because we are getting so many good questions, and I always feel bad that we can't get to them all. JD,
yeah,
back to you.
For sure. And the form I use to collect these questions, I have every single question ever submitted for group coaching. So we can dig through those and grab like the top 10 topics maybe and do something to cover those. Again, yeah, like you said, it doesn't have to be live during the trading hours, but we could definitely figure something out.
Yeah, we could call it,
all right, folks.
Have a bourbon with JD and Hogue.
Love it. All right, guys. We are past time. We got to make way for the next group coming in. We got Marcelo and Deanna and Coach Jay coming in to trade with Topstep. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. Thanks for your questions. Thank you, Hogue, for taking the time to answer those questions. Stick around. We're going to take 2 minutes. We'll be right back. We made it. What is up, friends and traders? Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got some great guests here. Up there on the top right, star of the London Open, we have Deanna, Angelo. What's up, D? On the bottom right, we got Coach Jay, head coach of the Lunatics in the Topstep VIP experience. And on the bottom left, pardon me, excuse me, we have Marcelo, previously funded Topstep trader, joining us today to trade with Topstep. Marcelo's been around for a little while. I see he's been trading with Topstep for about 8 months now. He filled out that casting call form, sent in a video. He got processed and accepted. Now here he is trading live with us on Topstep TV. Marcelo, what's going on? Are you trading today? Are you in the markets? Have you been in the markets? What are you trading?
First and foremost, thank you everyone for having me on. I'm not in a trade currently. I am patiently monitoring the market, where I would like to discuss my strategy and probably why I take too long to execute on a trade. As we're talking in the background, I am more of a swing trader. Therefore, I need to find those parameters within the chart before the execution appears.
Excellent. We'll come back and talk a little bit more about your process in a few minutes. But Deanna, you are in a trade right now. You're short crude oil from 76.10. You're in the micros. What are you seeing in the crude oil market?
Yeah, so I had initially a level of 75 that I saw some options levels, and it did actually go into a bit of a short, but then ultimately it bounced from around the initial balance high area and shot up to 76. So by doing that, we actually reached my average daily range high level, which was exactly at 76.21. Now, I did a Twitter post where I said the next area of interest is from 76.80, and then I did say, 75.84 up to about 76. So that's the turnaround that I was expecting. And I did want to be short crude oil today. So the first one didn't work. The second one so far is working pretty well. I'm 41 ticks in profit. And I'm probably going to keep this all the way into settlement, maybe even into power hour, depends on how the price action looks. But basically, I'm looking for an auction fade from the average daily range high, which is one of my high probability setups.
Excellent. We'll be keeping tabs on this trade. We'll go back to D in a few minutes and see how it's playing out. Coach Jay, what's up with the Lunatics today?
What's going on, JD?
We had a nice drop in from Coach Ray earlier. Talked about a couple of his traders. Monique,
we had Jack
on the leaderboard right behind. Oh yeah, we just had
Jack the Lunatic on. He with a great call. That trade would still be in the profit if he was still holding it now. So we're doing all right.
Excellent. You got any trades on right now? You looking at anything right now?
Nope. I'm flat right now, kind of looking at the S&Ps to see if they're presenting an opportunity. There was some big selling that just came in, looking if we get any continuation, but continuation has kind of been hard to come by with this big range bound day. So looking to maybe fade extremes of this range, but right now we're kind of in the middle of it. I'm going to stay flat.
Good call. I think a lot of people trading the equities right now are thinking the same thing. It's been a slow, low volatility, low volume grinder today in the equities. Tough trade, but not every day is going to be a layup, right?
Right.
All right, Marcelo, originally from Paraguay, joining us from the great state of Virginia today. We also learned in the green room right before we came on, our producer James is from Virginia, and we found out where he went to high school. We won't put him on the spot, though, with that one. It was pretty funny. But Marcelo, walk us through your process a little bit. What are you looking at when you're putting a trade on? You talked about higher time frames. You like taking your time before you get into a trade, holding them for a little bit longer. You're looking at 4-hour, 1-hour charts when you're looking for trade entries. But walk us through your process a little more.
Yeah, I am personally a harmonic pattern trader who tries to identify the frequency of the market rhythm, the ebbs and flows, correct, or principal terms, support and resistance, or levels that translate into supply or demand zone. I am also a harmonic pattern trader. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with harmonic trading technique, but regardless of the trading approach, my interpretation here of the market information comes with the interpretation of market information, or the perception of market value was high for one participant, maybe low for the other. This may be a little bit of mumbo jumbo in between, but basically, if I go into my chart, where I normally try to apply or identify here in the price action mainly, are M and W formation, line Fibonacci application to identify those precise entry level, support or resistance. Here in this case, I was looking for an M formation. I'm not sure if I should give the name of this pattern. It's called a bullish bar pattern. There are precise risk parameters or a congregation of ratios before executing a long position in this case. That turning point for the support or the long execution in this case was indeed a support. Oftentimes for this type of execution, the support zone comes at the 0.886, where we can determine the risk, where the execution is pretty much a defined level. The 0.886 here in terms of Fibonacci sequences gave us a number, a 5735, where the stops should ideally be below the X point of the structure. Now, of course, since I miss this long execution, I then focus the other pattern that might be presenting on the 4 hour. Ideally, I try to find an M formation that leads me to find another W formation. In this context, on the hourly time frame, an M formation for a long execution, in this case on the ES, on the S&P 500, pretty much presented a 110 ticks. All of these are new to me because I normally base my projection in terms of percentages coming from the crypto space. However, as I said before, I normally look for an M formation for a long position and a W formation for a short position. From a long position, since I already missed, now I'm looking for the 4 hour time frame where it will print a new all-time highs in the price action for the S&P 500. I'm looking for how high can we go, right? How high can this market go to these current levels? Therefore, knowing those data points or those precise levels, I started to compute other harmonic ratios within this entire segment of the move, the entire range on the 4 hour. Therefore, new support levels may be identified here after this upward traction. Knowing, once again, the previous high from the lows, as I said before, I look for an M formation that can lead me to the W formation. In this case, I compute those Fibonacci ratios, the data points. These are not random entries or exit positions. They are defined levels to know when to exit or when to enter or exit positions. So here, a W formation, I would ideally look here for a short position now at the 1272 on the S&P, which is a 58.58, a precise level. However, there are levels within this W formation from an M to a W that can potentially range all the way to the 1.41 as well as a 1.618. I know that in futures may be a higher range to give a stop loss, for example. However, my first execution will be at the 1.272. Why the 1.272? Because if I'm looking here on this formation on the hourly, the 4 hour, I then move into the hourly to find other levels of confluence that can give me a sign that this time interval is entering a level of exhaustion or profit taking from the long execution for those who executed position at the lows. So yeah, basically what I look on the patterns are M and W formation, the ebbs and flows of the market, transferring or flowing the money from one pocket to the other.
I have a question for you, Marcelo.
Yes.
So it's all very well 4 hour chart. How do you find your entries intraday?
I normally move into the hourly. I need to identify the main trend, the primary trend, the daily mainly, moving into the 4 hour. And if I see a pattern that may develop on the 4 hour, as explained here, I go back into my chart. For example, here, I define the 4 hour for a short now, since I missed the long execution on the hourly, okay? So I move into different time intervals, the price segments in this case. Where I'm having a hard time
I would still think, go.
Yeah, so I move into the hourly. I believe I can apply the same approach into the 15-minute, the same approach basically to identify these M and Ws. This is where I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So one thing that that can trip you up, because I used to be a swing trader many years ago. So I started in 2007 with trading. By 2008, I had a pretty good idea what I was doing. And then for the first 5 years, I only did swing trading. But here's what I found. When I moved into intraday, I found that I was always looking for large moves that sometimes wouldn't come because we would be in a range-bound day. Now, range-bound days do tend to happen over 50% of the time, sometimes on some years, even up to 60% of the time. So naturally, when we're swing traders, we're trying to look for those massive moves from bigger time frames. And then you get stuck in a range-bound day. You had two options. You either don't trade or you get chopped up because you're looking for the break never comes. So it would be an interesting thing to see you grow into more of an intraday trader and to find ways to define what sort of a day type you have. Is it a range bound day? Is it a momentum day? Is it a limited auction day? Is it a trending day? And I suspect that you would probably do best with some sort of mean reversion trades at these points from the harmonic patterns that you're looking at. Jay, what do you reckon? What are your thoughts?
I have a trader that trades with us in the Coach J chat that uses these exact patterns, right? Just W's and M's all the time, and they have a pretty good success rate. But like you're saying, Dee, they're not looking at an hourly chart, right? They're looking at it on either a tick chart or a really short time frame. So I think, Marcelo, you can apply it, like you said, to a shorter time frame. Anytime they post a screenshot with a W or an M, it's usually with a profitable trade. So they're seeing something well, or maybe they're just only sharing the winners. I think it can be applied. I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest with you.
Yeah. How many trades a day or week would you say you're getting with the strategy right now? Yeah.
I haven't taken any trade in this case. So basically, I would say even 2 a month or 3 patterns a month.
2 or 3 a month? Okay.
Yes. Regarding to this question, I would like to actually emphasize a point here. I believe it's very important. Since I'm being recommended to try the shorter time frames, before I was trying to capitalize on the entire segment of the move, right? From an M to a W. Yeah. However, from now on, applying on futures, all I need here is the reactionary move, only a reactive move, not necessarily the entire segment. Why? Because on futures, of course, the profit taking are different. In my opinion, at least for so far. Therefore, all I need here in this reactive move will be 30 to 40 ticks. And then from there, I'll repeat and rinse and repeat basically to an M to a W on the short-term trend.
Yeah.
So trying to identify the M, execute the position, 30, 40 ticks, exit the position, and find another pattern.
So let's, that time frame you're on, I can't see. Is that 15?
15. Yeah, it looks like 15.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go down to a 5-minute chart. I really want to see whether you would find something on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah, I don't really like to erase all the chart, all I see here, correct? Yeah. So I can have a better picture.
Clean slate.
Here is clearly in this segment of the move an information, right? It's pretty observable, in my opinion. This is an information. However, what defines an M or a W comes with a precise alignment. This is where the work of Scott Carney, who was the creator of this strategy, harmonic technique, comes from those precise alignments, anchoring for this example, the highs or the lows to the highs. And yes, this is indeed another information here. Not very sure if this anchoring point will be perceivable as a bad pattern or a Garley pattern. This is the original pattern from Harold Garley from the 1930s, where the harmonic trading technique started, basically. However, perfected later on by Scott Carney. So yes, this is a Garley pattern in this particular time frame, the 5 minutes. So here again, my issue, and this of course is only a personal approach, is that this segment or these moves, the reactive moves on the 5 minutes or the 15 minutes are short lived, of course, right? And therefore, there was a 15 ticks, I believe, that can still be, of course, executed and take it as it is. As a short-term opportunity that presents in the market.
So we're talking
Where
about
would-
an equity index with a very strong upward bias. So shorts, from a larger time frame. Anytime I'm looking at shorts, I need to be super sure that that is indeed an opportunity and that we also have some sort of a catalyst. Otherwise, these markets are pretty resilient. So if you were looking for longs, how would you approach that using this? So I'm just trying to get a good understanding of your current approach so that we can sort of mold
Yeah, that's
it.
a great question. I'm sure a lot of people are curious about
Yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah. So far, my bias or directional bias is towards the downside. If I can explain why, is because we have been pretty much in an uptrend since 2022 at the cycle low, right? We have been coming all the way from this turning point, and now we're all the way to these levels, which for me, of course, that represent a large formation, a W formation, where I've been personally trading, taking short position on my personal account. However, I would like to show that these levels are not random. Okay, we can observe here a W formation connecting all those set or parameters within the price action. The highs or discernible highs in this case, highs to the lows, another discernible high from July.
So we seem to have now gone back to the daily chart. I'm trying to push
only
you into the
2%.
smaller time frame.
Oh yeah.
So
only 2%.
So my
Understand.
What I took,
I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain the thought process as to why I'm focusing on the short, right? Because you're asking me if what would be my strategy to execute a long position on these on the daily
intraday
time frame, on the larger time frame.
No, on the intraday.
However,
No, on the intraday time frame.
Okay.
So what would push you into a long on a day time frame today?
Another information, basically. Okay, so here we might be ranging. So if I start connecting the data points on the 15 minutes, I'm going to use this trading range from the lows to the highs and start waiting for another completion point of a pending pattern that should ideally go all the way to the 0.886, another bullish bad pattern. Once again, these are congregation of ratios where the 50% retracement on the B point terminates at the 0.886. Might be a little complex at first to understand, but there are levels to respect.
It's not
within
complex.
This,
so I
structure.
get the levels to
so
respect.
Ideally, I would look for a long.
Yeah.
Looks like we might have lost your charts.
I would ideally look for a long here at the 57.94 or 57.88.
94.
basically.
Okay.
So Marcelo, you're leaning to the short
on
side
the
right now.
intraday time interval, I would look for 57.94.
57.94. Okay, good.
Pardon?
And D,
That
how's
would be a
your
level for a long position. But my general bias, as I was trying to explain, is a short. I believe this information will be short-term lived. And the reason why, if I can have a minute and explain why, is because we have completed a major turning point on the daily time frame, which was basically this W formation. I explained this pattern here is a W formation on the daily time frame. Therefore, my bias now will be to find Ws on the smaller time frames. Where to me, my perception or my interpretation of the market information will be that a downtrend, or we are entering a turning point towards the downside, of course, after a sustained rally from the connecting point, the C to the D. If I recreate that chart from a forensic analytic perspective, moving into a daily time frame, that chart is the same connecting point. I believe my browser is having some delay in the background.
Yeah, we temporarily lost your charts, Marcelo.
The chart I was talking previously is Oh, apologize. I was referring that why my bias or directional bias now would be to find W's very structured within minor time frames is mainly due to this larger formation on the daily that took place pretty much. This is from last year, right? So my directional bias then was to execute long positions all the way up until the completion point of this W formation, which is called a first butterfly. I know there are funny names, but these are the real names. So now that we completed that turning point on the daily, okay, you guys can observe that there was indeed a reactive move, or basically a 10% decline, or 614 ticks on the S&P. Now, this is normally a first reactive move prior to the major reversal point, where the price action reacts first, retest the highs, make potentially a new highs as an up thrust, false breakup, and then we see another major drawdown in this manner. So this is why directional bias.
What sort of stop losses are you using?
Varies per se.
What sort of stop loss sizes are you using for intraday?
Depending on the amount I'm willing to risk, 1,000, 500, depending on the personal risk mitigation measure that every trader perceives. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. Yeah, that's
when
a great top-down analysis there. Looking at the higher time frames.
Yeah, top-down analysis is spot on. Stellar. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my only concern here would be that you're focusing on very large time frames, and by the looks of it, you're not getting too many intraday trades. Is that what you're
that's
dealing
absolutely
with?
correct, and that's where I'm having issues with. So I admit I am not a day trader, but it doesn't mean that I don't have any interest into execute these positions. I'm actually willing to take the effort and present the same executions on the daily into 15 minutes at least.
Mm-hmm.
Which would in theory
if
give
you're
me
short
at least.
bias,
Yes.
so if you're short bias, you said your point of interest was 58.58, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, on that particular time frame, on the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So if I go back here, once again, deleting everything, all the noise in between, this is where I normally like to find those M and Ws.
So one thing that you could do is maybe just look like at a very simple average daily range high and low, where you might be able to match up your larger time frame levels with intraday. That could provide you with a bit more opportunities intraday, because you would have that data point from a 15-minute chart. You use your higher time frame. You're very good at higher time frame analysis, and then just try to match it with another intraday specific level, which could provide you with more opportunities. Because obviously, swing trading, I know that I had a couple of issues similar to you. My trades would not come for like 2 weeks. I wouldn't have a proper opportunity. And then once they did come, it would either happen outside of the hours that I was watching it, so the trade location would be gone. And then I had an issue of only capturing a part of the move because we had to close positions at the end of the day. Is that something that you're also struggling with, or are you just struggling with frequency of trades?
Mainly the timing factor. Also, I believe everybody or every trader has their own personality in the markets, right? Maybe some are more fit to, or suitable to minor time frames, depending on their time availability also. However, I don't have any excuse. I'm going to apply the 15 minutes at least. The 5 minutes is where I see more a randomness in the price action. 15 minutes and 30 minutes, I believe, are...
And you just scale your stops to whatever the time frame that you're looking at, right?
Yeah. For this particular account, I would use 15 minutes from now on and apply either a reactionary move, which normally occurs at the completion point, the termination point of these patterns, correct? And try to capitalize on that minor move even from the PRC, the potential reversal zone, at the lows. A move to 10, 20, or 20 to 30 ticks for me will be enough to secure profit, of course, and repeat into another M or a W, regardless of the direction or the major.
Have you been doing that? Have you been doing that in this combine?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And I have executed. Some of them were okay-ish, but regarding to this parameters, I'm trying to apply the same levels on the micros. Why the micros? Because of course the risk mitigation measure will be more proper or appropriate for my type of trading execution.
Jay, I see you've been trying to pop in for a question. Go ahead, jump in there.
Yeah, I have a question because I know, Marcelo, you're great at the higher time frame analysis, and D is trying to get to where we can day trade with this strategy, right? Have you considered, just looking at a different type of chart? Have you considered looking at tick charts? If you can pull up on TopstepX a 5,000 tick chart, if you can see on that chart, if you can see W's and M's there, maybe a little bit more cleanly than you would on a time chart.
On time, yeah, that's a great idea.
Not really. Not really. I haven't.
Click on that. Have you looked at? Click on the 15 minutes, and then just change it to 5,000 ticks.
Oh,
is that a little cleaner?
Wow. Yeah. Why? Because unless
basically taking time out of the equation altogether. Yeah.
Taking time out of the equation.
Yeah, this is interesting. Because now I'm wondering if this is the same. Well, basically, it's the same approach. I see the same completion point or pending turning point, 5788 or 5795. It's the same information or pending information, but it seems a lot clearer. So that's a good point.
Okay, what if you go to 1,000 tick chart now? So change it from 5,000 to 1,000.
I can only see 5,000. I'm not sure if I can change that somewhere here.
Yep, it's there. It's
5,000
there.
is there.
Right above 5,000. Yeah. So you have 5,000 where you clicked.
You can do it manually.
1,000. Yeah, or on your keyboard, just type 1,000.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
Yeah, the max I see, the lowest I see in ticks are 100, and the highest are 5,000. This is
1,000. One right in the middle.
Yeah,
right in the middle, Marcelo. Yep, right there.
There you go.
This is maybe this may give you more trades. This may give you more trades on the S&Ps, which I don't know that you want, but maybe it's a little bit clearer to see these M's and W's.
All these 1,000 ticks represent in terms of time frame.
1,000. So it's not time frame at all. And shout out to Coach Robert because he uses these all the time. But it's 1,000 ticks in market movement. So whether up or down, anytime there's 1,000 ticks of market movement, then it's going to print another bar.
So there's no time at all.
No time at all. Yeah.
No time.
Yeah.
Tick charts are
another what I can
pure price action.
Yeah.
Okay. Another pattern besides harmonic pattern, one conventional charting application will be pretty much a head and shoulders right here. I can observe that pattern here on these 1,000 ticks. Basically, we're having a head, right? Maybe that can give me that execution to the longs. So the measure move of this formation will be pretty much the height of the head towards the downside. Trying to match if I can identify, basically another confluence.
Yeah. So then that was my question there, right? You identified, so that's a head and shoulders, right? It's not, I guess it's an M. Where would the entry be now, right? Based on this pattern, where would your entry be?
Oh, for a sure execution, in this case, will be because the perception will be towards the downside. So I will leave here 58.21 in my opinion. We reject another retest at least. We're breaking below, potentially another retest, confirming, denying as resistance prior to that drawdown that I'm expecting towards 57.94 or 57.88, somewhere in that vicinity. So ideally executing a short from here, but again, I need to see other momentum indicators also that agree with my confirmation bias per se, or bias in general.
Makes sense. So this is not an M or a W. This is a head and shoulders that you're seeing.
In this segment of the move. So what I said before is that this one is a conventional pattern that can give me the confluence. The measure move will lead me to that pending information or the completion point of this information right here in confluence basically. So I expect more drawdown here at the 57.84 all the way to 57.88. But yeah, my bias for now
the
in the short-term trend will be
setup. So would you say you're a momentum trader then as well?
I mean, it's working right now.
I consider myself a momentum or a pattern trader.
Okay, so for the momentum side of things, I know
Of course, these patterns
Coach
generate
Robert
momentum.
uses, yeah, of course, yeah. Coach Robert uses DMI for momentum, and he uses it on tick charts as well. So that might be something that could be useful to you. DMI has a component of ADX on it. I have it on my charts because obviously Robert is sometimes on with us on this segment. So I wanted to see exactly what he was seeing. And you can actually see momentum picking up like pretty in a pretty clear way. I like to have these. They are, what are they called? They're not. They are called
histogram
columns. Columns. It's not a histogram. That's what I. Yeah. So I put columns because I find that they are very easy to see, even with like bright lights in my face and stuff. And they are useful. I mean, for me, they're useful on like a 100 tick chart if I'm already in a trade and the momentum is sort of waning. I can actually use that to push me out of a trade, which again, as a former swing trader, was also one of my problems where, you know, I would ride out the level that I saw on the larger time frame, but then I would have problems closing it intraday. Because that would be like, well, it's going to go. But the problem is that we need to take that time constraint into consideration as intraday traders, and then somehow mold the larger time frame analysis that you're so good at with a lower time frame analysis. So that's definitely something to consider. So either DMI or ADX to show you when there's an actual momentum so that you can run your hypotheses.
Let's take a quick check-in on the markets, guys. We're seeing a little bit of movement in the equities, and a bit of a dip and a rip in the ES and the NQ. Let me maximize some of these. Little dip on a spike in volume down to 58.11.5 in the ES, equivalent of our low here, 23.72.5 in the NQ. Right back to where we started, though. D, what's up with your crude trade? You're still in the money. You're still in the money a little bit.
Yeah, the money. 31 ticks in the money, so just trickling. Like I said, I'm probably going to keep this going because crude oil has been moving even past settlement, and I have closed out trades because I was expecting the volume to completely stop and die out, but then it would just kind of keep trickling in my direction. So I'm going to run that hypothesis today to see what happens with this. And then I'm going to journal it, obviously, because we have some crude oil moves that are pretty decent. And we've come back to some normality on the ranges. We are every day making over 200 ticks, 300 ticks, and we even had a day of 500 ticks. Now, that's the crude oil that I know and remember. So I'm going to see what they want to do with this one. On ES, we are now making a neutral day type. So we extended the initial balance to the other side. And both me and Jay were looking at a potential for a range-bound day. So this is why I was asking about longs, because one of the things that I can see on ES is that we keep bouncing from previous day's initial balance high, which was located at 58.13.25. And we literally just kept dipping in there and then bouncing from it. And we just did the same. Literally went down to 58.11 half and then bounced back. So that's the range bound trade intraday that both me and Jay was talking. That's why I was talking to Marcello to see what would push you into a long. So I wanted to see exactly where his level would be. And his level is much, much lower down. So I do believe there are some intraday references that might be useful for him to match up the larger time frame analysis. Like initial balance is also one that can kind of get you out of the trades that are not momentum trades. Like today, one of the problems with the shorts is that we already had an extension of the initial balance to the upside. That on most days will limit the downside quite significantly, especially on an equity index. So again, matching those small ideas of day type. I know that Coach Ray and Coach Jay, did you also do the day type lecture with Coach Ray?
Yep. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you two did that. Yeah, so Ray was on with me this morning, so it was very nice to catch up with him. And so that might be a lecture that you may want to review and to see how you can start matching all of that with your own analysis and finding those additional confluences intraday.
Excellent. Yeah. Any chance you could drop a link to that, or somebody in the back has a link?
There's a document. I'll try to find it. There's a document that we put together.
Excellent.
Marcello, I have a question for you. So you were talking about those shorts. I think you said your entry would have been around 58.28. So we're actually not even there yet, right? So you would be looking for a little bit of a pullback. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's say you were in that short and the price action, that quick rejection that we just saw, right? Looked like it was going to sell off. That head and shoulders that you saw looked really good for a moment. I know you said you use momentum and volatility indicators. What are you looking at? And would you still be in this trade with that rejection, or would you, how do you manage your trades from there, right? Because we can all say where we think the market's going to go, but the market's going to go where it wants to. How do you manage your trades once you're in one?
Excellent question. Yeah. Are you moving stops around?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ideally, I would like to, this is one of the patterns that was giving me a confluence, right, on this information. Ideally, rejection of this neck of the line. However, these patterns present also false breakdowns, correct? But with more conviction, a short execution, I would ideally take a trade at the break of the prior low from this B point. This is where it will give me more conviction per se to execute the short in this case at the B point of the structure that ideally will take me to the completion point. If we break this B point or a 58.13, we lose that level. I then have more conviction that we are going to reach the completion point of this information at 57.94 or 57.88.
Gotcha.
And of course, depending on the risk, of course, right? If I lose $500 or $1,000, I believe on the micros will be less, depending on the execution. This is new to me. I need to admit trying to identify informations or W's on the ticks. That can be something I can look. However, the patterns are the same. I can perceive the patterns in the same manner as the different time intervals. You can observe the clear information or appending, as you say, is not valid yet until the completion point. Which, by the way, this will be a long, right? I'm only trying to capitalize if we go to the completion point, which is 25 ticks on the short side, and then the reaction at the completion point of these 57.94, 57.88 region. So short
I have
long,
another question. So let's say that you go into your long at 58. What was the level again? 57.94.
The first level, 57.94, 57.94,
yeah,
and 57.88. The first one, correct.
Yeah. So let's say you got your trade fairly late in the day. So the price arrives there, you go into a long, and it partially pulls into the profit. But then you are looking at it, it's running out of steam. What do you do?
Exit positions.
So do you have a systematic way to do that? To just go, okay, so we are, let's say, an hour left in the market. And do you hold it until the end of the day without momentum, or do you still?
Yeah, these are predefined levels. Normally, when a pattern completes, in this case, an information, the immediate levels or the immediate harmonic levels for profit taking will be anchoring the Fibonacci levels from this segment of the move from the C to the D in this case. We're normally called the common levels.
So you would just be using
retracement.
Fibonacci's. You would just use Fibonacci's as your take profit 1, take profit 2. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. Take profit 1 at the point 38.2, take profit 2, and take profit 3, ideally.
Okay.
And of course, prices can always run higher, right? But ideally, an immediate reaction.
My question, so if it runs higher, that's not like it means the trade is doing exactly what it wants. So both me and Jay would like to know what do you do when the trade doesn't do what it's supposed. So we're kind of trying to dig deeper into how you're trading so that we can suggest things for maybe trade management.
If he doesn't,
what happens if it just, yeah.
If he doesn't play, I try to look another information or a W. Is all I do.
Sense.
I repeat the same approach. If this one doesn't play because patterns are, of course, not 100% accurate, right? They tend to play out.
And would you use a
70% of the
lower
time.
time frame for that or a higher time frame? How would you approach it? Or the same? Yeah. Okay.
The same. The same.
Yeah.
So to me,
Okay.
the levels must be defined, right? I cannot have a range, for example.
Oh, yeah, for
from
everybody.
execution.
Yeah, for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to know where
Yeah, that's
to exit
that's a
and
great
when to
thing. So you have very clear ideas of where your price points are. It's just that you're dealing with the frequency of trades not happening for you. So that is what needs to be tweaked and changed. So maybe you can do it through tick charts. Maybe you can try adding a couple of data points from the intraday. It's very simple, like first hour trading, initial balance, and also maybe average ranges. So that would be something that I would suggest looking at adding into your existing analysis. And on intraday, you have to add all of the day time frame things rather than going to very large time frames that you're already very, very good at. Now it's just a matter of seeing how you can marry what you can see on large time frames and find intraday data points that you can use confidently with your larger time frame analysis. Does that make sense?
Correct. One of the things also among traders is that analysis differ from execution. So trading and analysis are two completely
1000%.
different approaches, right? We can have the
1000%.
or the projection, but if the execution is not there, then there's no trade.
Yep.
That's very true.
Folks, this is Traders Helping Traders. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Jay and Deanna want to get to the bare bone roots of what Marcelo is doing so they can help him out as much as they can. This is great. Jay, you see this among your traders in Discord quite a bit. Are these trade setups?
So like I said,
are they part of your analysis at all?
Not my analysis, because I never know where to. I'm not great at anchoring trend lines and things like that in channels. I just never know where to put the where to anchor. So that's why I just use VWAP personally. But a lot of times when that trader puts their screenshots in the chart, I can understand what they were looking at personally, right? And I might find it my own way, like, oh, we came down to this support and we bounced. For me personally, maybe I didn't study the strategy enough, but when to switch from an M to a W, and it's probably very obvious to you, Marcelo, and it's not for me. So that's why I'm asking questions like, hey, okay, I know where my stop would go in this situation. Do you allow yours a little bit more room based on the M? Because what I can see kind of where you have that anchor, it almost looks like a channel right on the bottom, right? So would your stops go below that if you were in a long, or where you said that B point, so where you would get short on that breakout? Yeah,
ideally my stops, if I go long here at the completion point, the stops are usually at the X point of the structure. So my stop will be here at the X point, a little below the execution for the long. Ideally the 0.886 will be more of a deeper retracement. So that will give me a tight stop in this case here.
Yep.
If I execute the position along at 58.88, my stops will be slightly lower, 57.80, let's say. 8 to 10 ticks.
I like it, man. We got a lot of traders in the chat saying you got Batman on your chart.
Yeah, I'm accustomed to the information. Batman is one of them. But this strategy is actually thanks to Scott Carney, one of the technicians, veteran technicians.
Awesome. Well, folks, we'd love to continue this conversation, but we are out of time. We got to make room for Power Hour. Marcelo, thank you for joining us. We got a great lesson on a strategy that we really don't see too often on Topstep TV Live when we're trading. We didn't pull any trades off today, but that'll probably be different in Power Hour. D, thanks for joining. Coach J, probably see you tomorrow. Again, Marcelo, thanks for joining us. Thanks for showing us your strategy, walking us around there. We are going to be right back. We're going to take a short break. We've got Francis Green here for Power Hour. He's going to be joined by Dolby Hogue and Andre. So stick around for that. Final hour coming up. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody. It is not Power Hour, as Dolby says in the chat. It is Power 53 here on Topstep TV. We got Francis Green joining us. We got Dolby Time and Hogue in the house. Let's get right to it. See, the S&Ps are breaking. Francis Green, welcome to Power Hour. What are you seeing in the NASDAQ?
Oh, we're just bang smack in the middle now, so I'm not happy. We're bang smack in the middle, but we are at a Fibonacci from today's low to today's high. So we are bang smack in the middle of a Fibonacci level. It's not the best trade location, but you might be able to sniper something from this level.
This level right here?
Right here, right now?
Yeah, you can see from here, if I pull my fib, we had that low, which was from top step levels as well. That was a very good bounce from the top step levels earlier today. You can see here. And now we're in this, we've got a point of control. We've just tapped the point of control for this range. And now we're in this Fibonacci zone. So we could start to see some floor here. You could see earlier today, it was a floor around about the an hour into the trading session, New York time at that 380 zone. There was a floor here. So maybe this could be another floor and you might get that pop back up. But we will see.
So you like
We'll
the
see.
long?
380s long?
Yeah, if I was going to go anywhere, it would be long from here. I think the low's in. Yeah, I'm too brave to say that, but I think the low's in for the day. We've taken both extremes, the low, the high. So if we're going to go anywhere, I think we'd go back up. But we're in the middle, so it's always tricky when you're in the middle.
Mm-hmm. I hate the middle.
We really are in the middle.
It's just no trade zone. So, yeah, it always seems to be in the middle of Power Hour recently for me. So,
Love it, man.
We'll see.
Oh, come on.
Oh, your 380 levels, the volume point of control in the NASDAQ right now. So,
yeah, we've got a nice POC there. Yeah.
Who's got the house account? Dolby's got the keys right now. Hogue, gonna need your analysis. Francis,
I
as
got
well.
keys too.
Oh,
Double
I
barrel
got keys too.
dueling house account trades.
Like it.
We're racing Lambos through the city today, Dolby.
Okay.
So 20 lots only? Is that the rule?
Love it. One does S&Ps, one does the NASDAQ. Let's go.
Yeah.
No
Which
pressure.
one do you want, Hogue? Which one do you want? You want ES or do you want NQ?
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm the ES guy.
Perfect. There we go.
Yes, let's check ES.
What do you see over there, Francis? Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,406. We'll be pushing higher here. ES trying to catch a bit of a bid as well. Nothing on the tilt. Delta pretty neutral as well.
Yeah,
Is there enough
50
news
until
to push this lower? That's kind of my question. I know we already had that Bostic thing. You saying that he don't want to possibly raise rates in November or something and set the market down?
Yeah, not ruling.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, not ruling out a pause.
I mean, we only lost 100 points off of that, which is not that much. So I just wonder if buyers going to come back in because there's nothing left, right? Are there any more speakers or anything?
Nope.
Eddie, we're in the clear
I'm
there.
looking here. No, nothing. Nothing
on the
here.
woodwork.
No, nothing. Well, you never know. I mean,
Yeah.
but
Might be like a
yeah.
birthday party.
Williams said he doesn't rule out skipping November rate cut.
Oh, Williams.
Interesting.
Yeah, the ES looks better because it's at the lows, whereas the NQ's in the middle. So at least this is
maybe
one of our
ES.
extreme levels.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ES is, it's set up for a range-bound day because it's traded both sides of the initial balance. But we really want to demand good trade location because I got the feeling something is up. I mean, overall, with the action today, on the inability of price to hold. What the? Oh, this is the wrong market. Hey, John, how you doing? Nice to see you. Price, with the inability to hold above the base of the late spike from yesterday, the opening 5-minute bar from last night. I mean, it looked above there, rejected. It's been putting lower highs and lower lows ever since. I got just a bad feeling about about trying to catch longs down here.
Might have some headlines, guys.
You got to have good trade location.
What's the headline?
Eddie, you seen this? Something about Netanyahu?
See here, right now I got Austin Martin production /
Okay.
Then I've got
That's not going to move the Nasdaq.
Someone's saying in chat that I don't know if that's true. Maybe that's what you've seen, Andre.
Yes.
But they're going to go ahead
Always
and do a
long.
strike.
Yeah. Keep an eye on gold and crude as well. Seeing if any of those move.
Sickle Golems. Haven't seen him in a while. Well, I mean, that's what he's been saying. I mean, it's nothing new.
I mean, if this reversal challenge, I'd probably go short off the rip. But like long term, I'd think I'd want to be long. Like 380s look interesting, 368s. Maybe stop runs down to like 354. Just the range is so big of possibilities for a stop run. It's difficult to get in with a tight stop. You'd have to accept a lot of risk. You wanted to be long right now. Wouldn't it be nice to run 371s? Like, there's stops down there.
And, oh yeah. Q, yeah.
I mean, it's a good zone. You can see from the consolidation from earlier. And this 20,400 on NQ has been a level that's been respected quite a bit, and we bounced within this range. You can see multiple times bounce. We had this consolidation here from yesterday. So, yeah, I can see.
We're looking at similar.
That's what you're looking for. If you're looking for
things.
a quick 10 points, then you can get that. I think Mo in the chat. I think Mo's jumped into one of his special trades.
Yes.
And then
Mo's.
Yeah, he's
Is he
long.
longer? Okay.
Is he long? Yeah, I think he's long from this zone round about here as well. So you can see why people would go for longs here.
All right.
405.
Really working 405 bid.
A lot of talk here in chat going short.
Yeah, I mean, if I
Having
was
point of control
reversal
just moved up
challenge,
in the Nasdaq as well. It's now up at 20,400.
Oh.
Was down to 20,080, 20,380.
I feel like Nasdaq has some work to do for the downside.
I want to get along the S&Ps. I just don't trust it. It's just too many lower highs, lower lows.
Yeah, definitely see that. Maybe stop runs down by like 58.12. Maybe buyers come in down there.
58.12.
Yeah, it's like
That's where the last stop run was below the initial balance.
And it's not that far away. I'm
No.
kind of looking for the same thing in NASDAQ too. It's like the ladder's not really moving a whole lot. I'd love to see like some wiggle get into this NASDAQ ladder for some action and kind of see where they want to take price. But the ladder is very calm in NASDAQ right now.
I mean, the profile rules are saying you got to buy the S&Ps down here.
Oh.
Gut is saying, I don't think so.
That means
Yeah.
20 lot, Hogue. That means 20 lot. You always say the scariest
Yeah, right?
ones are the
Yeah.
first ones.
Yes, 100%.
Size up.
Pull up in the chat. Be longer short the NASDAQ here at 20,396. Longer short.
See, I would go short now, but I would go long later. Because those lower highs, lower lows definitely, makes you not want to be a bull until something kind of changes.
Hoop like shorts.
Definitely not on ES. Not at the moment.
Mm-mm. Sell it here, and Gut says don't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Buy 20.
What? Yeah. What does profile rules say? Buy it, Hogue.
Yeah. Here's why, Andre. So the initial balance, high 58.34, low 58.12.75. We looked above, we looked below. That's typically going to create a range bound type of day. So we're looking for really good trade location on the lows here if we can get it. If we're going to be taking a long, because if it extends the range, that may change things a little bit. And we have been seeing lower highs, lower lows on the 5-minute chart pretty much since we put in the high.
I see that.
There it is. Lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows.
I'm on the 1 minute in this NASDAQ, and I actually did a 1 minute range with higher lows, and it broke out of it. So maybe buyers are coming in early.
Now we're back inside value. You're right, Dolby. We should have bought 20.
Here's a great indicator.
Mohammed, what's your price target? 407. Mohammed, yeah, what do you think, Hogue?
Oh, no. Mohammed.
Yeah.
His target's 20,430. First target. Second target, 475.
Mahogany.
Mahogany, yes. 430.
I still got that up on the chat here.
430 upside.
Oh, man.
And we wait.
Yeah. Maybe a pullback? Or do we need confirmation that we are going to go?
I kind of want to like short it down to that area.
Abthodon is long 20,402 on structure on the 1,000-tick chart.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
NASDAQ.
1,000-tick chart. The 100-tick chart is broken out, similar to what Dolby was saying, this range.
Mm-hmm.
On the 100-tick chart, it's broken out of this high lows, and then it had a little roof. Now it's broken out. So if it retests that, which is around about 405, on the 100-tick chart, that would be the bounce within this zone just here.
I also want to see like a larger time frame. The 15-minute range in NASDAQ is like 20,389 to 20,424. I'd be curious to see what happens at 424. Maybe there is an opportunity to actually shoot a short, because that also lines up with this series of lower highs that we've been seeing on the larger time frame. And maybe we can use that to get this push down to like 370s and maybe flip and then go long. Does anyone like shorts? Does anyone like shorts at 424 in chat?
40%. 40% liked the short in the poll, but again, 38% liked the long. And also, really quick, upper left-hand corner, hashtag Power Hour. You know what to do by now. It's up at Topstep TV. Also, go and give us a follow at Topstep TV.
Trap, bear trap. Oh man, everyone thinks this is a trap.
Huh. Great.
See where this goes. Want some action?
I mean, it's a nice 5-minute candle, but again, you've still got that resistance. You know, that's what you was talking about, Dolby. That level there, where it's tried to get up multiple times on the 5-minute.
Mm-hmm.
It was also a support on this when we had the short from the previous daily high. It was also the support, this zone here, which held. 420s. And then it had another try to the upside again to that 466. And then obviously it got its rejection. So that 420 zone is obviously clearly some level of significance and importance.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It is in the hearts and minds of people everywhere. 420 rings true.
58.21 last trade in the ES.
1 minute range.
Trying to push. This might be the upper
You
end.
know, a lot of conversation here in chat regarding who's short, who's long. If you feel that the market is going short, you got to stick with what you believe in. Unless somebody else can actually show you something that says, you know what, no, you're mistaken. Look at this. this is showing that it might go long. I mean, you've got to stick. You got to commit to yourself.
Yeah, don't get distracted.
The minute you
stick
change
to your
your
beliefs.
mind,
It's very rewarding
goes wrong.
to stick to your beliefs and get rewarded for
The
it.
minute you change your mind, now you're doubting yourself, and now
Yep.
you know.
And it always plays out in your original favor. I found when I do that.
Yes.
It always plays out in the way you originally thought it was going to go.
And follow the rules. We would have followed the rules, we'd be long S&Ps.
UEP up at 58.27. The S&P's last trade 58.21.5. I keep pushing this thing. I'm looking for
a megaphone on the 32nd. What?
I don't trust this.
It just feels weird both ways. I'm still leaning short though. I just want to see what happens at 420s.
Pretty decent volume on this. Look at this. Look at this. Don't trust it.
It's just, especially where it is, it's bang smack in the middle at the POC NQ. And the 15 minutes, just, what is that now? Just the barcode on the 15 minute. Yeah.
They're
kind of broke out of kind of broke out above a 5-minute range in the S&Ps there, and sellers just came right in.
Yeah. Would have been a cheap trade on the 1 minute. It really got pretty tight between like 410s and 416s, but 6 points. 6 point range for 5 minutes. Could have set a nice stop. 10-point stop would have put you over 424.
We've
got down to that 405 on NQ.
Now I'm looking at the top of
Yeah, we have a 3-bar reversal, but for some reason I'm just not trusting it.
Yeah.
It's like, Hogan's like they're trying to walk it up without anyone looking, and short's like,
before you know it.
Fast. Yep, not so fast. Sold.
Or like Nvidia and Microsoft and Google all rolling over now.
Well, yeah.
Well,
right?
Yeah, I like that.
Nvidia is, I mean, it's come off its highs, but it's holding VWAP. Tesla's actually come off its lows here. Let me adjust this time frame here a little bit. And it's holding above VWAP. Microsoft looks like that's holding at VWAP. And Apple, yesterday, the tech apple of the eye of everybody, is holding VWAP along its low right now. This 30-minute bar is right at the low, right at VWAP, and it's pushing higher. Nvidia pushing higher just a little bit on the 30-minute chart. That ain't going to mean much in the S&Ps, but it might mean something in the NASDAQ. 409 last in the NASDAQ, not going anywhere.
In the middle. 66% long on tilt in the ES, average price 58.21. So right about
here.
Yes. Want it to go.
Probably all preempting that little breakout that just saw some sellers come in and take it out.
Yeah. It feels like someone or something is trying to walk NASDAQ down. Just based on like how the ladder's
Someone
moving.
or something.
Exactly.
Like some sort of evil spirit or something. Some sort of zombie.
Yes.
Maybe it's a ghoulsby.
Wow. Francis, do you dress up for Halloween?
Not really, no. So my kids do. They go out and do what they need to do, but no, I don't. So we don't celebrate it like you do in the States. I mean, it's a massive thing over there. Yeah, we do celebrate, of course, but it's nothing like in the States. Like it's not even 10% of how you celebrate it in the States. So
go all out.
Is that all age groups?
Big deal. Yeah, but it's nothing like the States.
Is that all age groups or just the kids?
I think all age groups. You're still going to have your parties. You still have certain things, but obviously in the States, it's huge. Whereas in the UK, you can go to some housing estates and there might not be nothing outside the house, no decorations. So, it's not as big. Not as big.
Chicago goes pretty hard for Halloween.
Yes,
also St. Patrick's Day.
Same here.
Also any holiday.
Oh, wow.
I am
Look
the
at
ghoul of
Nasdaq.
Wow. That retest of 404, 405. I mean, if that was anywhere else at an extreme level, that's the trade that I would have taken. But for me, trade location in here, I just don't like trade location.
I was looking at that too. It's like 1 minute
So
range.
if that's anywhere else, or if that's at my level, then that's the trade that I would take. You got your free candle reversal, you got a shift candle, you've got a retest on the 100 tick chart of consolidation. And then you've got you've had 12, 13 point move already off that. So that's what I would wait for, but not this trade location and not in this tight range. I don't like the tight range. But again, bounced off the second fib.
Dolby, you're looking at these, 424 perhaps in the NQ?
Yeah. I'm getting itchy finger here for a short.
Itchy, an itchy mouse finger.
Yeah.
What would you look for, Dolby? Are you looking for a sweep and then a little wick above, or what are you looking for?
Yeah, so for my range trading rules, I always want to try to play the biggest range possible. And right now, the 15-minute is what I see as the biggest range currently. So I want to try to be patient and make sure that, if we do decide to take a short position, it's going to be closer to 420 than just right here, right now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we can get up there. We've had about 4 candlesticks, 4 15-minute candlesticks that have all gotten pretty tight. So I just wonder if that is going to reject. I also feel like as long as it doesn't shoot straight up, it's a relatively safe and cheap trade. I'm very picky about trade location most of the time.
I'm sitting here feeling FOMO, and I don't know why. I'm really looking at 3 points that I could be in this long, and I'm not that confident in it, so I'm not going to worry about it. No FOMO here.
Okay.
It feels like there's going to be a big move in this market.
JOMO.
It feels like.
I got JOMO. Joy of missing out.
Speaking of big things, the moment everyone's been waiting for, final one of the day. Eddie, what do we got?
Yes, VIP time, boys and girls.
Players and VIPs only.
Well, you never know. You might be a VIP. Don't get so depressed. Get your time, and we're going to put there we go. There it is. There is the form. We have added it to the top of the chat. Now, this is for our Topstep VIP with Coach Hoops. Remember, we've got tomorrow will be our last day. We will be sharing this form and just fill it out once. Every form that we put, all you need to do is just fill it out once. You're going to waste your time if you're doing more than one also. So this is for 3 free months of the 100K Trading Combine. You get the 2 free resets, no activation fee, and of course, you get to hang with Coach Hoop and your team in a very special secret bunker in our Discord channel. So fill it out. This is the last one today, and we'll be doing that drawing coming up Monday, 1 out of 50 VIP seats, and we're going to drop the form here for about 15 minutes. And do we have anything else to add, Andre, or was that for later?
Perhaps for later. Leave.
Okay, good. We got it for it. That should be it. Remember, hey, don't give up. I only did 5. I only did 6. You never know how many we're going to do tomorrow. You never know how many the guy next to you has or the girl behind you did. So, just keep filling it out, and we're gonna do that on Monday. But otherwise, I'm going to pass this back to Andre, and we are half past power hour. And I'll be back here for MOC unless something hits the wire.
The man, Eddie. Thank you. And that form will be up for 15 minutes, now 13 more minutes. Sorry, pushing higher here in the ES, just creeping higher. 58.23 last trade. Is it going for VWAP? VWAP at 58.26. NASDAQ has not caught up just yet.
30.
Nope. Try and do something though.
This is something that has come over the wire from oilprice.com. ConocoPhillips has received new U.S. licenses that could help the company recover up to 10 billion owned 10 billion owned drill sites. So not $10 billion worth of drill sites. My bad there. I didn't know that. I know Venezuela sort of clicked about. Yeah, 10 million owned by Venezuela, and this is coming from Bloomberg. We'll see how that plays out.
Yes, is going up. 72% long on the tilt.
It is.
Average price 58.22.
S&P seems to be performing better than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's still right around that 20,004. 15 right now, but 04 right around that area. Get a breakout above that. Do you like that? You like a breakout above that, like 17, 18 level, guys, for a long? I mean, it seems like it would be a perfect place for a bunch of stops, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm looking at the 410s.
NASDAQ.
Thank you, Mr. Wicks. Don't forget to hit that like button, everyone, as Mr. Wicks is reminding everybody.
That's right.
Support the team.
And these hammer it.
Oh, would you look for a long around here on this ES? Any pullback? I know you're looking at the ES, aren't you?
Well,
you don't like.
I mean, we had our chance at good trade location down around 17, 18.
Yeah, that's the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA at the moment is around about the 819s.
It's getting a little jumpy, isn't it?
It is. A little wiggle. Getting wiggly. Makes me think something's going to happen in 5 minutes.
Well, Michelle Ryan's cat does, because she walked away, came back, and the cat entered a short on MNQ.
What?
I think I see what you're seeing, Francis.
Yeah, just here.
21.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see. You know, I have my charts very minimal, but this is a 9 EMA here. You can see this. So, did you get a bounce from here again? You know, something like that.
Was that about 21?
Yeah, 19s might come down and then get a little bounce back up there. And on the 100 tick chart, you're now just breaking out of this roof that you. Yeah, trying to break above that, and we're holding that at this moment. So, just something that I've seen on ES, because I'm thinking, where would I, if I was to trade ES, where would I like to get in? I would like to see the break of the 9 EMA and then the 100 tick chart show me some structure. That's what I would like to see. So just like you say, something for you to look at.
That's the 100 tick, right?
Yeah. It's got to hold this 9 EMA though. The minute that I lose that, then I would be thinking no. So
100 tick charts give me palpitations.
All right, Dolby.
I got a plan.
What is it, Dolby? Pulling back to these 400s now.
I'm just going to put buy limits in at 77, 71, and 59. Maybe even 54s. I just feel like NASDAQ wants to flush so bad. So bad. And we're gonna buy it.
That's
Make a prediction. Stick with it.
The feeling that's what kept me out of the longs and the S&Ps.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, NASDAQ.
See what happens.
Not. Yeah.
it sure as hell is not going up, and it's having a really hard time doing it, which leads me to believe that it needs to go find more buyers.
Definitely, it was struggling.
And I think
I like that, Dolby.
370.
What direction is it attempting to go, and how good of a job is it doing getting there?
Yeah.
These
Just
little
look at
wicks
the
on these
VWAP as
candles.
well.
Too good. It's a pretty big trade risk wise, but I'm convicted. I like it.
So 77s.
No, you've never been convicted of anything.
Convicted of being a good guy, Hogue. That's all.
No Diddy. No Diddy.
No Diddy.
Last trade, 20,400 in the Q.
I've been accused, but never convicted.
Big difference. You must have had a really good lawyer, Hogue, if I had to guess.
Not as good as my wife's. Just kidding.
YM keeps pushing higher.
At least I hope she doesn't have an attorney. Sure, she'd fly into the courtroom on a broom.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Maybe MOC will give us what we want.
Yes, remaining strong here.
Robert Cooney. The market's job is to facilitate trade.
That's right.
Seems to be facilitating right away from my entry.
I just don't know who's buying NQ right now. I was like in the shoes of a buyer. Why 408s? Why 400s? Why not 390s? Why not 380s? We're not that far away. It's 20 points, maybe 30.
Andre, there's a nice question for you from Samuel. He said he's curious. Are you ever bored?
Never. With this, never. Even if it's
Best
slow.
seat in the house.
Boring life, but never bored. Boring life, but never bored. That's the
like that.
life.
No, this is fantastic, man. I love this stuff.
I don't think Andre is bored even if he's alone.
Rarely.
I don't get bored that often.
Last time I've been bored.
You always find some way to get into trouble.
Some form of amusement. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let's see if we can keep pushing here. In the ES. Man, it keeps pulling back.
Come on down. Come and get us.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Get these now.
I hear a cicada. I thought they were all gone.
I thought, yeah.
Late to the party.
He's like, where is everyone?
Yeah. Getting run over by cars, eaten by birds.
My dog must have eaten 100 of them.
Oh, delicious. Yum, yum.
Protein. Yep.
Yeah, we didn't feed her for 2 weeks. Just kidding. Just kidding.
And it sort of sucks. 17 years underground and you sort of break ground and somebody steps on you, a bird eats you, or like all that wait for nothing.
You should just let them party.
I mean, they have a party for you.
I did, John. I did. I
did 2 weeks, every 17 years, just a party.
You'll be here for just a week or so and you'll be gone. A couple of them asked me to buy them beer.
Oh, really?
Because they were only 17 years old. I'm like,
17, right?
Yeah.
We had an 18-year-old on today.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So funny.
Kid, yes.
Bright future.
Caught me there.
Indeed. Oh, to be 18 again.
Do you really?
No, not at all.
No,
I know what you know now.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, that's the ultimate, right?
Yep.
It'd be nice for sports. That's it. Having like that, killer mindset. I didn't really have that when I was younger. It'd be nice to go back. And they used to be fast.
We're on with Real Deal Zach today, and we were, asking him why he couldn't see into the future. It reminded me of was it a Twilight Zone where guy bought tomorrow's paper today because he wanted to make a bunch of money in stocks. And as he was rifling through tomorrow's paper today, he saw his obituary.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a twist.
Love that.
Be careful what you ask for.
Oh, that's Wishmaker. That's another movie that's like, what the hell?
All right, here goes the break. Here goes the break.
Down.
They're coming for you, Dolby.
Get us.
Get us.
They're coming for you.
Get us. Now you want to run them. No, you do.
Come on, give us something.
Yep.
Give us something.
Something.
Still 68% long in ES. Imagine they're taking heat now.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Mayer is here. John Mayer.
John Mayer? Hey.
You trade for Topstep?
Yeah. He's taking some time off of his stint at the Sphere in Vegas with the Dead Company, and he's trading Topstep now.
Nice.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Mayer.
I just saw that name in the chat. Sorry, John, I had to call you out.
Hey.
Did that forum ever get pinned? Doesn't look like it got pinned to chat.
It did.
Oh, it did? Is it already done?
Supposed to be done in 1 minute. One more minute.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, Doogie.
Yeah, we did have that up there. It was up there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Doogie, they're coming back 3 more years. 3 more years of the Dead Company at the Sphere. I'm going next year. I missed it this year.
Nice.
That's got to be a wild experience. Just, the pictures look insane, which means in real life it's even more insane.
Yeah, we'll pin the form up real quick. Stand by. Currently, we're just watching this ES just grinding higher.
Didn't get us, huh?
NQ.
400.
Just dragging.
Carl Hungus.
What up, Hungus?
How you doing, brother?
3-bar reversal was true.
Oh, where's Dakota?
1, 2, 3. Yep.
The
Dakota?
range-bound S&P rule was true. We should have just followed the rules. We'd be $5 into profit right now. $5.
Here they go. Topstep just put that link out there again in case you missed it.
Maybe we need some MOC to spice things up here.
And yep, 5 minutes. MOC's been light last couple of days, but that can obviously change today. Will this market NQ? Look at this CS just grinding now. Last trade 58.24. We'll get to VWAP 2 points away, 2 handles away from VWAP 58.26. NQ. What's up with NQ?
Scalper's market right now. You like getting 10 points at a time. Fantastic.
Francis, how you doing, my man? How you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good, thank you.
You can keep it down a little bit. We're trying to talk over here.
Yeah, you know, there's nothing to say. It's best not to say anything, as they say.
You want to regale us with a story from the Premier League? Anything good?
It's international break this weekend.
Okay.
So, international break. So, nothing much. Man City, if you're into soccer. Man City have got some charges coming their way. So, we'll see how that pans out.
Now, Francis, let me ask you, were you one where if somebody says, hey, can I get your autograph, you take a little time out for them? Or,
absolutely.
I can understand that you were busy. Pardon me?
You know, I loved that side of the game, yeah. I that's one of the things that I miss, actually.
Yeah, I would too.
It's people's weekend. You know, going to watch sports or whatever. It's they prepare all week for that at the weekend. So the least you can do is obviously make them smile.
That's nice.
Hey, God bless you. Those are good people right there. They're good people.
Francis, when's the last time you signed an autograph?
I don't know really now. I did a charity match about 6 months ago, so I had to sign autographs at the charity match. So about 6 months ago.
Okay, still doing it. Love it. A celebrity in the house.
You know
folks.
what, Francis? if I can get an 8x10 autograph, I mean, I'll put it on my wall here, my wall of fame.
Yeah.
And
It
I
won't
would
be
very
worth anything,
proud.
so but it's for you.
I don't. You know what? Friendship is worth a lot more than monetary value.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
be
it's
very
very
proud to put it up on my wall.
Very true. I'll get one over to you.
Please.
All right, we got 2 minutes till MOC. Yes, it's just keeps crawling higher here.
2 minutes.
Q. And Q, will it go with? That was moving.
Really?
This is something new I put on my wall. Let me see if I can get it. I got I don't know if you can see this or not. Can we get the let me turn my camera on.
Yeah. What we got, Eddie? A little show and tell here on Power Hour.
$500
bill.
Nice.
A $500 bill?
Not
real?
Real, yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah, my mom passed and we were going through her stuff. And I'm like, mine. Mine.
Mine.
$500. Never saw that before.
Mine?
They had Woodrow Wilson was on a $10,000 bill, $1,000 bill or something like that. Yeah, they had those. Yes, in case of emergency, yes, break glass, but you go up to somebody, try to buy like 20 Happy Meals and be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
No, it's real. Get out of here.
Oh, Google
Getting
says
reprimanded
it is
by
real.
Steve R.
Why?
Yeah, Steve R. don't like me. MOC's Eddie.
MOCs.
Pay attention.
Here we go.
Attention,
Oh,
Eddie.
look at this.
We go.
See.
And we break
About-
424.
With the range highs, Dolby.
We
Here we go.
are.
Coming off the wire here. Israeli strikes in central Beirut kill 16. Hezbollah figure targeted. Security sources coming out of the Chinese Morning Post. And here we go. MOCs. Steve R., you ready?
We're in.
No.
We're going to try a short.
Okay.
Come on.
Dolby,
Come on.
when you
Still waiting.
you said just by 20 because I was nervous and the rules were the other way. We should have bought
Come on,
20.
guys.
I got the view up. Yes.
View app it
Did
is.
We hold under.
I don't know.
All roads.
They are
Yep.
stuck. Come on, guys. What's up with juice
Where's the
today?
juice? Come on.
Nothing yet.
This might be the last short I ever take.
Steve R says he loves you. He was reminding you.
Still nothing.
I don't know.
huh?
Nothing yet here.
Maybe there aren't any.
Yeah.
No,
Let's
maybe
go
we
for
closed early today.
424s.
We closed early today.
Dolby, what price did we get?
417s.
Okay. How many?
One. I'll try to sell one more at 428s.
Good.
It's a pretty tight stop. We're only risking 270.
Ooh.
Short two.
Ooh.
Now I'll go back
Financial
down.
juice. Type in the movie. What's going on here?
We only added like $100 of risk on that second contract.
Tap on the computer.
Average price, Dolby?
Tap on somebody's head.
TV.
423. I'll try to
423.
re-offer 428s again.
Okay. Short two from 423.
818,000. Oh no, that was the other.
That's it? Oh.
It was. I remember that number. Yeah, the employment number, wasn't it? Something like that. We were waiting forever for it, and it was like, oh no, that wasn't the real number. We just sort of threw one out there.
Nice W formation there.
No MOC. Nothing, huh? Okay.
Nothing.
Ooh.
No MOCs today. Wow,
Back
isn't
downwards.
that a doozy? CPI tomorrow.
Yeah, come what's this?
NYSC fell in. They slipped into the ocean. Remember when New York had that big rain and everything flooded, and they had to close and New York Stock Exchange down?
Tuckman knows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tuckman, he'll be on with us tomorrow. Also,
We had
Eddie.
something like that at the Mercantile Exchange. I'm watching this, nothing yet.
Remember when they poked a hole in the deep tunnel system in Chicago and they filled up all the basements of?
I'm talking about, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See, that's just it, folks. Chicago isn't on solid ground. I don't know. I don't know. That's scary.
I'm going to reoffer
That's scary.
28s and 29s.
Nothing yet.
Short 3.
Looks like it wants to go now, but
Well,
it
you
could
know
be a
what?
little
I've got this. I'm going to put this out there. 500, the S&P 500, 106 million buy side, NASDAQ, 97 million buy side, Dow 30, 224 million buy side, and the Mag 7, 65 million buy side.
So really, there was nothing there.
No.
Very small.
I don't like this one bit.
Yes, here we go.
Damn.
Yes.
There you go.
Shorting indices sucks. It sucks. It never feels good unless there's like something insane going on.
There it is.
I appreciate the help in the chat. I know those numbers come out first, but I tell you, they fluctuate right away.
Man, look at this
help in the chat.
Well, if you did get long those S&Ps down where we were talking about it, I hope you're still in them. Nice work.
Yeah, Mo.
Smoky.
400s.
Nice job,
Let's
Mo.
play.
Yep. 400s.
I'm trying, Mo. Yep.
It's from that main fib as well that we had at the beginning. Main fib, range fib. Here you go. There's the 380s. We did want to spike back into that 380s to try and get back in, but we just didn't come that low again. So.
No.
I'm so surprised we didn't get back down there.
Yeah. Thought we'd have maybe one last spike into that 380s.
Yeah.
We never got down there.
Just,
Tricky spots, one of those.
Yeah.
Don, you
Because you
think?
buy 400s, and it's like you still got 20 points of risk to the downside, and it's still not even the trade, right? If you want 380s, but 400s are supporting, you're risking 20 points.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's where do you put your risk? You can only look at the wicks to the left.
Yeah.
So your risk has to go below that, you know?
Yeah. That's a like.
He took an ES at 58.17. Oh, nice trade, D.
Nice trade.
All right, what do we got?
Oh, nice, D. Man, I was talking about that. We chickened out or just didn't do it for some reason. That was a great entry, D. Fantastic.
Follow the plan. Well
God
done,
bless
D.
you.
Mohammed, what was your call? Chase giving him props. Another great call from Mohammed.
Yeah, call for 440s and yeah, the NASDAQ.
Yeah. I think he was in at 4. Was he at 404 looking for 440s?
I think so.
Ugh.
Yeah, nice trade.
All right,
from
we
D.
got
Nice trade.
all right. It's less than 4 minutes in the session in this power hour. We asked you to submit at Topstep TV. Lo and behold, we got them. James, let's share them.
Let's do it. All right. Just a couple here for you today, but coming up from Dr. Fib, taking it easy after blowing 150K XFA last week, but back on track, waiting for my VIP experience. I would love to share my edge on Topstep TV. Dr. Fib, hope you've been filling those forms out. You might just get it, but best of luck to you there. Moving on. From Trader Riley, payout approved. If y'all want consistent payouts without being deceived by hidden rules, Topstep is the only prop firm to trade with. So congrats on that payout. More payouts on X. Payout hit, folks. Third in 3 weeks or so. Taking a little break, but yeah, check that out. And Hogue, is that your mysterious Twitter account he found, John Hogla 1147.
He's not on Twitter.
That is not me.
Sure.
Scandal.
Hogue, are you on Twitter?
Oh, maybe it is. I don't. I am, but that's not.
You tweeting, Hogue?
Hogue
That's
love.
not. It's. I'm the real Hogue.
There you go.
The real
We'll
Hogue.
give him a follow.
All right, so
We'll light him up.
fake account. And finally,
I did comment on somebody today. I don't know who that is. I don't think that's me, unless somebody set me up with an account I'm not aware of.
well, that's good. At least everyone knows
It
that's
happened.
not the real Hogue. You need to follow the real Hogue. But from France in our Facebook community, today was payday and paid for the activation fees with Topstep. He placed a limit order at around 26:20, around 8:15 a.m. Went to drop off his kid at daycare. CPI was announced at 8:30. Hit his limit order and then bounced to take his profit, set at 2,635. So nice work, France. We'd love to see your constant updates in the Facebook community. And if you're not part of our Facebook community, get in there. What are you doing? If you still use Facebook, you should already be in there. But back to you, Andre. That's all we got today.
Thank you, James.
What's Facebook?
Good stuff, James.
The Facebook.
We found it in the tombs of Egypt.
Wow.
All right, George, look what we found here.
I'm still using
about
MySpace. What's Facebook?
60 seconds in the session here. I always like to pull up the ES ladder, watch all the volume and liquidity jump on in. Francis, thank you so much for joining us as always.
Pleasure.
A little bit of got some movement at the end there. Just like
that was
slowly
a
but
tough.
surely.
Well done to everybody that took the long. That was a tough sit down, a tough grind. To sit through that.
It looked way better in ES than it looked in NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Way better.
The trade location in ES was a lot better. Yeah.
A lot better. Even YM had a lot better trade location too.
Let's see.
Tomorrow's Friday, kiddies.
Tomorrow is Friday.
Comes sellers. Here comes sellers. Here comes the volume in the ES. Any big orders? 500 lot and above.
Look at that. 58.30 weekly kickoff high. Right back to it. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. 10 seconds. Here we go. Yeah, NQ selling off a little bit as well. Man. Strange day. Hey.
There it is.
There it is.
Ding, ding.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, tough.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Hogue. Francis Green, as always. Thank you so much. Dolby time. Good stuff. But right now, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, take us out. Let's go.
All right, my friends, good friends, and trusted companions here at Topstep. Had a great day today. Hopefully you did too. And remember, if you had a bad day, you know what? Tomorrow's a new day. Markets will be there. And don't fret over it. Don't take it outside of your work area. Leave it here, and we'll get back to it tomorrow. But otherwise, speaking of tomorrow, Friday the 11th, and be here at 8 o'clock. Hogan and myself will fire up the machine. We got Fast Markets with Coach Vince, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay. It's going to be a coach takeover. We got Peter Tuckman going to join us here at 11 o'clock, and Manny P with Dolby and Andre. Ben for Shoulder Tap. We've got group coaching with our good friend Robert and JD. And we got a trade with Topstep tomorrow. Nick for a tick, Jared J. So we'll meet Jared tomorrow. And to close the day off, yes, we've got that real deal Zach with Jack, Dolby, and Andre. Don't forget here at 3:15 at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. 6 o'clock, Coach Ray. Yes, Coach Ray will be in Discord. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock, and back here on the YouTube, we will have our slow markets with Coach Dakota. Tomorrow, what the hell is on the eco calendar? Well, you know what? We do have some 7:30 numbers, and the biggest one's going to be that PPI, month over month for September. They're looking at 0.1. Prior was a 0.2. We'll see what they got for us tomorrow. And a little later on, 8:45, we do have a 8:45 a Fed Goolsby is going to be talking. And once again, you know what? Just be prepared for any one of them talking. And Today, really, they didn't really have much to say. I think one comment really sort of hit home regarding Williams saying that we might not do nothing in November. You know, we'll find out. We'll find out. 9 o'clock, we got the Michigan numbers coming out here. Michigan consumer. Scrolling down here at 9:30. We do have nothing at 9:30, but we got some at 9:40. We've got Logan. She will be speaking at 9:45, 11 o'clock. If you are trading wheat and so forth, and grains and so forth, we have the the World Agriculture Supply Demand Estimates Report, the WASDER report, and that should pertain you. You might want to pay attention to that. And coming up at 12 o'clock, of course, our favorite Baker Hughes rig count. Everybody loves that Baker Hughes rig count. Bowman going to be speaking a little bit after 12. Well, I tell you, they're just talking up a storm here lately. And scrolling down, I think that's all we've got here for that. But otherwise, now it's your time. You know, we had a good day today for those that were here. Hope you learned something. Hope you learned one thing, and it's a positive day, okay? If you will learn nothing today, come back tomorrow, and I guarantee that we will make sure that you learn at least one thing if I've got to pull out my trivia book and help you with that. But otherwise, go relax, go energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow, okay? Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
Check, quick sound check. Can everybody hear me loud and clear? What's going on, Coach Paul?
Hey, Coach Jay. Happy CPI Day. Hope you had a good day. And the
Happy-
audience, let us know how you did.
Happy CPI Day. Let us know how you did in the chat. Were you up on the day, down on the day? If there's something that you learned from the day, did you lock yourself out? How'd your day go? Let us know in the chat. And also, if you're new here, if this is your first time here at the Buzzer, let us know that as well. Trader Jay, what's up? Courtney, hello. Dan, Trader Hacks, Bill Phillips, SNR Flip, Victor, Pete, what is going on? Vishal to you as well. Welcome to At the Buzzer, our market recap. If this is your first time here, I'm Coach Jay. That is Coach Paul. The goal of this segment is to review what happened in the markets for the day. We may talk about some markets that you have not traded before, but we believe our goal as traders is to identify opportunity, see how we could have taken advantage of those opportunities while managing our risk. I'm Coach Jay. Been a Topstep performance coach for a little over a year. Been trading for the past 12 years and in the futures market for the past 5. And that's Coach Paul. Coach Paul, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, Coach. Thank you, Coach Jay. I'm Coach Paul. I've been involved in the futures market for 4 decades. I've been with Topstep as a performance coach for the last year and a half. I'm here to share some experience and knowledge and help you on your way. So, Coach,
What's up, Coach?
Talk about the big number.
Let's talk about the number. CPI print came out today as well as jobless claims. Jobless claims came out 258,000. Forecast was 230. And CPI year over year, 2.4%. Forecast was 2.3%. Month over month, 3.3. Forecast 3.2%. We did also have a bunch of Fed speakers out as well today, and they're kind of just doing their Fed speaker thing. Even some surprise, pop-up speeches from our Fed speakers. But Coach, talk to me a little bit about these economic numbers, these inflation numbers. What do they mean potentially for the markets that we trade?
Well, they came a little higher than expected, but not obscenely out of range. So mostly, nothing terrible. Still not exploding inflation. So what it comes down is expectations. This market it was just coming off a fresh all-time high. I don't think, and really there was no interest to buy it from what I see. We
No
made
interest
that
to do anything.
break. No interest to do anything. Turned into I can't say nothing burger, because it was the first half an hour made the range basically. So really no runaway inflation. Maybe there was expectations of a better number, but all in all, nothing much there. Maybe they're waiting for PPI tomorrow. There's always something, but
always something to wait for. Always something to wait for. Always another headline coming out. And we have seen PPI in the past be the bigger mover and have the bigger effect. So maybe that is what we get, right? More data out tomorrow. PPI, and do we have anything else on the calendar? PPI, Michigan sentiment, and Goolsby speaking as well for tomorrow. Maybe more volatility. Hopefully, I like volatility, but I like volatility in trending markets. Volatility in choppy markets leads to me having personal daily loss limit days like today. So if I could choose one, it's going to be a trended market. Had a couple trades where just got wicked out on stops and things like that. I know for myself, these aren't the favorable market conditions for me. So just have to make adjustments from there. And that is why we have a personal daily loss limit. Let's get into the charts, Coach.
And use it.
Absolutely.
And use it.
Absolutely. Muhammad had another $10,000 day today. Shout out to you, Muhammad. Tomorrow, I will request a payout from 2 XFAs. After tomorrow, another payout from 3. After a long time struggling, Mohammed, you have been absolutely killing it. I see your calls in the Topstep YouTube chat during the day. Really nice call at the end of the day for the Nasdaq as well.
Good
Coach,
job.
we used to tell basketball players all the time, right? When you're on a hot streak, shoot it, shoot the ball, shoot the ball. Don't think.
Don't think. Yeah, when you're feeling it, get it done.
going.
That's a great point. It's you got to take the trades you're designed to take, and then you get on a streak. So great job, Mohammed. Keep up the good work. And
Absolutely.
yeah, great call. I saw that too. So
Yeah, that 407
keep it up.
buy. And then shout out to you, Bashir, on
Yeah.
an 8-day winning streak. Nice trading as well. Streaks are meant to come to end, so just keep trading well, keep managing your account. Whatever you're doing is working for the moment. Let's talk about the markets for the day. There's about 30 different markets, 35 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. Coach Paul and I talk all the time about opportunity in other places. We'll focus on the downside. To the downside, we had corn down 0.65%, the Nikkei down 0.72%, and soybean meal, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, at 1.46%. To the upside, we had heating oil up 2.93%, crude oil up 3.1%, and RBOB gasoline futures down 3.73%. And I want to ask the chat, does anyone notice a pattern with these energies? Biggest percentage mover to the upside, then to the downside, then to the upside, and then to the downside, right? Yesterday, crude oil, I believe RBOB and heating oil were all our biggest percentage movers to the downside, and a lot of that move recovered. So energies are having a moment right now. They are where a lot of the trends are, and don't know how often you trade them. We talk about crude oil here every day, but those are presenting some really nice opportunities, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon, Coach.
No, it's been well, when there's war talk in the Middle East, energies are going to be volatile. Stating the obvious, but it's staying there. It's creating some good trading opportunities, really. And I don't see that going to stop anytime soon. Yeah.
Sure.
So
To round out the big four, we already talked about crude oil up 3.09%. We have gold up 0.78%, the NASDAQ down 0.17%, and the S&Ps down 0.20%. We're going to go to the equities first because of the news, right, where we thought the news was going to have a big effect on these markets. Coach, I'm on a 30-minute chart on the S&Ps. We know yesterday we made a new all-time high, 58.46, new all-time high in the S&Ps. We had opening range that we're going to mark out every day. 30-minute opening range with VWAP. What does this look like to you, Coach?
Randomness.
Yeah.
Wow. So look at that opening range. Really didn't, from last night, really didn't do much. Tried to rally overnight, evened out before the number. What I found interesting, that the half-hour bar was basically that was it. That was the day. We did wick or tick under, make new lows just to come right back. That's a classic balanced profile for the day.
Yeah, that's gross to me.
Yeah, that's gross. Yeah. Now, if you're trading profile at first hour of trading in regular trading hours, we held that range. And we went down into it, to the top of it, back down, up and around for all you profile traders. This was a great opportunity.
You heard Hogue even
Just
mention
to
it
finish-
towards the end of Power Hour, right? He's saying Profile Speak says buy it here at these lows. He just didn't trust the trade, and you have to trust your own analysis for getting into it. But Hogue, the master profile trader, said exactly that, right? Profile rules say we should be buying it down here at these lows, even into the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting if you look at when you tag the anchored VWAP to the news candle, right after the open. Look at that, just flat. So going down to those lows where it was wicking out, we were far away from VWAP. So if VWAP was leading the way, if it was right there making lows, then we get some information that it's active selling. I noticed that, and I didn't, and I had to have a long, and I felt like I made a good trade by hanging on. Those are usually days you can get really chopped up if you're looking for something big. And I think, everybody's been waiting for the CPI number since last month, right? And that even though we were 14 lower, it felt like it was unchanged. Now it was 14 lower off. Was that the all-time high close yesterday?
It was. So we hit the all-time high, and then all-time high closed as well.
There you go.
Closing a little bit off of it. But like you said, Coach, range-bound market, we know where the extremes of the range are, right? That's at pretty much the high and the low for the day. And with VWAP anchored to it, if we go down to a shorter time frame, we talk about this all the time. Flat VWAP tells us that we should be fading in the extremes of the range. It's actually what I tried to do in the NASDAQ. I just kept my stop a little bit too tight. But if you're buying anywhere near the lows of this range, I'm on a 3-minute chart with a 2 ATR stop, with a 1 ATR stop. you might be safe. But definitely a day that required some patience. I did have a trade into the close that I told you, Coach. I was buying up here at 58.23-ish. Held it for 2 hours into the close and made a profit on it. It was a profitable trade, but the win I'm taking is staying in the trade for 2 hours through the drawdown and not cutting it, because momentum, Jason, would have cut that.
Right, a good point. And there was you made the trade near volume, and we consider volume VWAP, so knowing that. But any position trade today there was not. Well, you said we were a momentum trader. There was no momentum in this at all.
For sure. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I don't have too much else to say. I think we need to wait until what happens in PPI tomorrow. Let's look at the 30-minute chart again. We'll pull up the moving averages. Of course, they're going to be braided around each other, the 20 and the 50, because of today's price action. Still in this uptrend on a higher time frame, but data is going to move us, and that's the way I'm looking at it for now.
Yeah, tomorrow PPI. Now with that said, in both markets, with this balanced day, it needs to find some momentum soon. Or I think it's going to come under some pressure here to the downside. It needs to keep going. Right. So we've had these imbalanced days. This is the first. What I mean by balanced, the first hour or first half an hour really set the tone for the rest of the day. VWAP being sideways, we have balance. Let's see what we do tomorrow. But I think there'll be this is going to be a day as a benchmark going forward.
If you guys have any questions, let us know. I'm just pulling up the NASDAQ chart. We're not going to go in detail with the NASDAQ. It was very much the same chart. We consolidated the news candle, set the range. We have some top step levels up here. I actually did take And again, I get chopped up on these days, and I know what I should be reading, but sometimes knowing and doing are a mile away from each other. Looking at this 20,500, getting the rejection off of it, and I was on, and shout out to Jack, who's on the Lunatics, and he's in the VIP program. He's looking at this as a short, and I think we said it while we were on the show, but hey, you know what? We traded 20,500. There is no momentum. We are far away from RTH VWAP, which is New York Session VWAP right here, this white line. We're far away from it. A pullback to at least that VWAP, right? I think I said 50 points initially. A pullback at least to VWAP is reasonable, right? Because again, flat line, the market hits a major level. Setup that we talk about all the time. Sometimes I wish I could use my hindsight brain to make decisions in real time.
Well, that one, we talked, where was the VWAP in that candle for the opening was in the middle. When we talk about this, I will say that I didn't add to a long up there because I'm like, well, it's not really breaking out. But with that said, if you're short and it's going up that way, good luck. How long are you going to hold? So having an idea, that's where the risk management comes in. If you sold it at the bottom of that opening range, you sold, and you have to measure, well, that's a big, what's like 25 points, it's almost $1,200. By the way, it never closed outside of that opening range there. Never closed.
On a 3 minute, we got a couple candles on a 3 minute, but if you zoom out, yeah, if we were looking at like a 30, no, never happened. A wick and rejection, 3-bar reversal here on the 30-minute chart. Range bound day.
Range bound day, and once again, Chauncey 84. That's what I think about tomorrow. I think tomorrow we'll need to move out of this range. It could go. I'm favoring the upside. It's above the 30-day 200. It's near the all-time highs. But if we break and close in a half an hour below today's low, all bets I'm backing off. So I'll risk that area and above. But tomorrow, once again, we need to get some momentum to keep this thing going higher, or it could get hit.
Right. We do got a question from SD Knoll about the S&Ps. Thoughts on the rising wedge pattern from early August through today, approaching apex, approaching the top and resistance. Let me see if I can find a channel. Right, is that how we define a wedge? What's this? All right, so from early August, I'll go out to, let's go a 4-hour chart, Coach.
Yeah. Early August, the lows from early August. Yeah.
Right down here, like that.
And then flat, put a horizontal line off those highs.
Okay, got you. Something like that.
So, that looks pretty healthy. That's what I'm saying. I'm favoring the upside. I think we'll get it tomorrow. I'm willing to lose a little money to get long, but at the least it's got to break out of today's highs, and I think you could get a real good rally. But that doesn't look unhealthy. The bottom of that range, by the way, is the 200 moving average. So heck, put him up there. Yeah, this could run. It still looks pretty positive. Any thoughts on that?
This is the 4-hour chart. Yeah, his
okay,
royal just
yeah.
commented on it. How much risk on a smaller time frame? And again, so coach me real quick. If I'm drawing this as a channel, does the high go here because of these highs in August, or does it go here?
Yes.
Okay, so it would go here.
These are parallel. Those the highest highs,
Got you. Okay.
and it's touched it twice on the bottom, and you have 2 points, 3, 4 points of contact on the high. So yeah, and they're parallel. And then the wedge is those highs. Wow, those highs. Look at that.
Yeah.
How many times does that hit? 1, 2. Yeah. So yeah, once again, tomorrow's a big day. I could see it. That one is bullish.
It looks pretty bullish.
Formation for me.
For sure. Maybe a quick flush and check the low of this real quick, just to make sure no one wants to sell it, and then a bounce. Who knows? We will see tomorrow. PPI is going to cause some volatility. Don't trade in it. Trade after it. Let it determine the range, and then go from there. Anything else on the equities before we move on, Coach?
You just said it, so let's move on to
Where are we going?
gold or crude?
Let's go to
gold.
Let's go to gold, because gold,
The shiny, barbarous metal.
here's gold.
Wow,
On
it
the
rallied late.
30 minute. Yeah, it did. It's that white line, Coach.
Yep. What was that last night's open? 200-day moving average, or in this case, the bar for the half an hour. And we had a nice little rally from last night's open, but here we come with that wick again.
It was nasty.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, this one. This one is
Once again,
not fair.
Once again, you can, if you're position trading, swing trading, you can survive that wick. Day trading, that's vicious. That is let's start with last night's open. How many times have we seen this? We have a VWAP attached.
VWAP leaves the range.
Yep. The big, and boy, that came out early in Asia, which usually doesn't get much movement. So that was a nice trade there. Now let's go to the number. So I just want to go. Don't trade in front of that number. If you had that on and you were long, get out. Just get out before the number, because, or you can, anywhere you put a stop, you're going to get hit.
For sure.
It's not our job to make markets. Our job is to take markets. That gold right there, if you were long, if you were short, you needed to get out anyway. So
Got you out.
Let's go. Now we'll start and tag the opening, the 8 o'clock or 7:30.
For that, I'm going to go down to a shorter time frame. Let's go to a 3 minute, because this is really when the New York session started.
Boy, that's a liquid. So I just want to go over it because this annoys me no end from being a pit trader. You wouldn't see these types of wicks like this. There's market makers put their hands down, or they don't participate. And this is really important. We hear it when we're talking about the dome or the ladder, where all of a sudden there's no bids and offers up and down the dome. It's very light. As a day trader, that entails massive risk if you have a position, because you can get wicked out. And this, we've saw it what we see it in the S&P, the NASDAQ, now the gold. So